forever. And so that's why I feel it's so important for what me and David are doing is we are trying to make sure that those stories are forever.
Like a journal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because those true stories are so important in our research.
And I find it overlooked because it's like what we were talking about earlier. People don't, the real stories are not always exciting as the made up stories.
No.
You know, I mean, I've had locations where researchers like, no, that place isn't haunted, but there's so many people that have had experiences. It's like, how do you discount all that?
Honestly,
despite what it is,
it
like
really
experiences they're happening, and I'm talking about like hundreds of people going through, you know, a certain.
And a lot of that has to do with the owners. You know, the owners of the properties, whether their personal beliefs may be that they don't believe those,
so a great way to
they
support what we
poo-poo the
do
whole idea that they
hit
bought
that
a haunted
subscribe button.
location.
We're trying for 15,000
But then there's also the fact that, and this again goes to the root of the fact that the popular ghost hunting, a lot of these businesses have bad experiences with other groups. To the point where I don't want another group here ever again.
Huge.
And that
been brought
room
into
for us too.
Yeah, you have to be. I always say you have to be really humble when, whether it's a family brings you in, you have to be humble because they're entrusting the most special thing in their life to you, which is their family. You know, and that's a really, I take that responsibility very, very seriously. You know, and there's a lot of groups that do it the other way around. You should be lucky I'm here to help you. No, it's not like that at all.
From the mountains of central British
has
Columbia
to be the other way around.
Listening around
And
the
I've had
world.
locations,
This,
you
my
know,
friends,
request me
is
to come
Spaced
in.
Out Radio.
I did a very
I am your host,
prestigious
Dave Scott,
location
sitting in the
because
captain's chair of
they
SOR
were,
headquarters.
I
We
guess, you
welcome
know,
you
like
to tonight's show on our terrestrial
society,
affiliates
so to
around
speak.
North America,
And
digitally
they're
on
like,
TalkStream
a lot of
Live,
people have
Revolution
experiences here.
Radio,
They've been
and
having them for
KPNL.
like
If you wish
70
to take a
years.
listen to our archives,
Everybody and
we
their
have
brother
them
wants to
free
get
for
in
you
here.
at
We'd like you to do it and represent us,
Spaced
you know,
Out Radio.
paranormally speaking.
Do
I'm
old
like,
Davey the
I'll do my
favor, hit
best,
that
but, you know,
subscribe button.
there's
You
really
can follow
nothing
us on Twitter
definitive
at
about
Spaced Out
paranormal
Radio
or
and
trying
on
to,
Instagram
what is
at
proof
Spaced Out
exactly.
Radio Show.
And they
Our
were also
website
charitable
is
organizations. So I said, you know,
spacedoutradio.com,
I did tours and events to bring people in to see who would get experiences, and it generated money for the location. And
tonight's
you
show
know,
is brought
and
to
it
you
was
by
great.
Chive
People had
Charities.
tons
Help
and
make the
tons of
world
experiences.
10%
This is
happier by
beyond
visiting
that.
Chive
And,
Charities
you know,
today.
getting like voice
You can find
recordings
them
and
on our
maybe
website.
the occasional
Kicking off the
photograph, but
final
we
week
left
of the
it to
month,
the
we always
people
bring in the
who went in
man,
there
the myth,
completely
and the cryptid
green,
legend, Butch
and just like,
Witkowski
you know, not that
himself.
some
For a
research
segment
didn't
we
come
love
along
to
because they
call
couldn't get
around
into
here
the location
Strange Days.
otherwise.
This is where we
But
take a
it was
serious
seeing
look at the
people come
cryptid
in
and
with their
paranormal
families
realm
trying
with
to
one of the
have an
crankiest
experience because it was
individuals
a
you will
controlled
ever
environment. It was a
find
safe
in this
environment.
field. And we
And
love
that's where
Butch's
the best stories
crankiness
came from.
ever so gently around here.
Were just people who
Butch
were
is
not
is
researchers,
the
who
creator
were
and
just
lead
there
investigator
as
of
tourists.
Pennsylvania's UFOcop.com.
Because
Been
no stories were
investigating
given
since
aside from the history
1989.
of
He's
the
a former
location.
police
That's
officer
it.
who uses those skills to try
So,
and find
I don't
the
know,
monsters
but
among
I
us.
do
Then
agree
at the
with you.
bottom of
There
hour
are
number
a lot
3,
of,
I will bring you the SOR
fly-by-nights or a
Newswire
lot
brought
of
to you by
experts.
Paranoia
I love
Magazine.
that word.
Mr. Butch
It's a
Witkowski.
media word. This is our
It's always a
I would
pleasure
say
to have
there's
you
no
here, my friend. How
experts,
are you?
but there is experience.
I'm
Yes.
fine. There's a little bit of cold,
Well
but always
said.
a pleasure to
Correct.
be
Both of
on.
you,
Well,
both of
you
you
know what?
touched
I
on
just look at
Alcatraz, which
our
is
lineup,
another
man,
bucket
and
list
when
location
you're about
for
to
me.
come on, I'll tell you,
Did you
it sure
find going
creates
in there
quite
that
the
you were
the
experiencing
the
similar
happiness with our audience. That's
experiences
for
that
sure.
others
I don't
have
know why,
shown or
but it's
written
just that
about,
way.
or on
Do I owe
television
money?
kind of thing?
You may.
Oh,
Or
I'd
did
have
you
to
have new
say,
experiences with that?
I'd have to
But
say I
you
was
got a lot
pretty
of
lucky
fans out there, my
because
friend.
I,
You've been doing
got
this a
into this
long
before,
time,
the ghost
Butch.
hunting
A
shows,
long
along
time.
with
And I
David as
gotta
well.
ask you, do you ever
So
just sit
when
back and
I
say,
got to
what
do
the hell am I
Alcatraz, I
wasting
was
my
one of the
time for?
first groups to actually
Pretty
spend the
much every
night
day.
on Alcatraz.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah. So this is
Really?
again
I wouldn't
before
expect
the
that.
ghost hunter shows were on there.
Yeah, well,
And,
you get to a point where
I have to say it was really amazing because we
You
got to
almost
see
don't even
places
have
that
to
were not
read
open
a
to the
whole
public.
report.
If you've ever gone to Alcatraz, you get the
kind of in your
on your
mind tells you,
self-guided
like,
tour, so there's places
this
that you
one
get
needs
to
to
go
go on
on
the
and
round
walk
file,
around
and
on
this
the
one I need
tour.
to study up
But
on.
they opened up spots that had never
but,
had
you know,
the
I
public go
have
through.
somebody
I
asked me
got
the
to
other
walk
day how
through
many
the
reports I
tunnels
have read
where they
or
actually
done, and
drop the
I
prisoners
have no
off,
idea.
and
I've
they
got
walk them
boxes
through the tunnels into the prison. They don't get dropped off on the shore like the public does, when they do the tour. And so I got to walk through those tunnels under the island, and that was one of my an interesting experience there. Is me and an investigation partner, we were alone in those tunnels, and we actually heard like somebody walking with us or behind us. And I remember the first time we heard it was like one of those moments like, stop, hush, everybody. And you'd listen and you'd hear those 2 extra steps, and then it would stop.
But
I thought, at first it was just one of the other, rangers, because the rangers were spending the night with us, guiding us through the overnight investigation. And I just thought maybe it was one of the rangers, looking out for us, wondering where we wandered off to, or just to keep an eye on us to make sure we're safe, because again, we're in an area that's not open to the public.
A ton of books.
So we would just stand there and we were just waiting, for somebody to approach us, just to say, hey guys, just want to make sure you're okay. Nobody.
Is it important
so again, we start,
moving
a little closer,
so many researchers, and the one that comes to mind, the late Jim Mars,
and
never had
we freeze
anybody
and like, okay,
to take over.
I heard that, you heard that,
incredible
and then
research.
All of a sudden it continued.
Yeah, that is.
And it got to the point where we almost felt like there was this pressure forming
with a
on
number
us,
of well-known and
like
very
something
well-liked
had approached us
over
and
the
was just
years.
lingering over us. You couldn't see anything. I got my flashlight, flashing everywhere just to see if I can see something, some sort of sign that there's something there. But it was nothing. It was just this overwhelming
and then there's
force that you could feel,
maybe
overpowering you.
But
and it was just it lasted for a good couple minutes. But for us, it felt like it was a lot longer than that. And then suddenly it just faded away, and as it started to fade away, you could almost hear those footsteps walking away from you.
To sort through any of these
mysteries
that are kind of out there.
My actual first physical experience was actually at Alcatraz as well that night.
It would be a shame if
they had taken us to the morgue, where they actually keep the bodies of the prisoners before they ship them over to the city.
I'm feeling happy
and
rather than cranky,
I was the first to enter the morgue area, and checking out. It's kind of cool, we go down this. There's this tunnel that goes down underground,
a couple times,
and I'm the first to walk down this tunnel and explore. I'm a little adventurous. I have been known to get ahead of people and start walking around, checking things out.
Okay.
And so I decided I was going to go down this tunnel.
Why do this?
My team was not too far behind me, so I wasn't completely alone.
The illusion of
and I wanted to see what this was, where this tunnel had led to. Well, the tunnel led to an underground room.
The dialogue
now,
case, which I've been working
the history
on
of the
for
prison
years
is it actually started out as a military fort.
You
And so where I'm actually going is when it was a fort, this is where they used to keep the gunpowder because they had to keep it cool.
But, according to Newsweek,
So I'm going down into this tiny little room, dirt floor, brick walls and an arched brick ceiling, nothing unusual. And I'm taking pictures, but I want to get a picture of the entrance. Now, at this time, my members are starting to filter into the room as well.
February,
But I want to get the widest angle of that entrance.
Newsweek published.
So I'm backing up and I'm looking through my view screen,
The Ministry
and this is when we were
Emergency
using film back in the day, so you had to use that view screen. So I'm going through the view screen, backing up, slowly backing up, trying to get that wide angle, and one of the members puts their hand on my shoulder and stops me.
Couldn't get any information.
And so
on them,
I look away, to
persistence
apologize
pays off.
to the member that I had backed into the corner,
until I got
and there was nobody there.
investigator in Russia.
There was
who was
nobody
also
around me.
looking into it. And
Oh,
And
wow.
I was expecting
I'm
to
sure
see
he's gonna
one of
have
my
a
members
lot more,
standing next to me, but there was nobody there. I felt the
ways
pressure
and means
of
getting that
fingers on my
information from the
shoulders,
Russian
the
government
weight
that
of
I
a
looked
man's
at.
hand. And again, it physically stopped
So
me
they're
as
still
I was
missing.
taking a step backwards.
They came out of Moscow.
Nobody
That's
there.
pretty much about all.
There's
That was
nothing
my-
like the feeling of
And like
being
I said, they
touched,
were
especially
unregistered
for the
because
first
the government,
time.
ever since
Oh,
the
yeah.
dialogue passed,
I remember it
That didn't
happening
sound
to.
right.
Come up
That
with a
didn't
lot of
sound
good
right.
reasons and probably
I thought about it when I said it, and I'm like, I have to bow out very gracefully with this.
So you got to call in.
Yeah,
You got to know where you're
we're
at.
all
and all this other
G-rated
stuff.
minds here, okay?
But,
I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just
Be
one of those
Suddenly the
things,
show
like,
takes a
you know,
turn.
Be
dialogue
graceful.
tasks, you know,
It's just
you work on it, you work
watching
on
us
it,
and then
everything.
hearing
This
us on a
pops up,
stream
that
are
pops
two
up,
different
new
things.
investigation,
So
the
it's
government
like,
pops
They
up, you
can't
go
see
through
your
that.
face.
You go through the
Yeah.
It
autopsy
happened
reports, you
to
go
one of
through all
my
the
team
photographs,
members,
the
one of our
measurements, all that
younger
stuff,
team
the maps.
members at one point, and
Who would
he
think
had
that there was
been
another group
just
that was going to
touched
go
on the
missing?
shoulder, and
Yeah.
his face kind of just
And
did
lo and
this
behold,
thing, and I'm like,
they're gone.
"Are you
I
okay?"
checked today.
He's
There's
like,
been no updates
and I'm like,
since the 10th.
and he
Yeah.
goes,
I got a
"Something
hold of my
touched
guy.
me." I went, "Okay, is that all right?"
3 days after that,
I'm
when I saw there was
fine.
nothing more being
That was the
published
end of
about
it.
it, and
I'm fine.
so
And it was just
he
like,
says
all
he
right,
has
do you
some
need some
connections,
time? Like it just felt a
you know,
little
at
personal. So
that
I
media
think
outlet,
people react
Investia.
differently. I would have been like, oh, do it again.
We'll see where it goes
That's
from that.
phenomenal,
Well,
and
there
other
was
people
also,
are just,
since you were
can see it's
last on, a report
completely outside their comfort
that
zone.
came out
Completely.
stating
So
that
you seem to have taken it, were you anxious,
these
like do it again, or were you like,
scientists
okay,
have
see right
solved
there, that's
potentially
boundaries.
And that's the
the
funny thing is,
deal
people are like, "Oh my God,
case,
you got to be so
saying
brave
that
to
it
be a
was an
ghost hunter."
avalanche
And
that ripped the tongue
as I
out
always tell
of that
people,
person, that
most of the
broke
time it's
the
very
inner
tame
chest
doing a ghost
without
hunt.
any
You don't always
bruising on the
experience
other
something
one.
paranormal.
Yeah.
And a lot of
You
times
know,
when you do
what's your
experience
thoughts on that?
something,
Well,
it's
first
so
for our audience
fast
who may
and
not
sudden
know,
you're not
maybe
even
fill
sure
us in
what
on
you
what
just
happened and then
experienced.
give
You're
us your
questioning
debriefing
yourself.
of it.
That's
And
true.
so that
Well,
was a prime example
it
of
took
that.
place, what,
I
30,
had
50 years, I
expected
guess.
to see a living person
hikers,
next to me.
Actually 10 started out
So
on
for
hike.
me,
One
I
went
was
back, he
just
got sick
baffled, like,
still, and he
what
turned
just
back,
happened?
and the other guy
So you
went,
just start reliving that situation over and over in your head,
I think
trying to
it was February
explain
5th.
what you just
They
experienced. And
cut
then you just
themselves
have
out
to
of their own
realize
tent,
that was a ghost.
made a book
That's
down
pretty cool
the,
because
almost
you
a
didn't
mile
feel
to a tree
threatened.
line.
You were just
No.
a little
And,
startled.
Well,
Yeah.
considering where you were.
7 or
And I
4
wouldn't even
pounds
say
dead.
startled.
Couple
At
weeks
the
later
time,
when
I was
they
just looking to
returned, and
apologize to
search
somebody
parties
back
turned
in
up.
the corner. I was
And,
more startled
I
at the
think
fact
it
that,
was, quite a period of
wow,
time.
There was
there's
no one
nobody
there.
here.
Sorry, I would have
Found
been
the other
I
two.
startle easy.
But the bodies had
I'm not the person to go on an
traumatic,
investigation, I can tell you that. I startle so easy. I'm not afraid of anything, but I'll jump
injuries,
at the stupidest thing.
fractures.
Yeah,
Yeah.
most of the time. Hey,
Missing eyes,
David
missing
has proof of
tongue.
this. There's a video of me
With
screaming. Okay, so
first autopsy
I'll admit.
report pretty much stated that
At least you
You know,
can
what's
own it.
interesting
doctor that did the
about
main
Alcatraz,
examination,
though, is that I
Ed
find that
Banana,
it's one of these
he said,
places.
"Look," he said, "the only way
It
you
has
get
such
these
a
kind
rich
of injuries
history,
is
and
you get
again,
hit by a
so many
speeding
different
truck."
layers of
Now, no speeding trucks in that
of,
area.
of
no
history and
roads,
historical
nothing like that.
events and hauntings, because
So, of course,
the
all the
island
other stuff
itself
started. It was a Yeti.
was used
It
by the
was,
Native
the
Americans in
Russian
the
government.
region
It was the
as a
Russian
place of
military.
banishment.
It was rocket
And
nest. It
they
was,
would send
I didn't
people
know
there
that.
who
some
broke
kind of
taboos
new
of the
weapons.
tribe.
It
They would
just
banish
went
them
on.
to this
I mean,
island and just leave
for so
them.
many
So,
things, it just kept
you know,
coming out
again,
and
it's
out
one of
and
these
out,
places
and
that
changing.
who knows how many people actually
So,
perished
after
on
all
the
this
island,
time,
even
last
before
year,
it was a
actually
prison.
2019, the
But once
government
it
opened up
became
the case,
it was a military
and they put
prison
their top investigators on
first. After it was a fort, it was a military prison.
And
And
after a year, they
you know,
came
the
back
records
and
are
said
just
that
very
they died of
sketchy
hypothermia.
back in the early periods of
Okay.
imprisonment on the island. So
So
we honestly
their
don't know how
story
many people
was,
died
their
there.
theory,
But then
which they want everybody
all the
to
way up, of
believe,
course, during the most famous
is
period when it
that
was Alcatraz Federal
there was a
Penitentiary.
slab
But what's
avalanche
interesting to
above
me
them,
is that it's,
which came
despite
down,
how
scared them,
famous
they
it is
took
and
off,
how
they
many
ran. Now, these
legends and
people,
ghost
when they left the
stories
tent,
are
they were
attached
pretty
to
much
it,
barefoot,
it seems to
half
be one of
naked.
these locations that is
And,
the least
you know, they run a mile
exaggerated
through
in a
this
sense.
blizzard
You don't
with
hear
snow and
constant
wind and everything else.
tales that, you know, well, this entity and that
The
entity
only
and all
problem
this.
with that is, first
You
problem
kind of
is
get two
a slab
sets of things. You
avalanche.
get a set of stories
Well,
that
first of
are
all, they
almost a
said they
bit
outran it.
folkloric and legendary. You know,
no
there's a
way
story about
in this earth.
a party
And
in the
this puts
warden's
Jesse
house,
Owens right in the top of the
and a
mix.
couple of guards
even he
were
could outrun an
in
avalanche.
attendance and witnessed
A small
a
avalanche runs between
gentleman
20 and 40
in
miles
essentially
per hour.
Victorian clothing
A large
come
one,
walking
you can
in,
get
you
up
know,
into
with
100 plus.
bushy, you know, sideburns
So,
and dressed very dapper.
The
And
first picture
when he
you
entered the
see from
room,
the investigation
it went
is
deathly
the tent
cold,
is still there.
and the Franklin stove that
Now,
was heating cleaning the place suddenly went out. And just as quickly as he appeared, he vanished.
Still there?
This is a really cool story, but you can't find a lot of information about it. So it's one of these that it's a great ghost legend, and certainly it's covered in the book, and it's something that is attached to Alcatraz. But we just don't know, and there's kind of this gap between those types of stories, which there are a handful of those, and then modern accounts from prisoners, former prisoners, former guards.
So ridiculous.
Tourists, just a whole range of people who have had experiences there, and it kind of goes on and on. Alcatraz, I've been to Alcatraz a few times, and the first time I went there, I started talking to one of the rangers. The whole island is part of the National Park Service in the United States, so it's managed by park rangers. And
you read that autopsy,
you never know what you're going to get with park rangers. So the first gentleman, I started talking to him about Alcatraz, and I asked him about the hauntings, and he said, "Oh no, that's all BS is what I'll say." And I said, "No, it's not haunted. I've been working here for X number of years, and it's not haunted." And I just kept talking to him, about, and he was asking me who I was, and I told him, I said, "I've written some books," and so the more I talked to this guy, he suddenly starts opening up and says, "Well,
that people actually believe
I've seen one or two things here, but I really don't think Alcatraz is haunted. However, I used to be a police officer in San Francisco." And I talked to this guy for a long time. He's telling me about all these haunted locations in San Francisco that nobody knows about.
Wow. That's how you find out?
Yeah, that's how you find out. Well, that's old school. You go and talk to people. I mean, that's how I started in the field. But, on other visits, I would talk to other rangers and, of course, ask them the question, and they get this look, and they're like, "Oh, yes, it's haunted."
There was no way.
I was there one night with action. It was not unusual for them to have different types of torture devices, essentially, to try to keep control of the prisoners. And that leaves a tremendous amount of energy, traumatic energy on these locations. Many of them built of limestone and granite and things like this that are heavyweight. And of course, we know about limestone. But
there's a psychological imprint here for a lot of these places.
Because if these people, and trust
many
me,
of
I'm
them
on the
just
woo
with
side of
nicknames
this. I am not on
don't necessarily
side,
make
but
any sense, but just imply something. The Missouri Pen is nicknamed the 47 bloodiest acres in America.
Yes.
And
I made that one up myself.
Nobody knows exactly where that came from. It's not on 47 acres, but
you start hearing the noise of an avalanche because it's loud.
Things that happen there, and you delve into this history, and sometimes you really have to go down the rabbit hole. I'm not a fan of true crime stuff,
like that is going to take
it was kind of
getting your shoes
by necessity
on,
to delve into some of that with this book, because you have to get to the root of what's caused the haunting and what the nature of these people are.
Would have the power
who were there. So
turning over.
It was challenging. A friend of mine today said it must have been a tremendous weight to write that book. And I was like, yeah, you're right. It really was. Going through this material and understanding these stories, but. Again, I think Ross and I both feel this way. It's important to get these stories out there, even in cases like this, and help people understand. It's a different kind of effect that has caused these hauntings. In many cases, very disturbing things.
Well, one of the other things.
Have you got any flack for it? Like from your peers, like when you say you call it debunking or just putting out accurate information. Because not everybody takes the time to really look into it. And sometimes you get some groups who just swear, this is our location, we know this is this, or we've investigated, we say it's good, and you guys come in and go, no, I don't think so. Have you gotten any sort of, negative feedback from your peers, really?
There's not enough slope
there. I think in most cases, the praises have been higher than any type of negative feedback. I think people are grateful to have a resource to look into and have an accurate account of what happened in a lot of these places. Because as we've stated, we're not afraid to say this story is BS. And
what they did find when they
and
got
it
the
just
tent
goes
back
to
in
show
and
if
went over that
an
forensically,
investigator is
there were slits crosswise in the tent.
is so
one side looking out
involved
towards the
in
woods
a false
at the bottom of
story,
the hill.
then it just goes to show
And
what kind of investigator they are.
then there's of course the big
Because
slits
a lot of
that,
these stories are quite easily
that they went
debunkable,
through. But
just with a little bit of research.
there's no.
And I should emphasize, if we're calling something like that out,
They did the UFO thing.
we're
there was
doing
no
so
reports of any
with the
lights,
facts to back
the
it up. And
military
it
said,
hasn't,
well,
I know
the military
we've
said
come
you
around to
gotta
this a
take
couple
that
times tonight,
with a
but it hasn't
grain of
been
salt.
that often. However, on the occasions that it has
like
come
you
up,
said, you have all
we
those
do
injuries.
make an effort to say, well, this is what the real story is, which often
Three
is more
had injuries,
interesting
but still
than the
we're getting
fabricated
back to the
story.
tent.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't
Then the
I
other
don't
ones
worry
at the
about
bottom of the
anybody
hill, towards the
complaining
tree line
about
and
that,
in the
because
tree
as
line
Ross
and the
says,
creek.
if they are, then it's
They-
reflecting what kind of
Those
investigator
bodies were just
they are.
devastating.
And if
I
they're
mean,
arguing with us, I'm
I've
simply going
investigated
to
quite
point
a
to the
few
book and
accidents
say,
in my
well,
time, and I'll
this
tell
is
you
our
what,
source. This
coming
was
across something like
what
that,
the
you go like,
newspaper said
what the heck
at
these
the
people
time.
do?
Here's
Because that's
the
exactly
exact,
what it looked like.
there was one in the Haunted Prisons book that
They
we
were
just
hit by
did
something.
that
Now, what were they hit by?
Ross had to
People say, oh, well, there's
really
that last
chase
picture on
around,
the
and I
camera
helped
where
him
there's a
find
light in the sky.
the original
Well,
source
camera
that was
also
published,
laying in frozen
the original
water for
report
over
that was
2
published in
months.
the newspaper
So
of the
that could
time,
be a
and it
counter
said,
issue, but they
this is
don't
what
push on
happened,
that
this is what the
counter
coroner said, this is what the
Most
officials
of the
say.
researchers
And
that I've talked to over the
you know,
years
you
in that
often
area,
get
in
into
Russia
these things
and
that it becomes more
area of the
contrived.
Urals,
With that case, again, it was a whole conspiracy. Oh,
they
well,
all say the same thing.
yeah, that's what
There's
the
no way
officials
it could
claim, but there
happen
was
the
a
way they're saying
conspiracy
it
and a
happened
cover up
because
and
there's
all
just
this.
too many
But there's no
variables that
evidence of
don't
that, and there's
match.
no reason
First of all, the
Right.
injuries.
The
That's
biggest
that
thing
would
is, what is the
indicate
reason
that would
for
be
it?
the
case
case.
somebody's chest
Right.
there's
It
no
almost
marks.
sounds like they just want
Eyes
it to be
removed,
real
tongue
because
removed,
it's just a lot of fun for them
cracked
rather than
spine,
accurate.
busted ribs on both
I personally am
sides,
so
leg
proud of the two
fractures,
of
arm
you. I
fractures.
want to buy every book
It's
that
just
you wrote now.
ridiculous.
Like seriously, I'm just going,
it's
okay,
just
wait,
like
wait,
one
wait. I
guy
gotta
said,
go
well,
online
mean,
because I have to
in the
get
last
this. But
report,
I'm so
one
proud that
thing
the
said,
two of you
well,
put that time in.
one
It's what's
gentleman,
lacking in this field,
he
honestly.
fell.
Well, and to
And,
touch base
you
a little
know,
bit more
that's
on
what
that
probably
issue
fractured
is like
his
if
skull.
somebody wants to argue that yes, they
Then he
believe
got up
that
and
this
ran.
happened,
Now, the
then
autopsy
where's your
was-
proof?
The
We
drawings of the
supplied
fracture
proof to validate
goes
our
pretty much
debunking style of the
almost all the way
story.
around
What
his
is your
head.
proof?
And
It's the
the
spirit
doctor
box.
said he
Oh,
was
it's a
killed instantly.
psychic.
Mhm.
That's
But
not
there
proof.
was no rocks there.
Yeah, I'm
I mean,
sorry.
there was no
But
rocks
is
at
there
all.
You
any
know.
proof? It's easy, I guess,
It
to
was just snow.
historical
So you
information,
just don't
for the
fall in
most part, if
snow
you
and
really
fracture your
dig,
skull like
as a
that,
good
or break
researcher, you'll
bones of
find
any
it.
type.
I love to research.
A
I
lot
will
of them had,
dig and reference and
markings on their
cross-reference
hands,
several
like,
times over just
they
to
put up a
see
fist
what
fight,
keeps
you know,
coming up,
like,
you know.
bruised and bloody and
and,
scratched up, and there were
I
a
mean,
lot
when
of
you're
them had cuts
looking
and
at,
bruises. You don't get cuts
well,
and
what do you
bruises in
deem
the
as
snow.
proof when it's in a
So it's
field
just-
of that
it's one
it
of
is
those
an
things where
unexplainable thing. You know, you can get
nobody knows
EVPs.
exactly what
You know,
happened.
that's, I mean, I like
There's
voice
like,
recordings
I think I documented
because it's just, a little
15
bit
or
hard to
18
debunk unless you get them,
over the
unless
years as to what
somebody
took
really
place.
knows what they're doing and can really mess around with them
and
once
it
they
makes
hit the
no sense.
computer.
And the thing that makes
I like
if the tent
photographs
wasn't there,
either
if it was
on a
washed down
Polaroid
at
or
the
film
bottom of that
camera,
little
and even
ravine,
my EVPs I like
that's a different
on
story. But
old
that tent is
cassette
still
tapes
there.
that just
That tent is
Yeah.
upright.
can't
The only
fudge
reason
them
it
unless they
collapsed
go
was
digital.
because it was
Yeah,
snowing
Well,
so
I'm
hard.
old-fashioned like that.
The biggest problem
And
is we can't
the sides were
use the
cut out, so there
paranormal to
was nothing
prove the
holding it up.
paranormal.
It just
Sadly.
collapsed under the weight of the snow.
And if you're truly trying
Hence the
to
footprints.
be
So you had
a
this
paranormal
snowslide,
investigator and
which
use a
allegedly
scientific
scares
style
mountains.
of
But
investigating,
it doesn't go anywhere. There's
you
no
really
evidence
have
of
to
a
go with the
snowslide.
facts.
And there's footprints leading from the tent.
And I know we
all the way
could,
down to the tree
throw,
line. I mean,
theories
that's how
out
they found the
there
first
to
tree. They
tell,
just followed the footprints.
the day is done, but
And then, when they found
in
the
all
other ones in
honesty,
the tree
you
line,
have to go with
again,
the
they
facts.
followed
And
the
as I said
footprints.
earlier,
And the
you
footprints were
really
there.
have to
It
go
didn't
with
snow
what you
that
know
much,
and
but
not
the
with what you
footprints
think you
wouldn't
know.
have been there.
And
But you
so
never even,
it's really one of those things that I
got
think
to
that
the
makes
part
me a
where,
unique investigator
there was
because
any other
for
type
me,
of footprint,
I'm
like
just going to
somebody
be
had
open and
shoes,
honest
boots
with you
on,
guys. I've been to some of the most scariest
a
places
Yeti
around the
print of
world.
some sort,
And I
whatever.
could tell you some amazing ghost stories and make up, some amazing experiences just to get my name out there. But I'm not going to do it.
I mean, there was just no evidence of anything.
I've worked too hard to build my credibility in this field, and it can be ruined, with just all one bad story or one bad claim.
No ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah, and I agree because I've done the same thing, and unfortunately media will throw a hand in there
No,
yeah, media is not always your best friend.
No, most definitely not, But I mean, I'm much like yourself. I'm a world traveler. I've been to some amazing locations, and I've spoken about some of my personal experiences, to which, there were team members or just other people, there also. And some of them do really seem surreal. You're like, come on, but when you see it,
I know.
It's just like,
wow.
It's funny too because
it's wild.
If I got to the end of the yard,
it's funny because I've done clearly easily over 500 investigations in my lifetime.
There's something there that
and people always ask me, well, what are all your scariest stories, experiences? And in all honesty, I could probably count 5 on my hand.
Many times.
Out of all those investigations, maybe it's all being at the wrong place at the wrong time, but in all honesty, I don't have that many, terrifying experiences.
Butch, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we'll continue on.
Like, I don't
talking
personally
Pass. With Butch Witkowski from UFOcop.com.
Except there's
you can always go to
I'm giving that, David.
For that time, David.
There was that one time.
He's in that box above your head.
Psychologist as well.
There was that one time I was really uncomfortable. And I had never experienced that in my life. And David was witness to that.
Aren't you lucky?
He can also validate that is out of character for me.
That's how I roll, man.
Right.
That's how I roll.
Just what you need to have a witness for, right? Where's freaking time? And who's
you know too much, David. I gotta kill you now.
Exactly. And it had to be David. Who's going to go, I'll never let you live this one down.
Just kind of pops up.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, that's the kind of friend you want, the one that never lets you forget.
But again, the collective lore of these places is often so much more fascinating than the fabricated nonsense that people want to come up with. And, sort of coming full circle, what we were talking about at the beginning of the show is that that's kind of the point of these books, is to get the ghost stories out there and to get the information, as many of the facts as we can gather out there. And if we come up with something that is contradictory to what some other investigators have, I'm more than happy to look at their evidence and see what they have to support what they're saying, because I'll readily admit I'm more than willing to look at new information. You dug something else up, that's great. I want to see it, but please don't come tell me that your psychic aunt told you this is the reality or whatever. That's great, and that may be 100% valid. But without something else to support that, we really can't put that out and say, this is what happened, because there are too many occasions
that was her
where
son typing by. That's so cute.
There's so many people who claim psychic ability, and
I'm feeling a little personally attacked.
We were about to sing. Please don't go, Emily.
Go get him, Bubbles.
There's a bunch of cases where we delve into these things.
I sound so tough when you call me Bubbles.
And there's something that's said by the psychic, and a lot of times you can't even find the original psychic who said it. So where's the rest of that story? What was this person picking up?
My YouTube channel.
And don't get us wrong. We're not trying to discredit all psychics or anything.
Not at all.
I believe there are people that are very gifted. I've experienced a lot of very gifted people in that field. It's just the problem that there's far too many charlatans posing as psychics and sensitives and mediums and all that. And those are the ones.
It would lower my credibility of myself.
I'm just addressing your listeners as well. We're not trying to discredit any of those people, because there are some very gifted people out there, and we support them wholheartedly. It's just unfortunately in our research we've come across too many people that claim to be psychic,
the paranormal,
or and they may even have been psychic, and all psychics will admit this. They're not always on. And they're not always right either.
Yeah.
No.
So
absolutely
try and pump out one a
so
week.
you can't always take that information as proof to the paranormal.
On the editing side.
It's just another piece that we try to fit into the puzzle.
Hey, bombshell
well,
bomber.
a psychic said this. Does it fit within this puzzle?
There's got to be cross-referencing.
No,
something else that goes
there has to be. And I think, I think everybody has a degree of psychic ability. Mm-hmm. And certainly when you've been in this field for a long time, a lot of people will develop that, not necessarily consciously. It'll just happen. And it's sort of the effect that police officers have, with the blue sense, where it just sort of happens naturally and organically from doing so many investigations. But if you solely rely on that,
giving you crap tonight, saying why is Butch being
only
so
point
cool
of reference
tonight?
and evidence, then it's a personal experience for you, and it's your personal belief and information. But you can't expect everyone to adhere to that and say,
we're shifting into second
you saw a
gear.
vision of that, that's the way it is. So bring something else to the table and say, this is my impression, and here's what I believe supports that. And then we're on to something. And like Ross said, I mean, we've worked with some very valid psychics, and I've had plenty of times where I've had my own intuition about things, but
we're calling it SOR's
you have to broaden that spectrum
SOR's
somewhat. I don't proclaim myself a scientific investigator. I think that our field is so
I'm looking forward
experimental
to it. I really am.
And so outside the realm of science that it really doesn't qualify as that. I take a very much a journalistic approach, I guess is what I would say. And I delve into things. I dig up the information.
People
I investigate.
Have come to expect it,
and
Butch. They've come to expect
collate all of this and present. Hey, this is what I found.
They want you
and
to go.
I never tell anybody this is absolutely what it is.
Someone.
I say this is what I found.
Yeah.
Have at it and see what you get.
All right.
And for me, I do try to be more scientific. So, as David has witnessed, I'll bring thousands and thousands of dollars worth of equipment on an investigation to help, support, what people are experiencing or claiming.
And
so for me, I like the readings. I like it when I work with a psychic and a psychic says there's something here, and you can get a reading to validate that there is something odd happening here.
I like that too. I like seeing and communicating with the spirit, and you being able to scientifically say, that's the reading.
Right. Yeah.
Absolutely. The validation is incredible.
And the one thing that we have to understand with ghost hunting, it is trial and error.
Is now underway.
There is no set device that's going to tell you, yes, you have a ghost in your home.
We really do.
Not too many sets of rules either.
I want to remind you that if you
don't the app on the phone
or others, check out our free archives by going to YouTube.com.
It's very difficult because everybody has their own style, their own techniques. I think, people, kudos to them because there's a lot of people out there trying to develop new equipment or things just to test, to try, and I think if people didn't try, we wouldn't be any further ahead. I mean, look at Tesla, like he would come up with things, and I mean, now we're all going, God, we should have just listened to Tesla, but I think if people keep moving forward and sharing information just to try to keep us going forward in the field, I think that's fantastic, and I commend everyone who keeps trying to do that, like you guys. It's the same idea. You're giving the type of research that people may not all want to hear or read. Because it's just like, well, we found something different, or because their way of investigating may have led them to maybe going just with what they're told. I don't like to be told. When I go into a location, I have to bring in another medium, even though I have mediumship abilities myself. It's like I'm given all the information. So for me, it's completely contaminated. I can't use any of it. So I have to bring in people to say, okay, what do you guys get? Because I already know the whole story. I'm the one that everybody wants to talk to.
And I respect it. I have been a guest on investigation teams where I found out the psychic was the lead researcher.
You can't.
And now the psychic, you can't. You've destroyed all your credibility.
That's right.
At being a psychic, you're already front loaded. Exactly.
No, I don't go in as a psychic. I've always gone in as a researcher. I'm not a practicing medium at all. I don't do readings. I don't do anything like that. It's not my interest. I've always been more interested in the scientific. And again, how scientific can you be? You're not in a laboratory. But I've always been interested in what the equipment does. I like to be in the field. I like to get my own experiences. I like to do the research on it, and I've always used, other mediums for that who go in and don't know everything that's going on. Because you can't wear both hats. You can't.
Well,
you have to go in.
I think ultimately we'll make breakthroughs in the field by taking sort of a more quantum approach, a little bit of science, a little bit of research, a little bit of intuition, and sort of blending those things, because we're in uncharted territory. That's the bottom line. And, we just don't know what exactly is going to work, what is going to cause that deeper breakthrough. It might be some kind of new full spectrum camera or something, or who knows, but that's why it is all very experimental. And, Ross and I have done lots of investigations together at this point, and we do try lots of different experiments and set lots of different things up to try to get responses and reactions. And, we've had some pretty cool responses from different things. We had, my gosh, we recorded a phantom gunshot at a location in Washington that was just kind of miming, not what we were expecting at all, but clear as a bell.
Wow.
Yeah,
what do you do then?
Middle of the night, the entire town was shut down. There was nothing.
That's crazy. That's crazy. It kind of makes you feel like a little bit vulnerable, like the bathtub game.
Well, and the funny thing is, to validate that piece of evidence was the fact that we were going off of a story where it was an old brothel. And one of the stories is that one of the wives knew her husband was there, went into the brothel, kicked open the door where her husband was with the lady, and shot at him. She didn't kill him, but she shot into the room.
Wow.
And one of the experiments we were trying, one of my favorite things to do is to try to evoke the time period, or the activities that were going on. So we had a group of volunteers who were kind of partying in a room and playing cards and going through the same actions essentially that went on during this incident. And we were trying to get some kind of response from that. We were expecting something else, but like we said, we ended up recording this gunshot, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty fantastic, especially when you do have a story to back it up.
Yeah,
that's phenomenal. I think I like the stories where children witness things, because even though they can be the teller of tall tales, for sure, they also look at it, like pure. It's just because they don't know what they're looking at. To them, they're just seeing this person, maybe because they haven't necessarily been taught that, this is a spirit individual. They don't have an understanding of it. So I always sort of lean towards what children have to say first, to see if they've been led or if it's an actual experience, and then sort of go from there. I love listening to what the kids have to say, because half the time they can see more that the adults can't see. They're just little natural psychics are still open.
Yeah, and those are interesting to me, and honestly, so are reluctant witnesses. The people who have the stories, but they don't necessarily really want to share. And I enjoy talking to people and getting them to share these accounts.
Cheering for you. I can hear them
collected a lot of stories over the years, and people will say, you can't use mine. After they tell me the story, I ask them if I can use
what about the
account anywhere. And sometimes they'll say no, but sometimes they'll say, well, yeah, but I don't want my name used, or the location. And that just adds so much more credibility in a sense. Now, some researchers will say, well, you're not publishing the person's name. It can't be real. No, you don't understand. This person had this experience, and it affected them deeply enough that they just, they don't want to get on television.
the man
they don't want to be on a reality show telling their story. It's a personal experience for them, Yeti, and that carries so much more weight.
Especially at a time when it's completely the opposite, where most people want the attention. They want their name in the book.
The 15 minutes.
This win that they're talking about,
so I can't tell you how many investigations I've done where people are just like, can I do this show or can I do this show? And I'm just like, well, I'm always happy to recommend people. Some people believe in well, if I can tell my story, then maybe somebody can learn from the experience. And some people are very genuine. It's the only way they have to give back. I always say, people say, what do you charge? I don't. It's just pay it forward to somebody else. Smile at somebody who needs it. Just do something good for somebody. That would make me happy. That's how you can repay me. Is just do something good for someone else. And sometimes that's their way of giving back. So I'm like, well, it's between you and the producers. I don't have anything to do with it. But then I've had people who just, they're there solely to have an investigation done to be on television. So I don't want to be any part of that. I've worked with people who have just been like, well, wanting to be. And I'm just like,
start feeding you stuff like that.
What I create, it's like a monster. But it's just, I don't know. It's a strange industry, I guess, is probably the best way to put it. There's enough out there for everyone, but there is a code of ethics, to it. And I think a lot of, we have some phenomenal researchers, and many of the researchers that are really phenomenal, probably something we don't see on television, we've never heard of. They're behind the scenes, and then there are those who are out in the forefront, because it's the only way that, people are going to find you, is if you're out there and you're discussing, how you do things or how things should be done. And then you just get, the showboaters that are really out there, and they don't necessarily always do things wrong or right.
What do you think happened
most of the time?
I don't mean to laugh. I apologize.
Again, it is.
But
me and David have talked about this many a times.
But
because we
what do you think happened?
We were doing this before the television shows, and we've seen how much the media has changed the perspective of ghost hunting. Me and David both tell you, there were times in our lives where you didn't tell people you were a ghost hunter. Most people would just think you were, crazy,
It gets so bad, where people come in, I get it, people want group shirts and things, but I've had people specifically say to me, you're not coming in with a logo on your car or a t-shirt, are you? Because we don't want anybody to know we're having our house investigated. I'm like, well, never done anything like that. But even that was when it just started becoming a thing, and I'm like, no, I don't do that. So
well, that's the parameters. You put up a website, you come up with a cool name, and you get matching T-shirts, and you're ghost hunters. There's nothing else that's prerequisite for that.
Michelle doesn't even park in your driveway, so don't worry. I've been with her. It's down the street. It's not even in your driveway.
No, I just try to be very discreet. I've worked with, like famous people. I've worked with people who have owned, huge conglomerates within, cities, and they're like, nobody can know you're here. Okay. I promise.
Snowmobile.
Should I sign something? It's very cool.
And you going signing an NDA for a ghost investigation.
I know, it's just, but I understand. And then I've had people contact me, and they just want it everywhere. What we call, and you probably have done many of these or been asked to do cases like this, they just keep bringing everybody in. Researcher after the revolving researcher door, just to see who's going to get what, and and it's like, okay, those are the kind of cases that maybe beginners should do, because it is a great place to go and test your abilities.
I always tell people, if they want to get involved in this field, which is great, it's nice to have the encouragement that this is cool to be a ghost hunter now. But I've always told people there's no reason why any of these newcomers should be dealing with clients. If you want to, dabble a little bit in ghost hunting, go to a haunted cemetery, go check into a haunted room in a hotel. There's plenty of them out there. Go to some of these a haunted park or something like that.
Ghost tour. I used to do ghost tours.
Well,
but
that was
don't
shut down because
be dealing
some guy
with
went to a local
clients.
surplus store.
No, it's
and
not
bought
fair
it by
to
the
the family.
dozens for the Mansi trial.
No, because
and it's happened so many
Yeti,
times where these clients call
when
us
you look
because
at
they had
Yeti
some team
reports
come out
or Bigfoot,
and they're terrified because the
or
team has
mink
told
is
them,
what
oh,
they
they
call
got demons in their home,
The portal
but they
to hell
didn't.
is in the basement.
Yeah.
way
And they did nothing to help them. They just said, oh, yeah, you got a demon. We're going to go now. Thank you.
No.
And it's just like, okay, well, what do I do now that we've
but
had the talk?
They're not trained. Like I took counseling just so I could learn how to read body language and how to properly communicate with people.
And that's another thing.
You get
Mansi
people who go
didn't
in
hear
there
anything.
making,
They
like
didn't
I
see
say,
anything.
invitations, show yourself, blah blah blah, intimidating,
Of course,
the
when they come
whole
up with their, well,
intimidation
there was a
factor. Then they
UFO
leave,
or something,
and the family's left
that
there
was
alone to
trying
pick up the
land
pieces,
or
and
flashing
that's
a
not
light or
right.
something
Right.
to scare them.
And
There is no
I'm in
training.
a situation
there is no
where
training.
No,
That's
they heard
part of the
first.
problem.
That's why
There
they
is
were
no
looking
training.
at
but they
There's
think
not
the-
going to be any
wouldn't have
training.
been destroyed. They
No.
weren't looking
And
at
Not
television
for the
isn't
foreseeable
training.
future. And
Television.
that's the big problem is
Not
that
that they heard
people
something
take their
before.
training from
So,
television and
the truth will come out.
their
I mean,
credentials a
there's
lot of
just too much
times are
information out
they've
there.
seen every episode of Ghost Hunters.
And why
So
did
they
lead
must
it-
know what they're
this
doing.
was
But
one that bothered me from
there
the very
are
first
ways
time
that
I
you
read the
can
report.
get training to
investigated.
deal with people and
25
situations.
years as an investigator.
You can train as a journalist, you can train as law enforcement. There's a whole litany of things that you can train
a guy
that will
takes
that you
care
can
of all
learn that
kind
will
of
train you
disasters
to
and stuff
prepare
like
for these kind of
25 years
situations. But
He's
unfortunately,
on site
it just
one
doesn't
day.
happen in this field. And
One day.
like I said, it's not
quit.
going to happen for the
Not
foreseeable
only
future.
quit
There's a few people
investigation,
out there claiming
quits
to
the
teach,
service.
to
So
certify you in
now
ghost
what do we
hunting,
have?
which
There's no certification.
For demonology.
The orange
Three
Demonology
classes,
has
you can be a
has
demonologist.
certificates.
oh yeah,
I can't even accept. I can't even accept. The title, the name. I've had people say, "Oh, you're a demonologist." But no. I'm a student of the field. I'm a student in all of this. I keep learning something every single day. Like I learn something every time we have a guest come on. I learn something new. You guys, I listen to your stories. I learned about the freaking bath game and Charlie, what the hell? I didn't even know those things existed. I'm like, what? The bath game? So, no, but seriously, it's when we bring people on, it's people who are often at the top of their field or have left their mark somehow, or people who can, we try to bear in mind, everyone who comes on is going to educate our listeners. We have millions of people who listen to us at night. It's like, I want our listeners to feel like they've got something out of the show, not just an everyday, there's got to be something to it, and in hopes that somebody listens, that's what I'm hoping for, is that people can say, you know what, I walked away from listening to the show with, I learned something, and thank you for that.
My biggest focus has always been education. As we've discussed, it's all a learning experience for us all. Each haunted location is just as different as the next. So each location is a whole new learning experience. But the fact of the matter is, we've got the charlatans, the people that are looking for to be the next lead team on the next television series. And that doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't.
We need to get back to building credibility in this field. And the media has done a lot to hurt the credibility in the field because they choose teams or investigators for their shows not based off of their experience. A lot of times these people are just answering a cast list that they saw published and said, hey, casting call, just saying, hey, I'm just looking for somebody who's into the ghost hunting and stuff, and they may have no experience whatsoever. Like David said, they've probably watched a couple seasons of Ghost Hunters now. Hey, I'm an expert in this field. I could definitely be on your show. And to be honest, if people understand how they cast people, it's more about the character of the person rather than their actual experience. If you watch those, what was it, The Bachelorette or The Bachelor, you always find that the person that causes the person that causes the most drama is the person that always stays till the very end. They're never ever kicked off.
No,
you know?
that's true.
That's because
That's
nobody
true.
normal is on that
autopsy,
show.
the guy was
You know, so it's pretty
Yeah.
much
No,
like,
but
you know,
you're right.
anybody's game there.
Right. So
Right.
the ghost hunting shows tend to be a lot of that as well. And, you know, I'm just trying to change that. I'm trying to educate people to have a better understanding of what's really happening in the true world of paranormal research. You know,
I'm sure
and it's hard because people are already set in their own ways on what their beliefs are, and you know, and
because
what
it's
certain
drilled into
characters
them every single week as they sit on the couch and watch a show. They have their favorite shows. I have people who message me all the time, oh, I love doing the show. I'm like, but you're not seeing half the things I said. You're seeing the fear factor, that one thing. I've turned down probably as many shows as I've accepted because it's just like, I got asked to do a show one time. I'm like, and they're like, yeah, it's a series. You want to call it Ghost Sweepers? Like, get the hell away from me. What the freaking hell is that? Ghost Sweepers. It's about clearing houses. I'm like, I think I'm all right, but thanks for that.
Oh my God.
I think I know
That
why
was on
David's
TV.
laughing.
Oh my
That was a really bad series that hit television, Southern Ontario, about 10, 11 years ago.
Oh, God.
And then they hit
They're doing
another
it again?
show that I
Oh,
turned
that was
down.
a bad show.
photo
I
out
turned
there
this show
that
down 4
looks like
times,
there
and
is
somebody
a-
else
Oh,
took
thank
it
God.
who
a
I knew
Bigfoot or
really
some
wanted
sort
to
of
do the
creature in
show.
the trees.
And you know what? It got voted
that was
the
one of the
worst show on Netflix when it came to
Yeah, when you-
Netflix.
when
I'm
you
like,
blow it
yeah,
up,
you
you
gotta
see his
score one
jacket,
for
you
me.
see
I
the
said
buttons
no
on the
4
jacket,
times,
the hat.
but it's just they
It was
don't
one of the
care.
items.
I think you have to get
First
to
of
the
all, the
point of
body is- the body
standards,
mass
and there's some
of the
really
chest
great
area
shows out there
is
right
too
now.
thin.
And
The
kudos,
arms aren't long
you know, I have my
enough.
favorites
Very
also,
human-looking legs.
but then there's just some like, I don't even want to film
that
again.
one got passed out.
I've been cut from shows
just don't-
because I wouldn't
Okay.
give the director
Well, I guess that
what he
makes
wanted.
sense.
You know,
That's
when
right.
Yeah.
they're interviewing
So in
me
the
and he
end, you're
says, "Can you
thinking
make the
ball
story
lightning?
scarier?" I'm like,
Or some
"No."
sort
of
Can you
happened.
tell us that you'll never come here again? I'm like, "No." You know, I come to this place almost daily. Why am I going to go on national television and say, "Oh, I'm too scared. I'll never come here again"?
Can you tell us you were
No.
afraid in this situation? No,
No.
because I wasn't.
No.
Can you say this happened? No, that didn't
Right?
happen.
My favorite is the taglines that they want you to read at the end. And then they just put them anywhere in the previews. And I remember, I won't forget, I heard you in my head because I spoke to you before. And I heard you say, don't say anything that makes you feel uncomfortable. And there was a few times, as wonderful as they were, there was a few times where I had to say, that's not something I would say.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
would you say this
integrity.
about demons? No, I
You
wouldn't.
can go in with all the
You know.
intentions to
True.
say all the right
Very
things,
true. Well,
and
when it
all
comes
that
to
stuff
but,
ends up on the
you know,
cutting room
why do you
floor.
think?
And you know, we
if it
don't want to
wasn't
discourage
natural
anyone from
phenomena
getting
like ball
involved in the
lightning,
field, but
No.
you
that
remember
there's so
that,
much
you know, don't leave out the
conspiracy
term
around
research.
this.
And you know, I
If
have
it's a
people ask me all the
if
time,
it's
how
a
do I get
natural effect,
involved?
why?
And you know, there's a handful of things I tell them, and the first thing I say, you need to read. You need to read a lot, and I'm not talking about tweets. You know, or Wikipedia entries. You know, go in and read about the history of the field. Read texts from the early pioneers of the field, and you know, read some of the current material that's highly rated. Find yourself a mentor. You know, not just any local team that's been together for 6 months who claims they have all the answers.
Well,
Because
you're
if they say
cleaning
they
up
have all
after
the
too.
answers, they probably don't. You know, I hear that all the time. You know, people who've been in the field for a year and they've figured it all out. And I said to one guy, I said, you know, you should take up needlepoint because you've got all this figured out. And I don't know why you're wasting your time in the paranormal now, because you understand it all. Instant expert, you know, after 8 months or whatever. So, you know, understand that you don't have all the answers, and you're not likely to have all the answers. It's just not going to happen. I've done this since the 70s, and all I have are more questions.
I know.
I think that's how it should be, though.
They disappeared.
That's how you stay honest.
And then they were found.
And it's funny too, because you know, me and David talked about this before. It's just like a lot of these people that come in the field don't even know who our pioneers are in this
The
field.
plane went down in the same area.
You
A
know,
little further
you could
north
say
of the
Harry
location
Price, and they
where
have no
the
clue who
dial-up
Harry
was.
Price is.
Mm-hmm.
And that
Yeah,
crash,
we actually had, I can't remember if you were with me or not, Ross, but I said something about Harry Price, and the response was, "You mean Harry Potter?"
Now you have
Oh, no.
Yeah, sure. Harry Potter. Let's go with that.
Yeah, go with that.
Maybe that has to be a book that you guys do.
Okay.
You know,
I guess
the
they call it Mountain
pioneers,
of the Dead for a reason.
mentors. You put it on as your mentors, pioneers, people who led the way for the rest of us, who set standards for the rest of us, because there used to be standards.
I don't know if you've checked.
I mean, there still are, but I mean, it was a given. I mean, never mind. There's a lot of charlatans in the table tipping, this is good crazy. I'm not talking about the Victorian psychic, crazy age of spiritualism, even though it was great. It was an era of our time. But
here's the thing that I don't get with ball lightning.
Real hardcore research.
I don't
like the
get
Philip experiment. Like just into real,
ball lightning
maybe
doesn't
that
rip
would be
a tongue
something
out.
that people go, I've never heard of this stuff.
No. And here's
I
another
don't
thing
know,
with
like
the
it's
tongue,
You know what?
The
problem that we
when
have
he said
with
the tongue was
today's
missing
ghost
and the eyes were gone,
hunters is
and
they're
the
what
first
we
thing
call
out of
lazy
the
ghost
Russian
hunters.
investigators on scene
A
said,
lot of
"The
them
animals
don't want to
did
pick
it."
up a book.
Well, there was
A
no
lot of them
evidence,
want to get
according to the
their
first
information
autopsy, on
from
anybody
a YouTube
that he
channel,
examined.
Mm-hmm.
or from watching the episodes,
signs of
or
animal,
using
chewing
devices
or ripping or
that
tearing?
simplify ghost hunting because they're
Claws, stuff
suggestive, like
None,
apps on their
zero,
phones,
nada.
or other
Around the
devices that
mouth,
have been altered
around
to
the eye
make it
areas.
entertaining
I mean,
for ghost hunting.
it just
That is what we're facing today.
if something's going to
You
chew on your
don't
tongue,
have a lot of people that
It's
want
gotta
to
get
do
through your
the
lips.
real research.
it's got to do more
It's too much
damage than
work.
just
But that's
But,
most of the work, though.
tongue was ripped out.
I know,
It's the reason.
and
It's
they don't
not
want to
being
do.
in the field.
They
it's
don't want to do
everything
the
else.
tedious work either. They don't want to go
it
back and
wasn't
listen
an
to the
animal.
recordings. They don't want to go back and
Same
watch
thing
their
with the
videos.
eyes.
They
Yeah,
want
I
to
love
have an
that. I
app
love
that
that
does it
stuff.
for
Guy
them.
with the fractured
They want an
skull,
entertain-
you look
they
at
want
the-
a night
you
out.
look at the,
Yeah.
You know,
autopsy
the
report
funny
on
thing
that
is
site
you
you're
referenced
talking
the age
about.
of
It's
spiritualism,
all on
which
there.
I'm very
This guy's
fascinated with
skull
that
fracture
period,
was
the
It is, it's
Victorian period.
wild.
It'd be like
And
hitting somebody in the head with a
there's
friggin'
just so much
sledgehammer.
rich and amazing history there.
And
What's
he
interesting
did
is that in
all
some
in the
ways
snow.
we're kind of in a repeat
I
of that cycle, because during the Victorian era,
Butch,
you
I'm going to
had
get you to wind
some
on down for a few
mediums
minutes.
that showed
because
up, and suddenly
we literally got to go to break
hundreds of
here
them. They
at
were
the top of
everywhere.
the hour. Well, we did our
And,
job.
there was
We
all this
wound them
interest
up.
in psychic
The
phenomena, and
crankiest
everybody
curmudgeon
was
of them
kind of
all,
jumping
the
on
cryptid
board.
world,
And
Butch
these mediums
Witkowski,
were coming
on a roll
out
talking about the Dyatlov
nowhere,
Pass,
you know,
where we're
left
going
and
in hour
right.
number 2.
And
we don't even know yet.
the
We
thing
really
is
don't
that
know yet, but I know
there
this
were
for
a
a
few
fact that Butch's
genuinely
game is
interesting
back on
mediums
par,
during
and
that
we
time
are
who
loving
were
every minute of
tapped
it.
into
Butch
something
Witkowski's Strange Days
otherworldly, but
happens
they
near
were
the
quickly
end of each month,
kind of
where we
lost
bring
in the
Butch in
mass
from
of
UFOcop.com.
others who jumped into the field and said, "Oh, I'm a medium."
See
too."
his opinion
No,
on
it's
some of
now
these
we have the same
weird,
thing. We
strange
have,
creatures
you know,
that
there
are
are
being
some
seen all over
incredibly
the world.
knowledgeable
We'll
people
return
in
with
our
Butch
field.
Witkowski in hour 2 next.
Ross and I have a mutual friend, Lloyd Auerbach. How often do you hear Lloyd's name?
Not
The
as
guy's
much anymore,
done so
yeah.
much work. He's you know, he's an incredible thinker
You got to
about
prepare
in,
me for
in
one
terms
of
of
your
the
tantrums like
parapsychology
that,
of
because I don't have an
field,
American
but
flag
you just
to
don't
wave
hear
around
about
here.
him because you've got all these fly by
I gotta
night. You
go
know,
check my
this
blood
look at this
pressure.
team, the Ghost
I'll be right
Sweepers.
back,
I
too.
mean, they're look what they're doing. They might get a show. You know,
Thankfully, I
you've
wasn't
got,
on that. None such ghost shooter.
well, the point is,
saved yourself.
you've got just
Slice it
hundreds
out.
of them now coming from
Bumble
everywhere,
me,
and
baby.
you know, here's
They're feeding the need, the
Get
demand.
it today.
They just
at
can't get enough shows. Some of them, to me, are just like, who the heck thought this one up?
The audience has to remember it's entertainment. It's not honestly research anymore. Not like it was when it first started. No,
Look, you know,
that's why I'm not there.
Look at the one time Amelia had messaged a show, a radio show, and she said this individual is very questionable, makes up a lot of stuff, and she was given the response of it's entertainment. And I'm thinking, I don't want to do a show for freaking entertainment.
Well, because
if it's going to be entertaining, I want it to be educational too.
it was frustrating. That was frustrating beyond belief, because this person claimed where I worked with missing children for years, and I still do. I work a lot with law enforcement agencies, and part of that is confidentiality and your integrity, which he has neither. And he was exploiting families, and families are setting up websites against him, saying he had nothing to do with my daughter's disappearance. He had nothing to do, not disappearance, sorry, of course not.
That's another show you went after. I was talking about a different.
See, but when I see that, I will be one of the first to contact them and say, I don't know, but here's some information. And I would hope that somebody would do that with anyone that they know is incredible.
The thing is if it's the need for the entertainment, the need to feel scared, the need for the the suspense. I think takes away, from just, this is actually the way it is. I'm glad, I'm grateful. We've had some unbelievable people on this show, and it's always been educational. People leave us something every time they come on, and we have amazing, reviews and emails from people, and we have millions of listeners, and that's the proof in the pudding is people are interested in what we're offering. And you guys are definitely entertaining. I'm not saying you're not, but you're also
Hey, I haven't even started my jokes yet. Come on.
Okay, we have 5 minutes.
Wait, I have a question in the chat room. I do have a question in the chat room. Earlier when we were talking about games, Zarito in the chat room, and I feel bad because this was all the way at the top of the show, asked if you knew about the Devil's Game.
The Devil's
I've never heard of it. I don't know if either of you.
I've heard of quite a few different types of games that they might label the Devil's Game.
Yeah.
That's the thing is a lot of these stories get passed down, and get altered in different ways and get new titles to a game, but I can't identify a certain one that's just called the Devil's Game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't either.
There's all kinds. There's the Midnight Man. Of course, you got Bloody Mary. You also got what's the other Candy Man? It's kind of like Bloody Mary. So there's all kinds of different variations of a rooted game. As I've always said, there's always a root to everything, and people due to their culture, their beliefs, will alter it in their own way. It's just like religion.
There's also a lot of stories of from traditional folklore of the devil making an appearance and challenging someone to a game or to a contest, and the whole idea is he's trying to win a soul. So, the person, I guess, would have to give us a little bit more information to know which one he's talking about. But, even, for instance, I'm sure the famous song, The Devil Went Down to Georgia. I mean, that was based on the folklore from that region of the devil coming down and challenging someone trying to win their soul.
Don't worry, I got one
in that case, it was a musical contest. But there are so many things in early lore that are referred to as being connected to the devil. Playing cards for a long time was considered wicked. The pack, they were the devil's deck. The devil's cards. So many different versions of this that go far back into tradition.
Tomatoes were considered evil by King Henry VIII. They said they were trying to poison them. Sweet
King Henry was a big tomato. That's all I'm saying.
It was a big bag of syphilis, but that's another story.
You just made my night.
That's a whole other show.
So let us know. We've actually gone over because we've had a little tech difficulty. I have to be okay with the studio because they got hit with some of that storm that tore through Texas. So we've actually been recording. I went over an extra probably 20 minutes to half an hour just to make sure. We've got an extra 44 minutes. I've recorded this, so I'm going to have them just add it on because I realized, probably like at about the 10:35 mark, I'm like, wait a minute, something wrong. Right. So we're going to record this. So this is actually the studio recording, so he can just do it part 1, part 2, splice it, whatever he's got to do. So we're still going to get all of this out. So tell everybody, we'll start with David, and how to find you and what you got coming up next. And we're going to go to Ross and tell us
I apologize if I haven't mentioned.
Yes, we're going to write another book.
Well, sure.
Thank you
to put together.
Emily, to Jenna,
my website is eerielights.com, and that has links to everything, to the Instagram and Facebook page and everything else. There's also eerilightspublishing.com, which is just a publishing company. You can get direct links to all the titles on there also. I had a book come out just this week that is the latest in the cryptid series I have been doing. This is Monsters of the Tar Heel State, focusing on North Carolina. Another incredible cover by Sam Sharon of the Beast of Bladenboro. And lots of incredible legends that I dug into with that series. And that particular title was a lot of fun to do. So that one just dropped this week. That's on Amazon. And the latest one that Ross and I have coming out is Haunted Prisons, which should be out probably sometime later March, I'm guessing. Again, there'll be links to that on all the pages too. And that is the more. We say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live and so we'll have Radio. Probably 2 more in this series is set the password for tonight where in the SOR.
We'll have to bring you guys back on and time. We timed this interview for Haunted Prisons, so we'll have to.
I told Ross that he doesn't get to pick the next one because he picked prisons
each and every night right here on the Mighty
half of my calls.
Follow us on Twitter
at Ross. You're not
Radio,
the next one.
and on Instagram, it's Spaced Out
Stop
Radio
it, Ross.
Show.
Put those ideas back in your head.
UFOcop.com. Strange Days with Butch Witkowski continues, and Butch is on
there's so many different ideas
tonight.
That we
literally
talked about,
on fire. He had to go check his heart rate, people.
They're all interesting
in
to
order
us, so
to
it's
do
just kind of a
our
matter of
number
which
2.
one
He's so wound
feels
up
right
tonight.
to do next. I
Butch,
think
we're going to continue
we're
that
both in agreement. It's going to be something
more
lighthearted.
All right, because for some reason,
more interesting ghost stories. But
it can't be more lighthearted than the bath game. I'm sorry, I'm harping on it, but I'm just like wow.
Well, wait till you read about Hide and Seek Alone. That one
was
I think I'm so scarred from the bath game.
I'm going to have Luis Elizondo.
There we go. Everybody's standing there freaking me out over to Ross for
the
that
opportunity to
I have a few of David's books already, but I need to get the 2 of you together because these are just so interesting. I want to learn more.
And I'm looking
Thank you so much for your time.
I really am, because
how's
we're going to try and get some answers.
Well, I always encourage people, you can check out my group's website,
speak a little bit about the questions,
the Advanced Ghost Hunters of
that
Seattle,
we want
Tacoma.
answered. And we want a lot of answers, Butch.
Seattle's been
I
great.
got to ask you this.
And then, of course, you can look me up on Facebook, Ross Allison, and I always encourage people to follow me because I do a lot of investigations. I do a lot of live feeds from Facebook, so you can follow me on an investigation. And also, if you're ever in the Seattle area after COVID, definitely look up Spook in Seattle. We do a lot of the ghost tours in the area.
Do that, Butch?
So definitely check those out.
I wish I knew about that when I was there. I was there in 2018, and I love Seattle, and the moon really is that big. That's all I'm going to say. It really is that big. It's one of the most beautiful cities and best coffee in the U.S., just saying.
Well, next time you're in Seattle, let me know.
Absolutely. It's beautiful.
Well, thank you guys for coming on. We will do it again. Please let us know roughly when you start getting into those other 2 books, and maybe we can time it to get them both out. Put you maybe in for spooky like Halloween time or something along those lines. That will be a lot of fun. Thank you for joining us, and we'll do it again. So now I have to sign us off because I'm sure I'm going to get a when I'm done this. So that's okay.
It's always a pleasure talking to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you
It's always
so
a
much
pleasure
for
to have
being
you.
here. Stay safe and well, guys.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Well, we have come to another awesome segment here on the Outer Realm. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. Sorry for the tech difficulties, but I promise you we'll get the whole show because I was thinking and I recorded the rest of it. So huge thank you to David Weatherly and Ross Allison. And remember to stop by the United Public Radio YouTube channel and subscribe so you can join us for tomorrow night's show. Tomorrow night, I am pleased to say we're going to have Hamilton White and Carl Cookson of the hit TV series The Lost Relics of the Knights Templar, near and dear to me. So they will be joining us tomorrow night. You don't want to miss that one. It's going to be a lot of fun. So thank you all. Good night. See you tomorrow.
Over the top of his Airbus A320.
Let's see if Joe's going to lock us.
So,
it's always a
we could be there. We could be here for a while.
The word UFO, he was gone. Now it's a little different. That genre of quietness and keep your mouth shut has gone by the wayside. But it never ceases to amaze me. The government has been involved in this for so long, and people are just going, just now, in this time, in this day and age, you're just going like, you really think they know something about this? Yeah, I do. They always did. You know, it's like I've always said I got 12 books in my library on the Roswell incident. Which one do I believe? Everybody's got their own story. There are a handful of investigators that I take them as being actually looking for what they're looking for. And they're still at it, even though that's 1947. That's what, 74 years ago? So we have one group that says it never happened. Another group said there were more than one crash. And another group is saying Roswell was what it was, period, end of story. But then, as in all things paranormal, and I'm one of those that believes that it's all connected, UFOs, paranormal, cryptids, the whole nine yards. All to me, it's all the same thing. So 3 days ago, was it? You can tell when a certain group of investigators gets bored. I'm going to go off again. Bigfoot community. When they couldn't find anything for 50 plus years, they said Bigfoot was dimensional. And when nobody really took to that, they said bidimensional. Then it came out with tridimensional, which is 3D. Yesterday, they came out with quad dimensional. I have no idea what that means. I mean, dimensional might, but what are you talking about? So you got Bigfoot who's dimensional, bidimensional, tridimensional, and quad dimensional. So basically you're telling me you have no clue of what you're doing or where you're going or what you're looking at. You're not listening to people that have had actual sightings. And that's where you're going to get your best information. Those are the people you want to talk to. I don't want to talk to somebody that read a book and says, that's nonsense. You know? So you have so many people that want to say that they have the answer. They don't have squat. Period. End of story. If they had all that, we'd be a hell of a lot further than what we are in our investigations of the cryptids of any type. From sea monsters to flying whatevers, pterodactyls. It just makes me crazy. The only reason I ever stuck with the bipedal canine in my research, and still at it, is because out of 59 reports, 59, not one is any different. Number 59 is no different from number 1, and everything in between. Exact same manners, exact same sight, exact same actions, exact same size, color, shape, mannerisms. Everything was identical, and I don't care where it was. In the state parks, or there was one on the other side of the mountain here. You know, this guy didn't even know what a werewolf was. He said he just wanted to know what he saw. And when he started describing it, I knew what he saw. So, and then when you go back in time, which every good investigator should always do, I stress that all the time, you need to go back in time, do your research, go backwards. See if there's anything that what you have now either occurred or was seen way back. I came up with one from the 1800s. Identical. The report is identical to my last report. So with UFOs, it's kind of the same thing. I mean, the first, what was, I may be wrong on this, but I think it was 1872 when the first photograph was taken of a UFO. That's crazy. And then you have these people that kill me when they stand up there and they say, this is all nonsense, it never happened, it's never going to happen, we're here by ourselves, and anybody believes
at Community Coffee, we've been making great tasting coffee for over 100 years.
We're the smartest thing that ever came down.
But what makes us different isn't just how long we've been around. It's how far we're willing to go in pursuit of the perfect cup.
They really do.
We select only the finest beans and use over 4 generations of family roasting experience to give you the richest, most delicious coffee around.
The woo factor is one thing.
Find Community Coffee at your local grocery store or visit communitycoffee.com to order some today.
They're telling you you're full of crap.
Some people make a single cup of coffee, others an entire pot. At Community Coffee, we make ours with a commitment, because community isn't just our name, it's our mission. Find us at your grocery store or communitycoffee.com to learn more.
Welcome to Paranormal Talk. I almost gave you the wrong show title there for a minute. I hope everyone's freezing their ass off day if you're anywhere from Canada to Mexico. Jesus, man, where the hell's global warming when you need it?
Why does somebody got
to man, I'm telling you, hearing global warming. I'm gonna be honest with you people with this global warming shit. Okay, so for the last 12 years, it's actually been getting colder in the south, not warmer. So somebody needs to figure this out. This climate change is the birds. I'm keeping all you damn Yankees keep the damn cold up north. We don't want it down here. So even the ghost of freeze. I seen a picture of the ghost. It was stuck. It looked like it had been covered in ice. It was just stuck staying there. It looked like somebody sprayed some water and it just froze still.
And I got that right out of his mouth.
I was like, okay, that was kind of creepy looking, actually.
He'll tell you straight up.
Yeah, it was real. It was definitely kind of creepy looking.
He wouldn't know a UFO.
Somebody in Russia did it. They had a videotape of them taping this ghost. And 3 people got in his balcony with these buckets of, these looked like big pots of hot water, and just dumped it on top of it as it was going out the door. And it froze it solid in the door. I'm thinking, who the hell thought, only in Russia would you think about freezing a ghost?
He wished he could put more in, but he never saw a UFO.
Really?
Because they're bored.
Okay, so you never saw a UFO, but you just wrote a book telling people how to investigate a UFO.
Good. Right, no vodka don't freeze. That's right.
Yeah. So all ghosts are Russian?
We've gone out.
I know. I'm just saying they were freezing the Russian ghosts up there. You know, I'm sure those were. They were some kind of Russian ghost. But
whatever.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Paranormal Talk. We're going to be talking about a variety of things tonight, but really we're going to be getting into the so-called equipment. I might even bring a couple of pieces in here while we're sitting here.
I was never always UFO.
Paranormal world, ufology
and
world.
Most of the people I know that have seen Bigfoot.
And things like this. And, to start off with, there's a lot of so-called named equipment out there, and let me give you a little secret, people. If you're buying it online from a ghost guy,
I'm more apt to believe people.
Most of the stuff they use for ghost detecting, contractors like myself use daily for just different things. Matter of fact, in a little while, one of the temperature scanners in here with the laser on. This thing is good to 70 below and 800 above, and you can scan with it, and it gives you temperature variations live while you're scanning with it. So it's really nice for seeing if there's any variations in your house or anything like, we use it to look for leaks, for cold air, hot air, stuff like that. That's what we use it for. But you can use it for ghost busting. It works quite well. There's other things like, we have different kind of meters we use that can detect magnetic fields or stuff we use for different air pressures in the house. All of this is great for ghost hunting, but it is stuff that you can buy at your local Lowe's and Home Depot instead of for $150 for probably $45. The temperature things you can get as cheap as $25. And every time I go online and see one they're like $75, I'm like, what is this thing? For $75, this thing better do more than tell me the temperature. That's all I got to say about this. But anyway, let me let everybody introduce themselves. We'll start with Michelle. Say hi, Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
3D-dimensional. Give me a break.
Come on, I thought it was freaking hilarious.
Look, Bubble, see me. Don't give me no trouble.
I want to see this stuff.
Whatever.
I want to talk to somebody that's actually
Anyway, yes. Coming from the guy I can't even see who thinks he's going to do a show and tell with equipment. That's hilarious. Anyway, I am Michelle DeRoche from the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano, and the Grey Zone Uncensored with myself and Joe Montaldo.
So yeah. Sexy man Montaldo.
But
sorry, forgot.
I think there's a lot of
a
lot of damage has been done over the years with conferences.
That guy.
Because
who's going to be up next? Sexy Man the Dell. What's up, Dell?
As far back as I can remember.
Hey, you noticed that I shaved there today or yesterday, actually?
Because that's how you could get out of the cage.
But
just found out.
Butch, there's
no
accountability in this field.
It's like,
if you want to be a scientist, boom, you're a scientist because you could just write it up. If you want to be a journalist, boom, you just write it up. I'm a journalist now because I've written a blog.
Keep warm.
You know what I mean? If you want to be anything in this field, you can
take a little
that.
torch to heat him up so you walk around and stuff. It's harsh.
Oh my
One of the things that always killed me was when.
Well, she hasn't shaved him yet, so this is good. He still has his
don't even know idea.
for warmth.
And all of a sudden, under their name or their,
let out of the
or
cage
you
for
know, when they send out an
Valentine's
email
Day. And
that
actually,
says,
I got a good Valentine's story for you
Really?
guys about the.
What school did you go to?
How Valentine's Day began
What
there.
degree
If you guys
do
want
you
to hear
have?
that there too.
Oh,
but,
definitely, man.
Clue me in.
Tell us the story. Tell us the story.
What do you do for a living?
Valentine's
Oh,
Day,
you're a sewer pipe
The way that I heard it was,
but you're a
started
cryptozoologist.
with this evil witch,
And I'm saying a sewer
okay?
pipe cleaner
And this
can't be a
evil witch,
cryptozoologist.
she was
There has to
starving
back
for
up on that.
attention, and even now she would
And you know, the whole
change
thing
her
with Fortean
appearance, stuff like
research
that,
is
none of the
that
guys
you
would
have
give her attention. So what she did, she concocted
field
this
is
spell.
Oh, no, I'm good.
She went by that any man that
with
didn't give her attention,
wannabes
she would steal their heart
and fortune seekers.
bloody
People
hearts
really
all
think
over
they're
the
going to make a
place.
fortune.
So that's how Valentine's Day.
I've been asked 1,000 times, when are you going to
hear
write
more
a
of
book?
these stories there
Ain't
tonight.
gonna happen.
I have a guest
I'm not writing any
coming
book.
on with
Ain't
me
gonna
tonight
be no
on the
book.
delicious recipe
Ain't going to be nothing.
at 8
Maybe a
Eastern, 7
poster meaning
Central. Following this
set of skivvies or
Oh,
something.
who is this person? I've never heard of this. Oh, the cage
No
locker
book.
woman. Okay, I remember.
Would you show?
And you can't.
Would you show some leg on the
I remember
cover?
who she was.
Oh, yeah, a
The
little bit.
cage locker woman. She'll be with us later, ladies and gentlemen.
Kind of
Mike,
scary, so I
what's
gotta
up,
watch
babe?
out for Biden. But
Oh
anyway,
man, me.
you have
All right.
you have
Red
so
Pill
many
News every Thursday
people out there that
is going
are
to be.
honest
You know what?
and good researchers.
It's
They
actually
make sense.
an
They-
overwhelming
if they don't know
response I've
something,
gotten
they'll
to
ask.
this
They just don't
since I
wanna
changed
go,
format and
off
changed things up
and,
and
you know,
kind of backed away off of politics because politics is,
down the
for
block
me, has
screaming
just gotten
Bigfoot
so
or
just
UFO or
catch-22 boring, you know, round and round. It's like a
you know, I love the
merry-go-round for
pictures of
people
Bigfoot
who are
boats
like
where,
mentally
they're out in the field,
messed up.
right?
So, anyway,
They got
I'm
a
away
cigar
from
in their mouth,
politics. I like talking about this
no
stuff, man.
binoculars,
Red Pill
no
News
camera.
is like, I don't know. That's a good
Really
response.
nice
People
clothes.
are loving it, and we're all having a good
Spent a
time.
lot of money,
So
probably,
that's
you know,
Thursday, 8 p.m.
all the
Eastern, and then
clothing
Discovery Paranormal, man. In
that's
fact,
crazy.
I was going to invite Dell
All I
on
ever
this Discovery
wanted to do was
Paranormal or the
people
next
really
one.
wanted to
Because I'm going
find
to talk
out the
about
truth.
unreality, the reality
And,
of
you know,
unreality,
without evidence,
and
there's no
how
evidence.
quantum physics. Quantum physics
people can sit
experiments
there
are
and tell you
showing
stuff,
that
and
the reality we see is not the
I've
one
spent
that
more
we
time
really
listening to people
know.
on the
You know,
telephone
that's just
or
the one that
at a
we know, but
conference
it's not the real reality.
where
Put it that way.
I just
So
started to get a
interesting
headache and had to walk out.
stuff.
Sounds good.
Tuesday, 8 p.m.
That's just
Eastern,
me.
man.
I guess
Hmm.
I'm a little weird
If Del
when
can
it
get
comes
out of
to
his
this
cage,
stuff. I just,
if she can't get you out of the cage,
from
just
day
put a
one, I just
microphone
wanted
in
to
there
know
or
the
something.
I know. I know.
See,
What
but
Ben was
that's-
earlier. He must be
That's
happy.
your
wanna-
reality, man.
But what about
know,
What's
what
going
about,
on with our
you know,
fundraiser
the one
for
thing
Dell?
that
I
I
thought we were
think
having a fundraiser.
does this entire
Yeah.
field
And
a
actually-
disservice, and I'll get your
some
opinion
woman
on this.
offered to adopt
All
him
right,
and bring him
is
to
the
Nova
fact
Scotia.
that
I said, baby, that might be
We're
colder.
conducting a lot of opinion.
How
We're
big
not
is her
conducting a lot of
cage?
research.
Is it a bigger
You
cage?
take the
I wouldn't
Bigfoot
monkey
field.
branch
There's
up.
people out
You know
there
what?
who
I'd
believe
watch
we're
out.
dealing with the North American
I
monkey.
would watch out for
There's
those
people
lateral
who believe
moves,
that
man.
we're dealing
If
with
you
the
get a
great
monkey
ape,
branch,
or
get that bigger
we're dealing
cage.
with
You know what I mean?
Gigantopithecus, or
That's a bigger-
or
that's a
anything,
bigger-
and they're
bigger
shutting
body of
down
water surrounding,
areas
the
where we
maritime
can't
center.
even
Yeah, I was
go
gonna
yet.
say it's
I
a
mean,
bit
even with
cold
the
out near the
paranormal.
Atlantic.
I mean, you can get some Class A
High
evidence on
winds,
video,
it is a
and there'll
bit
be somebody
chilly.
saying, "Well, can't you see the string
Yeah.
there?" And there was no
Yeah.
string. You
Have to
know,
grow
there's
the beard
always
back.
somebody there to shoot down evidence because they want or
Oh
don't
man, see, I
want
keep mine in
somebody
the
to
wintertime.
get a
Even-
leg
even
up
if I
on.
didn't get that cold down here. I keep mine in the wintertime.
I'm
well,
gonna
that's true.
have to need a sponsor
mean,
from Helly Hansen thermal underwear and stuff like that.
I don't, you know,
Just putting it out
we
there,
get
right?
contacted by a lot of
I mean, it's
researchers,
interesting.
whether
We're
it's
getting ready
to
to bring
look
on
at
a new show. I was
photographs
talking to them
or,
about it today.
you know,
And,
put them in the right
doing like home
direction or tell
improvement
them where to
stuff.
find
One of the things we're
something,
going to be doing is showing
you know,
people
maybe
how to
something that we
winterize
did
their,
in the
not
past that they were interested in.
Even though I do it for a living, I'm not going to get on air and talk about it.
I mean, I get stuff from England,
talking
Germany,
to
France,
enough customers about that crap.
Poland,
I was looking at
Spain.
roof bids earlier before I called all
I
of
just got
y'all.
an envelope here from England the other day.
In case you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be 18 where I live tonight. 18, and I live exactly 80 yards from the golf exit.
It makes me feel
Literally,
good.
You can walk out my door, look at the bayou, look down the bayou, and see golf. And you're thinking, really? How can it possibly be getting that cold in this little
There's
decade?
not one of us on this panel who feels sorry for you right now. Just saying.
Oh, look, I know you can do it. Y'all freeze y'all's cocoons.
I was just thinking that. I was just thinking, like, good. That's good.
Some of the books that are out there, which are
I said what we were all thinking.
It's
everyday life,
I
man.
gotta take us poor Southerners.
I don't know.
Welcome to our world.
It's disheartening sometimes. Try not to think that way.
I got a friend of mine who used to go by Fur and Cruiser.
There'll be good researchers that come up with the
hey, man, there you are. Speak up, baby.
information
I heard Ben.
or the evidence that's needed to prove something.
And I'll let
No matter what field it's in.
Child, so you heard it here first. We were on earlier, I think. That's
really
our normal slot Mondays. I like listening.
Some
to
researchers
about the
really believe that the way they're going about it is the right way to do it.
I understand that my living room that I'm sitting here,
I read one report
that I'm sitting in, is really only here.
This is his report
I
that he made public.
It's not
the
really
witness's
the
name,
room.
address,
It's my
phone
concept
number,
and my perception and my personal idea of comfort and convenience, but it's not really here.
To sue him
and so I'm here, but I'm not really here unless other people decide to give me recognition.
That I actually just
if we're talking about
the guy, and I knew him for many years.
I'm
just
getting
said,
guys.
this is wrong. You were wrong. This isn't the way it's done.
Reptilians and all this stuff you guys are talking about, because as one of the panelists said earlier, politics is sure getting pretty. Well, I can't say the word on. I can't say the whole word on the radio, but I'll just dime them out. And y'all,
it's interesting you brought that up, Ben, because we brought back UFO Paranormal Radio. We still have United Public because that's where we get all the good guests at. But UFO Paranormal is actually back in operation and been steady moving on. I mean, it's last I checked, I think it was up to about 800 or 900 followers on YouTube, and it's hourly. He was doing, I think, 1,400, 1,500. So it's not doing bad for just over there by itself. And nobody advertises. Nobody in the station even talks about it.
By doing that.
The aliens that are on this planet, if that's what they're called.
Yeah, you don't give out somebody's personal information.
Like we,
that is for sure.
Talk, do they talk to each other
that is so amateur that it's kind of disgusting that that's even happened. But Butch, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. Strange Days with Butch Witkowski happens near the end of every month here on Spaced Out Radio, where we bring in Mr. Witkowski from UFOcop.com, and we talk about the strange, weird subjects of the day, of the month.
They're watching us watch each other.
Which is wound up tonight. We'll see if we can keep that going right here on Spaced Out Radio.
Bored going, oh my God, can't these humans figure this out already so they can go back to playing and causing trouble and blowing shit up? Right now, we're not even blowing shit up. Think about it. We're just behaving.
Well, for many years, I thought that if there were aliens here, they probably only.
I tell you, I'd hate to be your pillow later. You're going to be punching the shit out of it.
Say I'm lost.
Actually, they come here to listen to my show.
ID Swagger, how are you? Dolly, thank you for that amazing super chat.
Call in
love,
every
my
once
friend.
in a while, send in some things, make some donations.
Thank you very much.
Last time they made it some weird
All right, Butch, I just got to do my little promo here because it is that time of the night where we try and figure out which beard oil to use.
I think they call it cocaine.
From Mighty Moose Beard Oil, MightyMooseBeard.com. I've got the winter blend. I've got the original.
I think they call that color. I think it's called Colombian White.
In the chat room on YouTube. Which one do I use? Help me out here. Help me out. Because my beard needs it. Now, Dirty Filth says the original.
You better watch out.
The winter blend. It smells very pepperminty.
Yeah, I'll feel sorry for it.
All right, couple. Let's go with the original. First two
what are we? It's probably about 85 right now or something, 75.
No, this used to be the asthmatic,
throw a few drips on the old hand like that.
Entire continental Western United States.
Rub it together,
but because of climate change, everybody hears the barometric changes. Everybody's in pain. But the sun is out.
My beard
and
feels
you can go
great.
Outside and, it's maybe
remember,
60,
this is all in
degrees.
Canadian dollars.
And of course, in
Mighty Moose Beard, Gary the
Dutchman.
You never get a deal from a Dutchman, but Gary the Dutchman.
Nobody buys.
If you use the promo code SOR2019, he's going to give you a deal.
I usually don't hear either, but this year it's been a little cold. Actually, that's going to be January.
Great
We've been getting cold right after Christmas and staying cold up until the end of February, which is odd for us, because usually our January temperatures average 64 degrees in the wintertime, so ain't been doing that shit this year.
Just like that. All natural. No, it is not made of
moose. As cold as the year I bought this house.
But if you go to MightyMooseBeard.com,
use
like
promo code SOR2019,
I'm
like, whoa,
Gary the Dutchman's going to give you a deal.
I shouldn't be seeing nothing like that. Maybe a little icicle an inch long.
Make sure you check it on out today. MightyMooseBeard.com. All right, I'm done.
I was like, this is ridiculous, man.
Feel great
now. I see later on tonight, and about when we get off air,
just wonderful.
I'm gonna go out there and turn the hose on a fine mist.
Should try some on your leg hair there,
Butch.
Butch.
Icy wonderland all the way across those 4 or 5 acres of land.
Hey, Delta 8, how are you?
Bastard got snow. How do you get snow? The rest of us got rain and slush.
Like 3 minutes.
One year I made it so bad, I had the icicles hang up the tree so bad, it broke half the tree in half. I just pulled the tree down. Yeah, I still hear that the other way.
Then I
actually, there was an interesting.
I got some iced tea going right now here too.
A little while ago, with the freezing temperatures happening further down in the south, and they were showing this guy that had a alligator or crocodile farm, and all the crocodiles had the ice was all frozen over, and all their snouts were just sticking out of the ice. And the farmer had to go around and break the ice around their.
Yeah, my beard smells great now.
I guess suffocate.
Thanks, Gary the Dutchman.
In the water.
Well, they get stuck. What happens is they got their nose up there
brother
breathing
Eugene, how you
move,
doing, man?
Ice forms around. They can't get their snout
Love
down.
Love it when you're
here.
They Love it.
So they go break them up so they can move. Yeah, it happens. It's a weird thing that we're seeing that kind of cold down here. But I was telling my partner this morning. He said, "What are you going to do tomorrow?" So I ain't doing nothing. I said, because right now my yard is covered in water, which means tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. when it's 18 degrees, it's going to be covered in ice. So, if I go backing out in my car, it's just going to be like snow skiing in my car. I'll be just cruising around the ice.
The booking guy.
Until I finally either hit a house or
let's get Brother Eugene back on the show if we have any days in March, because it's been a long time since I've had Eugene on talking about near-death.
That'll be the floods.
But then Thursday, we're right
I'd like
back
to get him back on.
It's going to be raining and sleeting
because he's just amazing.
28 degrees again. So I'm like, okay. And then, but soon I'll be bitching, going, oh,
that would be great if we could.
God, just shoot me. But I got to say, the summers haven't been as bad. They've been 94, 96, 80, 90% humidity. Usually they're
Eugene Braxton, right above you in your comment.
Just shoot me,
Brother
now,
Eugene.
Get it over.
Those are perfect temperatures. Like, I usually go at the camp, heat up the sauna, and just jump in the lake.
All right, big thank you to Dolly, Emily, a.k.a. Alaska's greatest athlete.
I haven't done that in a long time. It really hasn't gotten cold enough down here to do that in a long time.
Fabster and Major Lee.
You just go up north a little bit from here. It's pretty cold.
For the amazing super chats tonight. Thank you for taking good care of this show.
But anyway,
we really do appreciate the love that you give us. And
it's not just
thank you to everyone who's new, who's hit that subscribe button. We were trying to get to 15,000 subscribers before May 24th, which is my birthday. Hey, Noble Patrick, how are you?
It's nice.
And
toasty.
Let's try it. Hit that thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways, ring that bell, and we're like a telethon. Where are we going? Higher. Where are we going? Higher. All right, 5 seconds till Butch is back.
It's a weird kind of mix of temperatures in the house right now. But Chihuahuas don't even want to get on the floor. They're like scared to be popsicles by the time they get to the living room. They're like, okay, carry me, Daddy, carry me. It's too cold to walk.
Poor baby.
Speaking of dogs, we drove past the Greyhound bus station, and I noticed that there are no Greyhound logos on the outside of the bus.
We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate all tuning on in. We welcome back everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. Remember, you can check out our archives for free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. Butch, I want to ask you something as we bring Butch Witkowski back in for Strange Days. His website, UFOcop.com.
Does Ben know that Stephanie passed away?
Week.
Oh, no.
Who believes that Bigfoot,
she gone.
Sasquatch, whatever you want to call her today here in North America, is a very deadly creature, and we should not be approaching this creature at all, because it will quickly tear our arms off and eat us, or just
push it to ground.
Be kind of mean, even if you do bring in a treat.
I'm pretty sure it's because Stephanie didn't like to take
medicine.
This? Even when we were friends, she used to take like blood pressure medicine and stuff like that. So this was probably preventable. People listening, this is probably preventable.
Shame, man.
Yeah, it is. But she was hard-headed and stubborn, and she thought she always knew best, and that's just how it is when you're like that. I'm hard-headed, but at least I know, every now and then you got to go to the doctor. But anyway, I want to get on this topic.
That's kind of bizarre. I mean, with all the thousands of sightings that have gone on over the years, that there hasn't been an attack of some sort, or like you said, somebody got their arms ripped off.
Patrice got fired by Stephanie.
Of the fatalities that
last I heard, Patrice was on a different network.
Have been done by
I'm not going to mention their name, but she was on a different network, and that was the last I heard of her. But I told her if she would have wrote to me in the beginning, I said, just write to me, we can talk about this, but I never got anything from her. So I figured she was just pissed that I was into that.
As everybody knows.
But how Stephanie was. She was no nonsense, man. She didn't put on no shit. If you didn't do what she wanted you to do, your ass's job was on the line.
That's basically
she fired you a couple times as she could have.
From what I read. But
I'm just saying, matter of fact, one of the things we got a big fight we got into, I said, you don't own this place, Chip. Calm down.
I just saw in the chat here about the trappers back in the 1800s.
Who wrote that just now?
Other means. But thank you. There are a couple guys that researched that. I mean, they really went into that.
Be specific. There's like 7, 8 women on the network.
And
you're going to be specific. Yeah. None of them are. We don't bring wimpy women on the network. No. We have alpha women. Some more alphas than others, but still, we have all alpha.
Definitely,
Yeah, don't take whoever wrote that. Don't take that the wrong way. But I'm serious. I'm not into them.
Meleeed all over.
I'm just not into wimpy chicks.
A bear will kill you, but a bear will eat you.
But you remember who it is, just write to me and
I really haven't heard
about it. But anyway, tonight we're going to be talking about different gadgets. This little thing here. Let me blind right quick. Ooh, look at that. Okay, see that? Let's say 79 degrees.
I never saw it.
Let's see what my floor says at my house right now. Let's shoot that like so.
A lot of
shoot down like so. So my floor says it is 48.5 degrees. My ceiling out of vent says it is 81 degrees.
But
so I don't know. About a 35 degree discrepancy between my floor and
so you have a fan? Like put a fan so it blows around?
Reports are very sketchy.
They're on
for the amount of people that say they've seen or tracked or heard or whatever.
But these little things, this one right here, now this is
anything else
max 700 degrees. I got one that's max 2400 degrees. And this one is minus 30 degrees Celsius. So
kind of mundane.
I mean, minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
They make the
minus 22 degrees Celsius. But didn't cost much, about $40.
Whatever.
And if you look on the little side here, I don't know if y'all can see it.
Even with the bipedal,
see the little scale thing. So the further you are away from something, the wider area it covers. So if you're scanning like a room, and all of a sudden you get a drop of 33 degrees, it'll tell you on the side at what distance, how wide that area is. So you've got it. If it's like a 2 foot wide thing, 6 foot tall, you've got something that fits in the unit size. If it's wider or bigger, it could be some kind of area around your house. Because I went to my paranormal friends one time. I walked them in a house in New Orleans. So most of these houses in New Orleans are 100 plus years old. Some of them 200 plus. So when you're walking through a device with this, like through the walls, you're going to see cold spots, and sometimes you're going to see really big drops in temperature. mainly because there's nothing in the wall,
I guess what I'm trying to
there's
say
something
is
coming up from the bottom, or something, or an air conditioning leak into a wall or something. But it does show a drastic difference. But it's not a ghost. So it's not the only tool. So it's a good tool, but it helps. I mean, you can scan through. So now if you got that and EFM,
I know one guy that
electric
gifting at the
magnetic field finder. You can have both of them. You know what works too good, and I hate to say this.
Sometimes
we use this little magnetized level thing. It's about yay big.
Sometimes it doesn't.
It's got a little tiny magnet in it, and when you're walking through a field, it will actually stand straight up when it catches a magnetic field. You know what it costs people? $1.50.
Probably doing that till he croaks.
Yeah, and with that and that, you can find a ghost pretty easy in the house. And you're not even putting out a bunch of money.
You have to.
Now, you can go to any ghost hunter site and they got one box of seeing does a 4 combination. And these has a oscope in it, which is interesting for finding different types of fields. Yeah, about $400, $500.
And you've got to.
But if you take all the equipment in there and you buy it, it's only going to go, like if you went to a Harbor Freight or something like that, it cost you probably about $100, $125 for those 5 different types of sensors. It's all common stuff.
You just really have to get a feel for the person you're talking to.
Are ghosts, and you understand them to be transient entities, or are they pretty much anchored to a location for a specific reason?
We got experts on the network for that. Not so much me, like Michelle and Amelia and Laura Lee.
Well, until there is
really like
a body,
absolutely nothing. But I'm interested in. And I'm joining the conversation, so forgive me. I'm not.
I tell you what, I do know. I have heard of anchored ghosts, and I'll turn this over to the panel in a second. So I have heard of things being anchored.
Yes,
I've heard of things that move around. I've heard things that follow families around, like that horrible one who used to rape that woman all the time.
Felt a lot of fear. Obviously, with any type of society, we see this with animals, whether it's lions, whales.
Dell looks so innocent down there.
There is always the rogue pod or the rogue animals that were maybe kicked out of their groups that just seem to be very angry, disconnected, and disenchanted with everything around them. Could we have those segregations of Sasquatch as well?
Even though I'm a long way from them, still that might be
resistance. It happens in the whole animal kingdom.
Well,
you could have
I'll say
lion
how
give
I
birth
view
to a
this
couple
here
cubs.
Is that
they'll
I think
keep
with
one and abandon
ghosts,
the other.
I think they can be. That's such a broad term on things there. I think there's spirits that are attached to items. I think there's spirits that are attached to areas. I think there's spirits that are attached to people. I think people can conjure spirits.
Their way,
and then when you get into the whole thing of going further than that, are some of these spirits actually entities? Are these some things that angels, demons? Like it's such a broad term to put in there. So I think the big thing is that what a lot of these paranormal investigators do is they go out to find out what type of entity or happening is going on there, so then they can basically deal with it or understand the situation.
Some of the
that
simplest
gives
things.
it sort of a semi-answer.
Okay.
It's just.
Okay.
Oh,
that's kind of weird that people want to make them more human-like in their actions than they are.
Before it realizes that it could be a physical entity with all 5 senses. All it has to do is decide.
I don't believe it's
Call 1-888-FARMERS to switch, and you could save an average of $470 on your auto insurance. That's a lot of money in just a few minutes. With savings like that, you could be lounging on an impractical amount of ornate and overpriced throw pillows you bought for your couch. But you won't, because you're better with money than that. That's why you're calling us in the first place. Call 1-888-FARMERS to get a quote today.
We are farmers. These an average nationwide annual savings survey data July to December 2020. Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate. Products not available in every state.
What makes community coffee different isn't just how long we've been around. It's how far we're willing to go in pursuit of the perfect cup. We select the finest beans and use 4 generations of roasting experience to give you a rich, delicious flavor. Look for us at your grocery store and online at communitycoffee.com.
To them, it's free will.
This goes into the whole thing is that
although there are a lot of stories out there,
it doesn't kidnap
people, it doesn't eat people.
Individually look at time and space as it's relative to us.
There's never been
anything else that's going is going to be relative to them. To put into context into what goes on through your experience might not be the same as somebody else's there. Time and space,
like an enigma.
as far as we know, it has no meaning to the rest of anybody else.
Okay.
I would sooner think.
That's Michael. Michele.
Yes.
The type of reports.
When it comes to physics, you make me real.
And probably have
it's like the song, you know. And when it comes to ghosts, it's the same as physics, right? And the more that I learn about physics, the more that I understand the paranormal. So it all stems from that. And I think that people need to start paying attention.
Let's get to a couple
I don't think people can wrap their head around.
Gun Squatch,
you know, I mean, just
Butch,
say physics
have
is
you
kind of a
heard
broad
of any
term,
reports from Erie County,
physics,
Pennsylvania,
you know?
where
We're
Bigfoot-type
talking about
creatures have acted
the
aggressively
opposite of this world.
or
So anything can be. Anything is possible. The thing, you know, and then the tangible is not so tangible. The things that you think are solid are not really solid. You know, they're all frequencies, and they're all you know, some kind of like thing that's put together. It's actually a very limited scope if you think about the speed of light and what happens within it.
Early in the season,
so
there weren't many people
when
there.
I do a paranormal investigation, we've run into all kinds of entities. You know, we run into the earthbound ones who refuse to leave for whatever reason. There are some that they don't even know they're dead, and they're in a spot, and you know, they don't think that they're dead. You know. And maybe they think you're the ghost or something. I don't know. You know, but then there's the visitation ones.
You know, all that kind of stuff.
There's also visitations. You know, a holiday, Christmas, you know, like birthday. You know, you might have these people come around, these spirits to visit you. You have dreams, or you have the feeling, or you know, maybe you just start sparking up talking about them all of a sudden when you have no reason to. So little bits like that, but there's a lot that we don't understand, and that's why I do the show, and that's why we keep going forward, you know.
All right.
Everybody
Next
here on the network, I
comes
think,
from
right?
Justin,
we all want to know more.
Butch, what do you think
so
then
that's kind
of
where it
the
is for me.
Canyon incident with the prospectors at Mount St. Helens in Washington State?
She makes me nervous when she's calling. I'm thinking
Dell's
getting
booked in that area. I mean,
she's on.
A lot more than people think.
She's on PetSmart. She's on PetSmart in the clearance section looking for deals.
That they saw or whatever.
Maybe she wants to get Dell some like studded collar.
I got a light up
sheer number of reports in that area. I mean, there's
ooh,
hundreds of them in that area.
Fancy.
That's why it's called Eight Canyon.
You asked about angry spirits, and you also asked about
that area, though, didn't get quite wiped out during the Mount St. Helens eruption 40 years ago.
Well, for the first part, for angry spirits, the one thing that always really upsets me is I think it's a good thing with the fact that with all these paranormal shows that it's bringing the paranormal into the mainstream conversation. But what people don't realize is reality TV is not reality. And not everything is demon. Demons are very rare. And then you got to look at, you know, as an angry spirit, and I've said this many times, and I know Michelle and most of us have, but
there's no way of proving
you think about that. Say, for example, person A passed away very tragically, very quickly, doesn't even realize he passed away, okay? And so they head along on their merry way back into their home, but they can't understand, why is nobody able to seem to hear me or see me, whatever it may be. All of a sudden these strangers move into your home, and you're doing whatever you can to get these people out, right? But nobody can hear you, nobody can see you. Well, you hear a lot of this too when people start renovating. That's when things get really, really crazy a lot of times. Think about it. If you were earthbound for whatever reason, you chose not to cross the other side, or you didn't realize you were dead, whatever the reasons may be, what are you going to do to stop somebody taking your house apart? Strange people in there, ruining it, pulling it apart, reorganizing, whatever it may be. So,
you're called Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice.
Yeah, you'd be like I do.
In their research area. And it was at night.
Yeah, I bring them beignets.
And they heard something walking through the woods.
That I think Del was right when he said that. Did you hear that, Doug? Right.
Out of the woods.
See, Del, you mark that occasion.
Look, he passed out. You
military,
said he passed
camouflage,
out.
MP4.
He instinctively ran back to his crate when she said that. He knows he's bad.
For real.
I know, bad.
They're looking at him.
He's back in the crate.
Oh my
He's looking at them.
No, but
they don't know what to say. And the words that come out of his
I don't
mouth
think
is,
any of us know all the answers until we go back home, if you will, ourselves.
I don't know of
Michael
anybody
said,
that hunts
but
bear
I
with an
think
MP4 machine gun.
there is no time and space on the other side.
Or
We
would
don't know
dress
how time
in
passes.
camouflage
We don't even
and
know
night
that,
vision
you know,
goggles,
you
all
go to a lot of
that
these
stuff.
haunted locations that
I
are
just
just
don't
an
see that
absolute
happening.
wreck, for example. How do we know that it
So
doesn't look exactly the same way
swear
it
and
did
declare
when they were
that's what
alive?
happened.
So I think it doesn't matter when they get to the realization or, for whatever reason, decide all of a sudden, holy cow, I don't have to stay here. I can leave or have somebody help them cross over, whatever.
One of my favorite questions when I'm in a situation like that, asking questions,
have you
do
ever
you see things how it was for you, or do you see things how it is now?
No.
And the answers are all varied, but interesting that you said that.
Or the fact you know what, I think that we should treat all spirits the way we would treat anybody that we knew alive, when they were alive, because
that mean and nasty, really?
No, but when I'm talking,
I'll treat them nicer than that.
And try and provoke, or they'll say, when did you die? You know you're dead, right? And a lot of people I know got the answer back, no, you're dead.
Is it possible?
So
that you got to visit somebody?
Right?
You talking about Zach? Those idiots on Travel Channel? I see the Travel Channel changes up, and now they're putting people on Discovery Plus, and they're putting food cooking shows on the Travel Channel.
Or know of that said that he
interesting.
Encountered them.
To get better leadership. But no, I think that we should treat spirit the same way that we would treat a fellow human being, with respect and kindness. And again, like you said, Michael, asking what does this look like from your perspective on the other side, versus assuming that they're seeing what we're seeing or feeling what we're feeling or whatever that may be. That's the short and long of the answer for me.
What's that like to receive that phone call?
Interesting.
It's kind of weird because
we got one more.
The number didn't come up on my phone.
All right, first we got some weirdness being taken.
It's one of my notes.
I gotta let the boss get in here. I don't want to get no trouble.
Yes, they said you were right, Del. They said you ran back to Pete Creek because they said you were right.
Get a smelling something.
Yelling,
go ahead.
Had to go and check in and make sure that the gnome didn't go and steal all my
involved in those type of investigations. So
his chew bone. Gotta watch out for that chew bone.
So they just hung up, and that was the end of it.
I need better drugs for these shows.
Armando is asking, why no Bigfoot remains, skeletons, or droppings? Why do tracks stop suddenly?
Hell yeah.
My thing was, why is it always a right foot, and why is there only ever one?
I do that kind of stuff.
Sure.
But what was that?
Joe's got his Colombian whites going on.
I mean, it's just when you mention that to one of these
little Panama red,
first thing they say is, well, they're interdimensional. So
you mean Canadian red, right?
If they see you, they
no Panama. Panama red, Colombian white. That sounds very Canadian, doesn't it?
Bright white light.
Get the red, get the white.
There are a lot of reports.
Are we talking about wine?
Under 100, but there's still a lot of them where people see a bright white flash of light in the wooded area, and then they see a Bigfoot, or the opposite, they see a Bigfoot, and there's
say red and white, I think wine.
Flash of light, and they're gone. I'd like to delve more into that, but
you should tell these people the damn ghost.
Ghosts.
A lot of people also
energy can be
claim to see these orbs, daylight, nightlight, or nighttime. Pardon me. These blue orbs around the forest. Have you looked into that?
You're looking at why would spirits be grounded? Well, maybe like everybody else has been saying, maybe they don't know they're dead. There's a theory that when you die very quickly, let's say in a car accident or a murder, that you get shocked out of the body. That would be a theory as to why they don't necessarily realize that they've passed on. I've just worked, a situation recently, and one spirit was grounded, and the other one seems to have been yanked before impact even happened. So she was one was safe, one wasn't. Sometimes spirits they can be inhabiting the same space, and they don't even ever come across one another. So then we can step. It is, yeah. I've run across it many times. So then let's get into the type of cases that I work. I don't really work a whole lot of human spirit cases. I work a lot of malevolent cases with entities that mimic human beings to try to get an invitation into the home. And those are interdimensional, or they can be what we would call demonic, extraterrestrial, many different levels.
And I'm on the radio. That's my take. Am I in the right spot?
Now, can you send them to people? Asking for a friend, of course.
Yes. Yes. Want to learn how?
So, what's that all about? And that was a blue light.
You have like a 10-step program?
And it was in a wood.
Something easy.
It could be done.
As a matter of fact, it was some power.
I'm going to be attending a seance to send some recently dead person to visit Michael.
The Ronald Penton. Gosh knows, we got about 3.5 minutes.
She was already here, man. We were doing the show. Somebody kicked the thing right in front of me. I'm like, I got a desk in front of me, and there was like something next to it. Something kicked, like boom. I was like, what the hell was that?
There was no zipper on the door.
When we were just talking about it.
Old canvas.
So yeah, Stephanie
military type deal, where you just had ties
and stick her on somebody.
Tied
no, I'd be too scared to get on me.
You're gonna be waking up to that face. She's gonna be like, Joe.
It was canvas. It was very heavy canvas.
You're gonna be waking up to Stephanie, dude.
But and you can see that.
You're gonna risk that, buddy.
The way it had weathered.
Don't give me that.
There was no zipper on the tent. There was only one entrance, and that was looking at the tent from where they cut out.
Me after he drank a half a bottle of wine.
There was no
entrance.
You gotta say it was a good interview.
Getting back to Bigfoot.
Oh my
God. How do we process whether or not this creature is from here? Because there's a lot of outlandish reports out there, theories that it's from another planet, from Mars, from Mondak that blew up, from all over the universe.
She was a character.
It's a memorial show.
It's
just too far fetched.
Her and Lily didn't really get to meet each other and get along. They would have been like a dynamic duo.
I think.
Oh man, they would have been Laverne and Shirley on the air.
They've been around long. There's a lot of stuff.
It would have been interesting, at least, because they both were opinionated.
Nobody believed that there was
I'm learning a lot.
Lower jawbone was it, I think.
The question is there any difference from a human being that's been a traumatic incident, accident, whatever you want to call it, occurrence, that's having an out-of-body experience?
New creatures that were thought to be extinct.
Is there any difference?
There was just a fish that
I don't know. Is there? Michelle, what do you think? You went last week the first time.
I've never been a ghost, so I don't know. So I'll be honest. But
with nature, anything can go. I've heard the stories of Bigfoot seen flying in saucers.
Yes, but can we compare it to a ghost? I don't know. You're just comparing the energy leaving the body or out of the physical. You could still see things that are going on. You can look down at your body. You can see, you can travel. I mean, people astral travel all the time, go wherever they want. A spirit, who isn't grounded could go.
That said, the humans who are resonating at your level of vibrations, who are aware of your presence in their experience.
You do believe, though, that we are still looking for something that,
how are they taking?
Creatively speaking,
well,
may
some
not
people
be from
could even see individuals who do remote viewing. And they could hear people who are doing remote viewing. So I imagine if you're very tuned in and you leave the body, you could definitely
nice to know.
See
nice to know.
A spirit or
when
feel
we come
an
back,
energy.
Butch. Let's get into some strange cases you've been working on recently, because we have Butch Witkowski for another 30 minutes here on Spaced Out Radio before we get to the SOR News Wire and the Thought of the Day. Man, Butch,
so they were mapping
fired up tonight. If you've been wondering where Butch's crankiness has been, he's unleashed it tonight, and we love him for it. That's why we bring him on once a month here for Strange Days on Spaced Out Radio. More with Butch Witkowski in Hour 3 next on Mars, on the mighty SOR.
Pretty amazing in of itself, right? Then he identifies 3 pyramids on Mars. And then, so the agent's like, go back a million years for me. And then the psychic goes back a million years. And he's talking about, he's talking about people, how they're dressed, how they look, how they're tall and thin, the buildings, how they look, and just really being descriptive. So the agent's like, okay, now go inside one of these buildings, and the guy did. And then he's like, there's somebody in the room with me. So the agent's like, try to talk to them, try to communicate with them. So they tried, and he said, they know that I'm here, but I think that they think I'm some kind of figment of their imagination. But think about it, if all this is true, and you can can go back a million years. You can have some kind of connection. That's quantum physics right there, where there is no time. No time binds you in quantum physics. So if that's true, it changes the game for everything, right? But just to me, you look it up online. It's very interesting to read because there was a lot back and forth between the agent and this medium. But wow, I really like. I'm just like, wow, let's look at this because it felt right. What they were saying, felt right. Do you know what I mean? Like when you hear information and it feels right, or you see some kind of paranormal stuff, and it just feels right to you, So I don't know. Interesting stuff, though.
That's great.
I want anything you want. T-shirts, hoodies, hats, coffee mugs, you name it, we can get it. So do your shopping by supporting the story.
It's comfortable, but you can't prove it.
At the SOR Vault today.
Yep.
That's right.
That's the interesting thing about the quantum physics, and that's even what they're talking about.
We are scouring the world for the most intriguing stories of your day.
That the end bit is in superposition, so it could be either a 0, a 1, a 1, 0, or a 0, 1, and the way of speeding up calculations.
Along with some stories that will blow your mind from the weird to the wacky.
They're showing a lot more stuff with this astral projection or transference of energy. The military in the U.S. was experimenting with this with the Gateway Project, where they were actually teaching people how to get into a state of meditation where they would move the vibration of their body, that they can actually feel different things in their body, transfer heat in their body to different limbs, and then to get their body into a state of rhythmic cohesion or
we're looking for answers,
a
just
pattern
like you.
where they could
So fill out a Sightlines report on the Space Down Radio website, and let's figure out what's going on together.
And project themselves across the globe or off planet as well.
So
there was a lot of study that the military and Black Projects were doing, and there was a
The Space Travelers Club is a place where you can interact with other listeners, either live during the show or on our great forum. We want your stories, pictures, comments, and ideas.
And how
You'll
far
get
they
live video
progressed
streams, exclusive content, and be a part of our newsletter. Stay in touch with everything SOR.
Anybody can be trained to remote view. You don't have to be a psychic.
No, anyone can remote view. Being a psychic just allows you to do different things, like beyond viewing.
Like not everybody.
I've done shows.
Not everybody that was in contact with me would have been classified as exceptional, being a psychic or medium. Like Ian Buchanan, who there was that movie, The Men That Stare at Goats. It was based on the unit from the U.S. military. He still goes around training people. Said he's again, I've never seen it demonstrated, but I've watched many of his interviews, and he says that you don't want to make him angry. He is definitely one of those people that is like, he says, Drew Barrymore from Firestarter, extremely telekinetic, and he knows that. He says, no, but whether he is or he isn't, I can't say that, but we know that it's possible.
Yes, sir.
And same as remote viewing. Once you know how to do it, you can be taught how to do it. Some people are natural viewers and excellent at it. And then there's that, like I'm working with Dr. Chuck Kennedy. You know him, Michelle, you've had him on, probably most of us have many times. I've taken his program because I want to use my abilities to help find, missing children or help solve cold cases or
he's your guy. He'll teach you.
Breaking down international child trafficking rings and things like that. So, and he does that kind of stuff. He's got a really cool course.
Welcome to our show.
Long. And he gives you a bunch of stuff to train with. He's a pretty unique guy, that guy. But he's not the only one doing it. There's tons of people that are.
There's all kinds of remote viewers, and we all do it differently. I mean, I have to say, that Amelia is the probably the most gifted remote viewer I have ever met. I have remote viewers message me, off and on through the years, so often to come on board and work with me. And, I remote view to very limitedly. It's not a thing that's not my thing personally. I just say I need to be somewhere. I find myself there. I do what I have to do. That's it. There's no process to it for me. But with her, it's just the ability is natural. Butch. And it's just... I've been able to say, okay,
those are the best ones. The best.
They are, because I could say this is what I need, and I can say this is how I need this done, and she can do it. and I can tap into her. And I mean, like I said, I said this many times, I can tap in and hear her heartbeat. Like I said, this is what I need. Okay. And it's just like, yeah, bam, 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 bam. It's just having psychic ability, I think, just, allows you to go that extra step to physically do something in the space that you are viewing.
Yeah.
But viewing, yeah, easy. It's great. I won't say it's easy. It's easy once you realize, like, God, how did I not know how to do that?
I've been doing this forever, right? Didn't even realize that.
Exactly. If I would have known it was that easy, I would have done this a long time ago. But it's just getting there. Yeah. Right? Yeah.
I know nothing.
I want to say a big thank you to Dolly, Emily, Jenny, T.H., Fapster, and Major Lee for those fantastic super chats tonight. It really helps out what we do on this show on a nightly basis. Thank you to everybody new tuning us in. Please hit that subscribe button as we are pushing for 15,000 listeners and subscribers by May 24th. Here we go.
What do you say to the questions that I'm asking? Well,
if you'd like to connect with us, head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott, SOR.
Here we go, kicking off the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears, especially those listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. Remember, you can check out all of our archives for free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club.
Remote viewers are people who can pick a destination and
is
find
your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password.
And you don't have to go by my
right
standards.
here
The
on
military has their own standards.
Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. For the final time tonight, from UFOcop.com, we bring in Butch Witkowski. Butch joins us near the end of each month for Strange Days, where we get into everything weird, strange, and obscure about the month that was. Butch, thank you so much for joining us.
It'll block them out, but it will not block the telepath out, because the telepath
it's always
is
a
actually
pleasure to have
physically
you here.
in the head of the individual.
Even though we're still, for the most part, locked down from
solid
going into places,
steel,
what are some of the strange
chemicals,
stories
that
you are getting in reports
to
from
block
people
them out? The Russians learned how to block us out a long time ago. That's why we never ever killed anybody or find anything of any consequence with remote viewing since World War II. That's why. And those are facts. You look them up for yourself. The military, our military, in 1990,
a lot of snow.
Air Force, Navy, and Army denounced remote viewing and started a telepath program. The Air Force and Navy started some advanced telepath program. And it's because of the difference of information and the way the information can be found. Because a good telepath can get in somebody's head and follow them around. So if they're going to meetings or dinners or lunches or having sex with their old lady, the telepath knows it. They can tell them where they're at, when they're at, and what they're doing.
Very, very kinky.
But remote viewers don't have that kind of detail. And if people got this way, because there is a distinguish between the two.
It's been kind of slow.
There's always
been a lot of it has to do with the virus, people not being able to go out.
I'm just saying, it's why empaths are such talented individuals, because they can sense and feel it. But there are levels for everything. Each ability has its own limitations and its own good points. Because a telepath will tell you they would use a remote viewer to find the base, and then they'll infiltrate the base.
See what's going on.
That's been something the military has been doing for I can't even
for
tell
the
you
reports that people, who are pretty much predominantly spending time in their own home, are we seeing an increase in paranormal activity rather than UFOs?
I know telepaths have been around for a long time.
I would
think
say
about it, though.
more
Telepaths
UFO
have direct
activity.
information, whereas remote viewers don't.
Yeah, more UFO activity.
You have access to the person's head. What's in
lot
their
of
head,
it,
the codes, the doorknob codes, the house codes, where the car keys are, where the nuclear reactors stored.
Northern Pennsylvania,
it's all right
way
there in
north
one spot.
Pennsylvania.
But I remember when
southern
the
New York
military
State.
because I was doing coast to
But
coast.
that's
Matter
always
of fact,
New
that
York
thing was
State.
on coast to
Southern
coast.
New York State's always been a hot
And I was
spot
doing
anyway
coast to
for
coast, and
UFOs.
we were talking about the new plans for the government and why they were doing it.
What do you think the difference is between other years
27 years ago, 26 years ago?
With UFOs?
Can only imagine where
really
it's gone.
Believe people aren't getting out.
Think about it. They announced it. Maybe made 3 blips about it in 26 years. And does any of us know what the hell they're doing with these people locked up?
You're not going to want a lot of, I was going to say, you don't want a lot of people are not going to come forward as a telepath. I
really just think it's
in fear of being snagged.
Because they get snagged, you know it.
Exactly, either government or Vatican.
Pretty much standing home outside, rotten weather.
I was going to ask you guys.
It'll change. It always does.
Capable of protecting himself with what he has with his natural skill set. If he does not want to work
nice and quiet,
for a subversive government and oppressive government.
It doesn't matter. They know that you can do it. They take you. What are you going to do?
Yeah, well, that's why I'm wondering why there isn't more paranormal stories.
They'll use another telepath. Actually, I'll tell you exactly what they'll do.
They threaten your family, people that matter to you.
I really don't have an answer for that other than the fact that
they'll do it easy. This is easy. We learned how to do this early on. All they'll do is dart you.
They're all reruns from last year.
A little sodium amyl mixed, and then they'll use a really good hypnosis. There'll be a telepath, so they'll use a form of passive hypnosis through a telepath along with the drugs. Within 2 or 3 hours, you'll pretty much do whatever they tell you. They don't even have to threaten you. You will willingly do what they want you to do.
Jenny is asking,
it's not that hard. Most people are just not that strong-willed.
Stories out of Pennsylvania regarding the giant broad-top snake.
If it's a latent ability or ability they don't understand or something they're just starting to use,
I'm assuming
she's mentioning the one and if they bring them up against a good telepath who knows what their abilities are, what their limitations.
What makes Community Coffee different isn't just how long we've been around. It's how far we're willing to go in pursuit of the perfect cup. We select the finest beans and use 4 generations of roasting experience to give you a rich, delicious flavor. Look for us at your grocery store and online at communitycoffee.com.
Some people make a single cup of coffee, others an entire pot. At Community Coffee, we make ours with a commitment, because community isn't just our name, it's our mission. Find us at your grocery store or communitycoffee.com to learn more.
A good telepath can really break somebody's brain pretty easy, so
some type of
it's a dangerous game. So it's best if you are a telepath.
I'm just kind of Googling it because I've never heard
to be safe, and there are a few out there.
And apparently it's on Broad Top Mountain where large snakes have been spotted wherever Broad Top Mountain is.
Finds out if you're like
it's a serpent.
They're going to snatch your ass up. You can take that to the
species.
They may let you go,
famous
but you're going to be a willing
areas such as Gettysburg.
Of what they were, and if you are one,
seen in
there are rare ones
County
who can't be broken or can't have their mind altered, then they'll go through your family, just like Laura is about to tell you. They will tell you. You'll do this, so your son, daughter, granddaughter, grandkid, whoever.
So, what if your mind is really screwed up, man?
If you get a call about one of these broad top snakes,
and like you might, it's like going into like the bad parts of the
find someone else to do that.
Like your mind is so screwed up, they're like then this screws them up. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not allowed to be in the woods by myself.
I'm saying you turn thug. You turn psychic thug on them, man. Like you come to my mind as my playground, and then boom.
Butch, there's a story that just came out in the last 24, 48 hours
Joe Montaldo
about
told me to do this.
A UFO.
It was Joe Montaldo, I
earlier, where a flight near Albuquerque was buzzed by one of these tic-tac type.
He paid for me to be here.
Of objects.
In this whole
the pilots claimed that it looked more like a cruise, almost like a cruise missile that went right over their jet. We'll get more into that story when it comes to the news.
I want what I want. If I can get what I want, I might as well stay away from doing
airliners or even commercial or private flights.
Don't get me wrong. I've met
been going on that long, and we're just now hearing about them because pilots aren't afraid to report on them anymore.
She could tell you
is this
what you were thinking about when you were not only could she tell you what you were thinking, but she could tell you what you were going to think about. She would actually write it down and give it to somebody, and like a minute later, you would say it.
If you were a pilot making one of those reports,
and she was just really good as far as finding things or locating things. She was fabulous at it. But even she preferred to use a remote viewer to find it and for her to infiltrate it. It just worked better. It seemed, to put less stress on both sides for some reason.
most
so it worked real
changes
well.
have been since the
Yeah, but
military.
that makes sense, Joe.
Because you're not going to want a telepath to go find a baby buried in dirt, but a remote viewer could do that in a heartbeat.
Private pilots, no
But
problem.
it would be nice to
pilots
have that telepath when they do find a baby, because the remote viewer the telepath can pick up from there and find it. Lots and lots of
it works beautifully, because why not make the most of each other's gifts, right? If you can find somebody that works well together.
And
give them a shout.
there are people who are gifted. I'm sorry, I didn't cut you off.
There
are people who seem to be gifted on both sides. But that's a rare thing. It's usually one or the other. It's like a really good empath versus a really good telepath. Empaths for some reason are just, I like empaths, I'm not going to lie, people. I've met a few when I was younger. Oh my God.
Those type of encounters.
This is a G-rated show, so we can't talk about
36,000 feet, I believe.
Empaths are very talented. In a lot of ways, it can really help you if you have emotional problems, like what Mike was just talking about. If they found somebody who was messed up, they could bring in an empath. And an empath and a naturopath could actually help that person get back to normal life. Telepath could, but they would have to worry about like blocking and clipping shit out. That would be a whole different thing.
I guess
but all these arts are slightly different from each other. And they all have slightly different things that they do.
That we're going to see more of these, and
I've met a lot around. The only one I've really
some pilots will fly with GoPros in the cockpit now.
I have seen
it on 2 occasions. We're going to get some quality
but I've never
that
seen
may not be
anybody who could
military,
really control it. In other words,
but actually
I don't know
commercial
anybody
flights
who could go
coming out over this.
And squeeze Putin's brain.
Oh yeah,
little that vein in his brain until it pops.
You got everybody sitting.
Those don't seem to exist right now. And if they do, they must be very secret and very guarded and not being used for much. Because think about if Trump would have had access to a telekinesis. Kim Jong-un would be dead, King would be dead, Putin would be dead. All of a sudden, there would have been a rash of aneurysms across the world leaders. Merkel would have been dead, that moron Eagle in France would have been dead. He'd have killed all kinds of people. I'm just saying. So some technologies are we're just not there yet. And
a couple of questions coming from our chat room. Delta 8 Wizard is asking, Butch, do you have any more info on the Mothman sightings of O'Hare Airport?
But in our own realms, we do have 0 to 10, which I find most people.
Why would you kill those people? I wouldn't kill them. If I was going to rule the world, you need your Putins, you need your Xi Jinpings, you need the Kim Jong-un. They control their populations just fine. So if you have those super psychics, there's really no sense in killing people, man. You want to be able to have mass control, really. And if you want to find real remote viewers, you go to Vegas. Because that's where they hang out, man.
You're still seeing them. I can't even.
Yeah, I did a whole show on remote viewing. How to use remote viewing in Las Vegas. It's fascinating. There really is.
Remote view that 6, man. When the damn 6
people are giving it's pterodactyl.
So if it becomes 9,
it's a cheap Vegas. There really is.
High up in the sky, your vision can only determine so much.
Hire remote viewers and telepaths, or do they just hack each other?
They could be looking at any type of large.
How does that work?
They do all the above.
It would look like that.
They do all the above.
I honestly don't have an answer
they use telepaths when they can, but the problem with any of this is
like I said,
first off, the amount of telepaths running around the planet are finite. They're not oozing out all places. Don't get me wrong. Probably one in every 100,000, maybe in every 1 million people are a decent telepath. But a really good one, I mean, one that can really is unbelievably gifted, and that's probably 1 in 5 million or something. There are very rare, very few between. And if you would know if they weren't, because you would have more of these overnight millionaires, more of these people who just out of nowhere would have all kind of wonderful things. Our population hasn't reached that percentage where they really jumped into telepathy yet. Not yet. Maybe 100 years, maybe 500 years, maybe 5,000, maybe 500,000. I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm gifted, and I'm lucky in being in a gifted group of people, and there are quite a few telepaths that I know. But when I stretch that outside of the immediate group, it drops off dramatically. Like when we would go testing at the mall. So we go test the mall. We test 300 people, 400 people in a day, right? You might find one.
Long beaks, long tail.
There was days we didn't find anybody that could even get 50-50. And everyone should be able to get 50-50, by the way. But it's rare that even happens. There's more like 40-70, 30-70, 40-60. to the bad side, to the myth side.
Let's move on to a question from Gone Squatching.
So the
Butch, have
you
considered monitoring power lines or gas lines in Pennsylvania as sort of Bigfoot highways, or if there is a correlation with sightings near power lines?
Some kind of
Yes, and yes.
I don't know. They just know they're there. Either they found them in the beginning.
Fairfield County, where we had our first two bipedal
Madam Monkey Club, the $25 doctors who told me my old lady was cheating on me turns out to be true. She's a telepath or
gas
remote
lines were probably about a quarter mile away.
You
And
couldn't
when you
tell me
go up
I'm not
those
going
gas
to
lines,
lottery.
I mean, it's like
You
the
didn't tell me,
highway. They just go on and on. It's clear. I mean,
told me
there's no
that
bushes or
stuff
anything.
is true.
You can follow them to wherever they go.
Sometimes they are.
They're all over the Chestnut Ridge.
Sometimes they are. Sometimes they are good hustlers. Sometimes they're good. They're actually good at what to do. The problem is how do you know the
What do you
difference?
think is the
I
attraction
mean, if you look at Michelle and Laura Leela right there, they both look like sweet, innocent young ladies, but we know that's not true. They're demons. One keeps their husband locked up in a freezing cage and keeps hers locked up in a warm cage. I don't know what the difference is, you know. But still, they keeping their men locked in cages. You know, I'm just saying they're not all innocent. But anyway,
there's no bushes or obstructions
it's hard. I mean, you know, when you're inside of a group of people like this, then yes, it feels like telepaths are everywhere. Everyone should be telepathic. It just feels that way because, you know, everybody we all know is. Sorry for that bad English, but you know, still we all know a bunch of telepaths or empaths or
what
is that
place there, Joe, where all these telepaths?
See, that surprises me.
Is that Sedona, Mexico?
Okay, I can see deer foraging in those areas because there's a lot more grass than there is trees.
Oh, it's great.
I can see that.
I want to go
But for
that
a creature like Sasquatch or more predatory creatures, cougars, bears, they only come out of the shadows when they are chasing food. So why would these Sasquatch
take a while.
Would take a while.
be walking along
No, it's
power
great. Let me
lines
know when
for
you
some
want to go.
areas
It's
for
awesome.
some
It's a great
reason?
place.
Oh, I'd love to. That's on my bucket list if we ever get to travel again.
Oh, you got me there.
Just go pick that
There's the
out.
key right there.
You know, I know a woman up there that owns a helicopter. You could go pimp that out.
The only thing I
Maybe she
can
could
think
fly
of
all over
that,
there in a helicopter.
I was just teasing him. He shaved his as they call his chin warmer off. I said, "Oh no, all your little groupies will love you."
Unobstructed. I mean, it's like you're looking down a highway with a pipe in the middle of
You
it.
guys don't need to go and travel there. You can
And you have
there, and you'd be
water.
There's nothing going on there right now. There's nothing going on there. It ain't no fun when
There's a
everybody's
ravine.
still
There
in
used to be a
Florida.
railroad, but that washed out
Just a
years
few
ago
who
in the
live
flood.
there year round.
So it's another area of clear walking.
But hear me out on this for a second, Butch, because I know you and I have talked about this in the past, and I've talked about this with other researchers.
But
Yet
still,
when you go
there are
into
places
the
around
mountains
the world that they do. But think
on
about
logging
it. Sedona is a
roads,
small town. It's got very large population.
these
It's a
creatures,
small
or if you
population.
find footprints,
It's beautiful,
you will
but I mean, as far
rarely
as
find
not everybody
footprints
there is a
actually
telepath
walking
either.
down the road.
Percentage there is high.
They're usually
But it's not
walking
even
across it to get to the next trail.
Because of the energy there. That's what I've heard
So
before.
this
There's
is where
70
I'm a little
places on the earth they're
confused.
supposed to be.
I hear lots of different places. I was telling somebody the other day, I've been in 4 of their 7 main vortexes.
The areas where these pipelines
That was me. I told you my sister lives in Sedona. I'm going there next month, and I was curious.
They're not out in the woods by themselves. I
But
mean,
maybe it's because I
you
got
said
a
you
high
weren't impressed.
where we were, there's
in all
a
fairness,
huge
though,
Boy Scout
and
camp.
sometimes I got to
huge.
stop myself
I
and
don't
think
know how
about
many
this.
acres it is, but it's huge.
When
Buildings
I've been around a long
all
time, it's
over
not
the
like my
place.
first
It's
rodeo or my first vortex or any of that stuff.
When you get to the
But the
top of
point
the
being
ridge,
is sometimes
You're
what the pipeline is,
yeah, a long time. I
that
mean,
area
like there's
of the
dust
Boy Scout
jargon
camp
How long?
disappears.
about this. But
You come up
anyway,
over a hump,
the
and there's the pipeline.
slap
But
your
if
ass.
you
It's
stop
a good
and
thing
look
ain't slapping
back,
vision going
you
on
wouldn't
around
see
here,
the- you
man.
wouldn't
You
see the
can
camp.
slap
So
Yeah, no,
yes,
anyway.
they're in a wooded area. And another thing is to
just for me, it's a
get
little
into the
hard.
wooded
I
area.
expect like
All they got to
wham,
do is
bam,
take a couple
thank you,
steps
ma'am.
left or right.
But I
right?
get
They're
more
in the
like,
woods. I mean,
okay, I
it's
feel
not
a
like,
little tingle,
you know,
but
it's
I have to
a
be
wide
honest
as a
about it.
road.
Like I said,
I
I've
mean,
done this a lot of
it's a
different times. I've
pipe,
been involved in a lot of things. So
and,
it's like when I went up
up
to
on stanchions, and there's
which
a
College
walkway on
Springs. I mean,
one
the place
side,
was
walkway
great.
on
It's
the other,
time. It's
but
all kind of energy.
you get off
Get
that
that sense.
walkway,
Because I've
that
experienced
space
stuff like it
between the
before.
woods
So
and the
for
pipe,
me, it
you're
wasn't
back in
as
the woods
heightened
again.
or didn't seem to be as informative as it should be. I was just disappointed overall. I was expecting more, and maybe I shouldn't have been. Maybe that's on me. But that, and we'll tell you another little secret about Sedona. It is outrageously expensive. I mean, I think the hamburgers there are $15 a piece.
That is true.
I know I stopped
they
and
are
got
very,
myself.
very good at that. We only have about 4 minutes left, and I want to get to Armando's question. Do you believe
I was like, really?
that
I said, man, I could have got steak
is
for that. I mean,
psychic?
You breaky.
But I'm going to add to that a little bit. Do you still, with everything you've learned about this creature, feel
that's when Joe whips out the George Foreman grill, man? Plugs it in by the
intuitive sense to
by the hotel. Boom.
If you're ever down there, go ask for Melinda Lella. She works at the I have to look up the name of the place, but they do the UFO tours at night. They take the cams out and they go out there with the third generation cams and lay out there and see all the weird shit flying around in the skies and stuff.
And but isn't that cheesy? I mean, isn't that like cheesy? Like here are these people trying to exploit something. I don't know. They seem like just a bunch of doo-doo-doos, man. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I mean, that's all see stuff. I mean, they all see stuff. Everybody who goes.
I don't know if you guys know doo-doo. It's a city term. Stephanie and I did a whole show with you, Joe. Talking about doo-doo. What a doo-doo is.
Just like going out and hunting turkeys. You call them in and they fly.
That doo-doo.
Sorry.
A doo-doo.
Recordings that have been made, especially out in the
But yeah, there's a lot of doo-doos out there.
Where they've made recorded sounds from other areas, and there's a reply. And it's not just one reply and gone. I mean,
involved into that thing now, bringing in demons and spirits as well.
So, if that's
I don't know, some good-looking girls there. I'm all for it, man. I'm shallow now. Now I don't care. I'm free and easy, baby. That's right.
And
okay, it's at the Center for New Age, and that's where you go to see the night tour. They got a lot of other stuff.
They've tried everything.
Night tour.
Helicopters.
Is there a massage involved in this night tour? There's like a massage, maybe
some right into the dirt.
Maybe some a little bit of chai tea, a little massage.
But one of the things that still bugs me a little bit is,
and I want her to read from Harry Potter, the fourth one.
There's 500 reviews on this. 339 say
and they go out there and they'll put up camera
40
traps.
say very good. Only 17 say poor.
What do the worst ones say? Those are the ones I look at, because that's the most truthful people. Will tell you like what's wrong with the place. And then if you don't care, like if the breakfast sucks, well, fuck, I don't care what the breakfast is. I'm not going there for that.
Right. Okay, I made a boo-boo. Okay, so far everything on the tour says 5 stars. The stuff where they're complaining is some of the readings they got from other people at the center. Like just when I wanted to read.
When you strap them in, or some of them you can bolt fast to the tree.
Affirmation session instead. I couldn't wait to go to Sedona to visit some New Age shops, and it was the first stop when I got there. Glad I got the way they weren't. They weren't even friendly. They said they were rude and obnoxious, and wouldn't even tell them what they were looking for. Asked them about the vortexes, and they said,
with 1 minute to go here,
like, what?
Before we have to say goodnight and goodbye to you once again for another month. What are you going to be working on here coming up in the next little bit?
Center for New Age, if you're going to go do the night thing, ask for Melinda, tell Joe sent you with friends. We go back. We used to do military abduction stuff on Coast to Coast and stuff like that. So give her a holler. We've done a couple specials over the years together. Actually, Brenda, I do. I support a lot of women in the field. I prefer to, actually.
Refiling.
So are there like anal probing sessions going on there? Like anything interesting, man? Like anything that anybody can sink their teeth.
She got a big broom for you, buddy.
And that's probably what I'm going to be doing. I can't do anything. I can't go outside.
Like one of those Canadian whooping sticks, something like that.
I think it might be
I mean, but don't you think that people who flock to those places kind of get what they deserve when they have to pay? I mean, what do you expect out of a place like that? That's my question. What do you expect? What do you expect to get at?
And the kitchen.
Answers,
nice.
Perspective.
Nice. Well,
sometimes I think my library.
Go on and on, Michael. You go with
we all have that problem, not going to lie. Butch,
I got that at the
once
beach.
again, another show with you that has flown on by. We appreciate every moment that you were on this show. Thank you so much.
I'm just saying,
once again,
Butch
Witkowski, everyone. UFOcop.com is his website.
I don't believe in that.
You got a report, seen something weird, go to UFOcop.com. Coming up next, We have the SOR Newswire and the thought of the day. Stay tuned. Spaced Out Radio continues right
wouldn't you like
after
to go to the Louvre? If you want good energy, man. Yeah.
Ticker okay?
I can think of better places than Sedona, Arizona.
Sure, you got a little worked up there.
So I'll tell you about the real Sedona. My sister lives there, right? So I'm like,
we don't want to get blown a gasket here.
Because the one time when I drove out west, the one time I ran over a snake was like 20 miles from Sedona, right? Anyway, she's like, yeah, they're all over the place, I'm like, so your answer is that there's rattlesnakes all over the place. That's
there
one
red
flag. Number two, she's like, oh, we have tarantulas. I'm like, tarantulas? And she's like, yeah, they get stuck between the screen and the window, and they have to like open the screen to get the tarantulas, and they have to like mesh up. They don't come in. I'm like,
the man, the myth, and the legend all rolled into one.
My vortex is
like your favorite candy bar.
Tarantulas and rattlesnakes.
Butch Witkowski.
What about scorpions?
Yeah, I don't like scorpions either, man.
Head off to bed, my friend. Much love to you, okay?
Southwest Trail Mix.
All right, don't forget to tune in tomorrow night.
That goes with any other story, right?
I'll be on tomorrow night.
To get to the final
all right, brother.
You have to go
you take care.
Some sort of adversary, right? So you got
holy cow, he got worked up tonight.
You got
wow.
Oregon witches. You got everything.
Wow.
Yeah,
that was, you got to admit, that was impressive when Butch went haywire on Dyatlov Pass. It was awesome.
Have wings. And every
absolutely
time I see them, they're flying
awesome.
away. They're not trying to get up underneath
Pedro,
there you go.
Man, I had a bad scare 2 days ago. Send me out a prayer or something. I heard a witch's laugh. Oh, well. We have enough intuitive people in this room, Pedro, that are going to send you with some light, man.
Sure, as long as you got a tennis racket.
Protection on that.
That works.
I don't wish my ex-wife or my former mother-in-law around you at all.
So a couple of us in here have done ghost tours and ghost chasing. And so if you had to pick anything, the best tool for finding a ghost, what do y'all think?
Yeah, we got you covered here, Pedro. Don't
volunteers
you worry about that.
Oh, I'll go.
Go ahead.
Thermal imager, love them.
Ooh,
I love thermal imager.
That's a good one.
That's one of my favorite.
Jim Christie has given his approval to tonight's show with Butch.
Are you saying you're a tool?
Saying good show tonight, David Butch. Jim Christie.
An open mind down. You just walked right into that.
Anytime, Pedro. That's what we're here
for. I don't know about that open mind.
We got you covered. We'll send you some nice protection there, man.
Down on sidewalk.
But Confucius was very military and government. Confucius,
I'm excited about
really
getting Lou Elizondo on the show tomorrow.
Obey the government.
Not gonna lie,
and then not be an individual. Lao Tzu was the individual.
If tomorrow night
who preached
we will have
individuality, and the government hated
for
that.
audience questions. I will try and make time for you guys, but I mean,
first,
make sure you put your questions in capital letters.
So what are you looking for? I mean, what's it going to show you? It's going to show you like a ghost, a figure, a blob. How much do these damn things cost? $100, $5,000?
Well, you can't. Like when I filmed DT Canada, they lend me when it was 65 Gs.
We have Lou,
but you can actually buy some for your iPhone that are a couple $100.
And
obviously, you're not going to have like the same resolution.
Hopefully.
The thing is, you know what I mean. You can get them. You can get
them for a couple $100.
We could get some good stuff out of them.
A lot of hardware stores have them for between
Chinese.
Corns is right there.
A good one would be like
pictures of yourself in compromising positions with gnomes.
I like Fleur. I like that make.
Dave will be more likely
to make. FLIR stands for forward-looking infrared.
Yeah, but the name of the company is Fleur.
So they're all. But they're all forward-looking.
I know that,
but I'm saying they're all forward-looking infrared systems.
I agree with
that. That's why FLIR camera.
Sovereign thermal camera. Liar. You don't want questions for. I said I will try to get them in. There's a lot he can't say. We have to try and figure out what he can say.
So look, I looked this up for everybody real quick. So Best Buy.
I'm going to try and take tomorrow's interview in a completely different direction.
They've got them for $300.
Well, but you got to look at the resolution. You have to look at the resolution versus the scan rate.
You will have to find
if you want
out
something
tomorrow
good.
night by
Whatever,
tuning
listen,
on
cheaper is
in.
never better.
I
you want
think,
something good, you're going to pay
what's
for
our
it.
record? 241?
That's a partial.
248?
Just one's Jetson. It's
no,
I think we could hit
spoken like a
300
true
tomorrow night.
contractor.
Klein and
I
Jetson
think we
have
could
the
hit
same
300
One's
tomorrow
300,
night.
one's 1200. They're paying for the name. Sometimes
I
people
really
pay
do.
for the name. It's like when you buy a car.
Whether or not it's going to give off some sort of heat signature, and
I would
that's
love
the thing,
to hit
though, right?
300,
You're
to be
assuming
honest
that
with
it's
you.
giving off a
That'd be
heat
kind of
signature.
cool.
So I don't think that's like the best. I think that's a good alternate tool or something else to have. But
I don't know.
But yeah, I
I've
plan
used
on
one,
taking
and I
everybody.
saw
You know, he's done about 15
they say they
podcasts
took a
and radio
picture over the
shows
camera
in the last
in the
few
viewfinder,
weeks.
and there were feet there.
And I just want to ask him a bunch of
the other
different
people doing
questions.
EVPs right in
The
that
chances
same
of me
area. They
talking
got the
ATIP or OSAP are
EVPs.
slim to
They
none.
got the different temperature changes also. But I thought it was kind of interesting because you could see from the knees down 2 distinct from legs and feet.
Right.
Here's one y'all were just talking about.
It's a good tool, but I think it's not the best tool that you can use. It's
No,
a
but
supplementary.
exactly. I personally was asked.
We've rounded
what's
third.
the
We're
tool
heading
like
for
to use,
home tonight
which is that
on the mighty SOR.
No. What do I
My
like?
name is
What
Dave
I like
Scott.
to use,
Thank
or
you so
what's,
much
what are the
for taking the
what are
time
the
to
best
join
ones
us.
that-
We
well,
really
this
do
one I
appreciate
like.
earning your listening
Personally,
ears.
I prefer
We want to
doing,
remind you that if you
like,
missed most
audio
of this show
recordings is the
or others,
absolute thing I love
check
doing
out our
the
free
most
archives
out of
by
anything
going to
else.
youtube.com/spaced-out-radio.
Real quick.
Just do
put
old
it back
Davey
in
the
the
favor, hit that
Y'all said
subscribe
about
button.
the
Our
cell phone. There's
website
one for your cell
is
phone for $1.99 made by the
spacedoutradio.com,
company
where we
Michelle's
have
talking
a
about back
plethora of
there.
features for
And
you,
I had them. I
including
just clicked
rocking
them when I
out
was
to
actually at the store
Bumblefoot,
for a minute.
reading up
They're
on
a pro
Captain
company.
Shirk's
They got a
SOR
lot of stuff I
Newswire.
noticed.
Follow us
This
on
is
Twitter at
they do
Spaced
a lot
Out
of
Radio
professional tools,
and on
public
Instagram
safety,
at
hunting and
Spaced Out
technical issues.
Radio
They do a lot
Show.
of different stuff.
Speaking
These
of the
people
news,
Professional
have a lot
tools
of-
for people who are not professionals.
let's do this
Like there's no
thing.
such thing as a professional ghost hunter. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
They don't sell
Professional
it for
to me
ghost
means you're making money.
They sell it
Like
for
I don't know, man.
It's another one
I
of
heard
those
people told me
things that
that-
are used for contracting.
The news
This
is always
not-
changing, which is why we bring you the SOR Newswire at the back end of every show, where we get to the weird, the strange, the wacky, and sometimes the close encounters. Oh yes, here we go. American Airlines Flight 2292 and Airbus A320 flying between Cincinnati and Phoenix just a couple of days ago had a bizarre close encounter
recorder with a
what its crew is
floating
describing as a
diaphragm,
long
has a
cylindrical
microphone,
object
a full floating
that
diaphragm,
almost
so you
looked like
get
a
full spectrum
cruise missile
of
moving
resonance.
extremely
And
fast
I
over
don't
the
know,
top
man.
of their
I've had
aircraft as it
conversations with this
cruised
thing,
along
you know,
at
that I didn't hear with my ears,
36,000
but
feet
I mean,
and
I've got
400
answers,
knots.
EVPs,
The incident
over and over and
occurred
over
over
again.
the remote
Amazing. It's
northeastern
amazing,
corner of
actually.
New Mexico.
So that I wouldn't do an investigation without it.
To around the
I like
tiny town of
EVPs
Des
too,
Moines.
Michael.
Steve
I
Douglas,
like doing
an experienced
voice
radio
recordings more
interceptor
than
and the
anything, more than
proprietor of
photography,
Deep Black
more than
Horizon,
anything.
mentioned to the War Zone that he was recording from his arsenal of scanners when he heard the strange transmission.
Pendulums,
who got this
common
report,
sense, pen and
has
paper.
reviewed over an hour of audio
yeah.
that Douglas has provided
this.
from
Pendulums are
before
good.
and after the strange
I've
radio
seen
call.
those.
We are working to authenticate
I think 100 years ago they
say,
prayed
from
that
the
the ghost wouldn't come
FAA
get
and
them in the middle of the
further
night.
information.
That's what I think.
And they've also
Where they
reached out
hung
to
stuff
American
around
Airlines. So
house,
this is what it
do it.
said. Approximately
They did all kinds of stuff to
119.
keep those
Well, yeah, they
that
want
would be
people
Central
around.
Time
They're trying to keep them out. That bring
on
them
the
in.
Albuquerque Center
I think
frequency.
at
We're
the end
trying
of the
to
day,
The pilot
trying to
reported,
talk to
do you
them.
have any targets
people
up here?
are out there
We just had
developing
something go right
really
over the top
interesting
of us.
pieces of
I hate
equipment
to say
test
it,
in the field.
but it looked like a
Nikola
long
Tesla,
cylindrical object that almost looked like a cruise missile type of thing, moving really fast over the top of us. Now, according to Flight 24 and Flight Aware AAL 2292, was
I've
over the
seen those.
northeastern corner of
We've
New
done those,
Mexico,
yeah.
and it was
Like,
reported
and
back
he's-
that
You
there
can do
was
it with
no
vape, you can do
significant
it with light
military
and water.
aircraft
There's
presence
so many
that
different
was
methods
noted
to
in
do.
the logs.
But
The
like he
aircraft
said,
flew on to
though,
land
I might
in
have to
Phoenix.
take 100
Now,
pictures.
Steve,
And
who's
he'll
got
say,
the recording, and you can
picture.
listen to
And
it
he's
by going to
honest.
the
Like he said, I take it to my
drive.com.
computer and I do change some of the contrast.
He
to
said
write
the
a
incident
picture
is very similar to one that occurred in the same region almost exactly 3 years ago. During that encounter, a Learjet and an Airbus both had consecutive close encounters with an unidentified object that flew over the top of them while cruising at around 37,000 feet. over
Community
East
Coffee,
Arizona.
we've been making great
Later,
tasting
the highly
coffee for over
experienced
100
Learjet
years.
pilot, which was
But what
flying
makes us
for
different
military
isn't just how
contractor
long we've been
Phoenix
around.
Air,
It's how far we're willing to go in
just how
pursuit of the perfect
strange
cup.
the occurrence was. His
We select only the
description
finest
is
beans
somewhat similar
and use over
to another
4
odd
generations
encounter
of
they
family
reported
roasting experience
off the
to give you
coast
the
of
richest,
Long Island.
most delicious coffee
these
around.
all sound like those
Find Community
Tic Tacs
Coffee at your
that
local
was
grocery
reported
store
by the
or visit
U.S. Navy.
communitycoffee.com
The description
to
of the
order some
missile-like
today.
object also fits with the U.S. fighter
Some people
pilots,
make
of
a
course,
single
and the
cup
Tic
of
Tac.
coffee, others
And,
an entire pot.
this just gets
At
weirder
Community
and
Coffee,
weirder.
we
that
make
this is
ours
getting
with a
closer
commitment
and
because
closer.
community
Are they
isn't
trying
just
to
our
make
name.
contact?
It's our
Are these
mission.
aliens
Find
trying
us
to
at
make
your grocery
contact?
store or
what do you think they're doing?
communitycoffee.com to learn
What do you
more.
think they are
This
doing?
is a journey that we're all on,
real close.
just trying to figure
Real
it all
close.
out. There's
It
nothing
almost
definitive
feels like there's
in the
something
paranormal. There
brewing.
is no for sure. This
You
is
know what I'm saying?
guaranteed.
You know
There's,
when you
if,
just
science.
feel
People
that
say,
you
"Well,
are
I use
going
scientific
to
ways of
hit the
detecting spirits."
jackpot on
Well, unless you're in a
something or something
laboratory,
good
I
is
don't
gonna
really know
happen.
how it falls under
Yeah.
science. I always say it's more
That's
like
what I
tools of
think.
the trade. We
All
just
right.
go out there and see
You know,
what
if
we
you
can
live
get
in
with
northern
it.
Canada,
I don't think there's anything really.
you know this issue
it won't, right?
all
Depends
too
on
well.
Depends on the
Well,
location.
like
There's
like
something
anything, it's data
strange with
collection,
Canadians
and then
right.
we collect
butter
data. And whatever you
supply.
get into, it's always different,
Writer,
but there's still
cookbook
data.
author,
And then whatever that
Julie
data
Van
is, sometimes things
Rosendahl
might
wants
be
to get to the
common
bottom
to
of
something
it
else, maybe not. It
because
depends.
butter
It's like you say about the
is
pictures.
no
and
longer
what,
soft
like,
at
I
room
decided a long
temperature up
time
here.
ago, if I was going to do this, I
Hey,
want to go into
go
a
figure.
situation. I want to know the
Trust
history.
me.
But
You
when
try
I get
cutting into
there,
some
I want
butter
to
these
do a
days.
baseline reading.
I got
So
some
I
in
take
my
the person
cupboard
from
right
the
now.
place,
I got
which
to
I
melt
call
the
the
thing at
familiar,
8 seconds
and I
in
had
my
them walk me
microwave
through and
just
say,
to be
this is
able
this,
to
this is
lather
it.
it
And
on
then,
some
man,
bread.
once
More
you
than
get that
200
baseline
people
reading, and then
responded
every
to Van
room I walk into,
Rosendahl,
I took 5
and
pictures
a
in a row.
lot of them expressed similar
every room,
concerns about
every angle, and then
meltability,
look and then look
spreadability,
and
and
try it. And
overall
I've gotten different stuff in different
butterability
pictures, just like
of
within a
this
second of one
essential
another. One was
ingredient.
the Eerie
Van
Mansion. I
Rosendahl
know
kept
you
her
have
word
been
about
to,
investigating
right?
it,
I
and
mean,
her concerns
yeah,
seems to have
you
prompted a
you're
lot
at
of
Mark
follow-up
Street.
questions as
So
she's
the
prompted dozens of other
alligator
Canadians
room
to
with
look
the
in
baby
their fridge
alligators,
to
right?
see
Like
what's
all over the
happening
place.
with their own
I was in
sticks
that
of butter.
doorway. I took
Well,
5
Van
photos.
Rosendahl
I got Bill Ely in the
hypothesized
window
that
in one
increased
photo,
pandemic air
and
demand
2 other photos,
and supply
nothing.
chain
Another photo, I got this
disruptions could have
girl with
affected
really
the
long
kind
hair
and
in
composition of
another
livestock
window.
feed.
Same
Some
spot,
industry experts have
no
suggested
flash,
that farmers could
nothing.
be
5
adding
photos.
palm
Boom.
fats
I
to
have
the
to
feed,
ask you something
which
about that,
increases
Michael,
the
because
amount
I
of
think
fat
that's the
in the
room I stayed
resulting
in, like a
milk and
suite,
cream,
right? It has the 2
explaining
rooms
the
and
effect of
okay.
these
Did
highly
you feel
palmitic
like I
acid
stayed in that
content
room,
fats
and I have to say I
on
had the
cow's
best
milk
sleep of
is
my
quite
life
complicated.
in that room.
And of course,
That was
Sylvain
his
Charlebois,
mother's
senior director
summer
of
bedroom.
Dalhousie
That
University,
room.
Agri-Foods
It was
Analytics,
eerily
says
strange,
that
pardon
adding
the
palm
pun,
fats
because
to the
it's
cow's
like
feedable was a
I fell
plausible
asleep in there,
explanation
and it was just
for
so
the
sound
harder
and deep.
butter that
It was
is
almost
going crazy.
unnatural.
Seriously,
It
I
was
thought it was
weird.
just that I moved
And I
north.
woke up and I always
I
call
thought it was the
Clyding
climate up
now.
here because it is
Instead of
different.
napping, I'm gonna have a Clyde because
But this may be a big
that's
thing.
the name of the
Honestly,
town, right?
our butter
because
sucks.
it's just so like amazing,
You know?
but it just
You
seems
almost
really
need some of that
unnatural. I was
American. I
wondering
cannot
if you
believe
had
it's
the
not
same
butter.
experience in that
And it doesn't
building
matter
when
if
you
you get
were.
margarine either.
Bill
That's hard
Ely's
up
mom.
here too.
That was her summer. Her
The
name was
great
Jarena.
butter
That was her
caper
summer bedroom.
in
And
Canada.
then she's still
This
in there. I
is
mean,
what
she's
we
known
are
to look out
dealing
the
with
window
during a
and
pandemic
look
up
out
here,
front.
people.
That window faces
Never
the front
mind the
of the
toilet
street, you know.
paper.
And
Never
but I
mind
mean,
stealing
Mark,
all the
he
milk
himself said,
or the
like
meat
sometimes he's in
or
bed
the
and something
ice
crawls into
cream.
bed with him, and he feels very warm and comfortable.
Butter problems.
You know what I mean? So, but a lot of people were killed in that building.
You don't know what it's like.
And then the chef and the butler killed one killed the other, cut his head off, and then he found his body on the third floor. That building has a lot of crazy history.
Because it isn't going to hold
12,000
anything
square
now.
feet, man. It's a huge. You know the size of it.
Now you have an odd number of pieces
beautiful.
in your loaf of bread.
Yeah, and Mark loaded it with all those crazy antiques. I mean, he's got some
real world
stuff
problems.
That stuff has energy. You know it.
Real world problems.
I do.
But you know that
Scottish
main
woman
staircase,
bit off a part of a man's tongue in a wild street brawl,
like she's greeting
and a
people.
seagull
She was very proud of
promptly swooped down and gobbled
it up.
like
she was greeting people.
27-year-old
There's
Bethany
such a cool
Ryan
backstory
clashed
how
with a
Mark even
stranger
found
named
it.
James
It was
McKenzie,
busted out. The windows were busted. It was a
sparking an
tenement,
argument
and then they
in
left it. It had
Edinburgh
burned.
August 1st, 2019, according to the prosecutor.
To bring it back to where it is.
After Mackenzie walked towards Brian with a clenched fist, she inexplicably kissed him, then chomped off
Dude said
a
that there's not
3x2
he said there's not a comfortable place in the whole mansion.
According to prosecutor
not one comfortable place.
Dixon, she kissed him on the lips during the course.
Well, you had a good experience. Yeah, you had a good experience.
She bit his tongue, which caused a piece of his tongue to be removed.
After he
spat out the chunk of the organ, a bird swooped down, plucked it off the ground, and
it's a spectacular building.
The attachment surgery impossible, the prosecutor said. Mr. Mackenzie walked off and spat part of his tongue out, at which point a piece of the muscle caught the attention of that large seagull. He wasn't going to let that go. No, seagulls clean up everything. That's why they're good for the environment, even though they poop a lot. Mackenzie was treated for a laceration to his tongue after it began oozing blood. He did not require surgery, given the piece of tongue was no longer available.
I think that's why the bees are
could not
dying.
be reattached.
If you want to know why
Ryan,
the bees are dying,
who was arrested, pleaded guilty to the
bees
assault.
are dying because of
According
cell signals.
to her lawyers,
it all started happening when they cranked up the system.
The
they started dying off in mass numbers. So I think that once you put that energy out there, it can be used for anything, right? At any
with a
time.
complete stranger, don't kiss them because it's likely they'll gnaw your tongue off.
Well, that was easy.
All right.
I know.
Authorities in Cincinnati, Ohio, discovered a shipment that had a whopping 44 pounds of cocaine-coated cornflakes inside.
It's not in their bubble,
yes,
but when
U.S.
it happens,
Customs and Border Protection, the agency's canine
they
will
not ask those questions because communication companies are so rich,
February 13th.
And then they control so much, you know.
The shipment
and
was
look
on
what
its
they
way
make
to
off
a
of people
private
for their
residence
services,
in Hong
even
Kong
cable.
from
It's ridiculous.
Peru.
It's ridiculous.
When officers opened the box to take a closer look, they saw that the cereal contained white powder, and the flakes were coated with a grayish substance. Officers tested the flakes and found it was all laced with cocaine. According to the Newswire that was sent out, the shipment street value was worth more than $2.8 million.
EMP Pulse takes care of all of that shit.
That's a lot.
Let me tell you what, get rid of electronics.
The men and women at the port of Cincinnati are committed to stopping the flow of dangerous drugs, and they continue to use their training, intuition, and strategic skills to prevent these kinds of illegal shipments from reaching the public.
So it's not that complicated. Read up online.
Nikolai Tesla, buddy.
And now
plasmoid weapons, man. Can't mess with plasmoids. You don't hear much about plasmoids, do you?
Well, America's been
Japan has appointed a minister of loneliness.
That's plasmoid.
To try and take and reduce loneliness and social isolation
so we were
among
lighting
its
up
residents
Australia for
as
a
the
while. They were
country
getting
deals
pissed
with
off
rising
because we were
suicide
sending these fireballs of
Prime
just
Minister
pure plasma over
Yoshihide
Australia. These big
appointed
fireballs at night.
Tetsushi
And then there was
Sakamoto,
military
who is
testing.
already minister in
And then that was
charge of
back in the
dealing with Japan's
90s.
declining birth
Russia
rate
tried to
and
get in with
promoting
us, saying,
regional
hey, you want to share some
revitalization
of
to
that
oversee
technology with
government
us? And we were like,
policies
nope.
to deal with loneliness and isolation. Earlier this month, Prime Minister Suga chose Sakamoto as his Minister for Economic Revitalization when he was elected in September 2020.
Up to the
Women
North
are
Pole,
suffering
and then he
from
told the
isolation
military
more
and the
than
government
men
that
are,
this was going to
and the number of
explode
suicides
bigger than a
is on a
nuclear bomb
rising trend.
without radiation.
I hope
and
you will
exactly what
identify
he did,
problems
man.
and
And the
promote
admiral on
policy
duty,
measures
he's never seen anything like that in his life.
Prime Minister said,
and then
loneliness
Tesla
has
goes
long
and
been
dies.
an issue in
That was
Japan,
the same year as
often
the
discussed
Philadelphia
alongside
experiment. So Tesla died that
hikikomori, or
January.
people who live in extreme
And then he was
social
gone.
isolation.
Right after he
People
said
have
that,
worked to
he found a
create
way to travel through
far-ranging
time.
solutions to this
Isn't that
issue.
interesting?
Engineers in Japan previously
Yeah,
designed
and
a
then he
robot
died.
to hold someone's hand.
He was
when they're
old. I mean, he was in his
and
80s.
one man
He was in his
charges
80s,
people
man.
to
He
do
lived for a long
nothing
time because he wasn't
except
married.
keep them
You know,
company.
he had-
During
he had some-
the COVID-19 pandemic,
kind of
where people were
longevity.
more socially isolated than ever, Japan saw a
Probably
rise
third,
in
fourth.
suicides for the first
All
time
those
in
guys.
11 years. In
Nice.
October,
Should have been
more
one of the
people died
wealthiest
from
people in the world,
suicide than had
probably,
died from
had.
He should have been.
COVID-19.
He wanted to
There were
cover people's homes with free
2,153
electricity.
suicide
They're
deaths
just putting an
last
antenna
month,
out.
and
He said you can get this free electricity, man. That was his whole plan.
deaths.
And
That
he didn't
was
want that
up
to happen either.
to the end of
I
October.
didn't want that to
Wow,
happen, man.
that's
What
a
the hell,
lot.
you
Women in
crazy? They're gonna
Japan,
make their
in
money.
He had
particular,
some
have
amazing
contributed
plans.
to the uptick
He really
in
did.
suicides.
You know?
In October,
So,
879 women
Oh,
died
no,
by
that'll be just
suicide in
Friday.
Japan,
We have
a
politics on this Friday.
70%
We'll be talking
increase
whether the
compared to the same
1.9
month
trillion will
in
bankrupt America.
2019. More and
That'll be a
more
total
single
of like
women
$7
live
trillion
alone in Japan,
dollars
but many of them don't have
Because I was
stable
supposed to be a
employment.
guest on the
And
show. I didn't know
Chico
we had a show,
Ueda
so I
He's a Japanese professor who studies suicide in Japan. A lot of women are not married anymore. They have to support their own lives, and they don't have permanent jobs. So when something happens, of course, they are hit very, very hard. Japan's loneliness minister said that he plans to hold an emergency forum in late February to hear concerns from people dealing with loneliness and isolation.
So, Joe, it's fake money, isn't it?
Marilee's Vandermeer
it's fake money. It's not real
is
money.
a South African woman who recently
we're not on the gold standard
and posted its art on Facebook. Oh, isn't she a romantic?
I still don't
understand
Bitcoin.
A gift for
the more I read
Valentine's
about Bitcoin, the more I don't understand Bitcoin.
Hopeless
I'm thinking, like, how do they know that the whole system just can't go down and that the money's gone?
Vandermeer has been hunting since childhood and had been looking for a big black giraffe bull to kill for some years because, you know, giraffes are highly vicious and they want to hurt everybody. So you might as well hunt them, you know. But anyways, she was searching for an elderly giraffe like other trophy hunters, which I despise. She claims that the hunt is useful for culling older animals.
So how do you cash that $16 million into real money? So money that I can go out and spend in Vegas,
and have been repeatedly refuted by conservationists. Anyways, this woman who owns a citrus farm is well known as a hunter and one with an alleged 500 animal kills for a day, including leopards, elephants, and other large game. It seems important that the cost of killing the giraffe, which was about 1,500 pounds in UK money, was duly reported. And there's the picture of her holding the heart. Isn't that nice? What a lovely, lovely woman you are for holding an innocent giraffe's heart in your hands. Yes, on her Facebook page, where she also posted a video of killing the giraffe, Heather Murway wrote breathlessly about how her husband had booked a trip in Sun City, but quickly changed plans to accommodate the hunting trip when it came up.
I have no idea what's going on.
My wonderful husband knew this was my dream.
I know it's cold up there.
Brackets. And fully supported me
I think you guys
from
need
a
to move
romantic
south,
5-star weekend away to roughing
coldness.
it in the heat and I was literally like a little child for 2 weeks and counted down the days. Afterwards, I was flooded with emotions as I've been waiting for years to have this opportunity.
Let's all go to the Erie Mansion, man. Hey, we want to go to a place to investigate. Let's go to the Erie Mansion. That'd be a kick.
All for eating that food, especially if you need it.
Well,
but this trophy hunting crap, that needs to stop. That needs to stop.
I wasn't in my truck.
Speaking of wild animals, a crocodile in Florida has gone through a nice journey because veterinarians at the University of Florida College of Veterinary Medicine surgically removed a shoe that was eaten by a 341-pound Nile croc named Anuket. Anuket swallowed the shoe in December after it fell off a zip liner, zooming above the crocodile's habitat at the Alligator Farm Zoological Park in St. Augustine. The 10.5-foot croc was seen eating the shoe, regurgitating it, and then eating it again.
They think, because, you know, finally, one thing about down here, if you live down here, you can
veterinarians at an Oklahoma animal hospital said a puppy believed to be the first ever to be born alive with 6 legs, is beating the odds by surviving and thriving. The Neal Veterinary Hospital said the puppy, named Skipper, was born with a single head and chest cavity, but she has 6 legs, 2 tails, 2 pelvic regions, 2 lower urinary tracts, and 2 reproductive systems. The hospital said Skipper is believed to be the first canine with 6 legs to be born alive, and despite some signs of spina bifida, her organs appear to be in absolutely great shape.
Because y'all get tons of snow. We don't get that. I've driven a couple of blizzards, but it's but these idiots, it gets hard ice because of the humidity down here turns everything to ice, and they don't understand. When you see a stop sign or a red light, you have to start stopping then, not when you get to the sign or the light. Then it's
a lot of the Dave happens every night at this time.
They just don't seem to grasp that concept. They don't understand when you step on the brake.
Twitter pages. Then read your responses on the air because we love the audience participation around here. Today's thought of the day is as follows. What's the weirdest paranormal, supernatural, UFO type dream you've had.
They told everybody stay home.
Haunted history.
You don't need to be out.
Huge, empty, dim room.
Like we're already
extremely high ceilings, windows way up high, my heels echoing on a black marble floor. No one around at first. Giant butterflies on the wall. Could hear wings rhythmically flapping. And thin, dark men come in. They don't vocalize, but we communicate. Never had dreams of that sort. Just real experiences. Music and truth.
We get a
the
really,
night I went to sleep and dreamed something weird about Lou Elizondo saying something weird when I was in the car with him and basically doing something I didn't like. And then waking up to find out he did something I really didn't like. That was quitting the TTSA. Dystopia Dennis. I was driving some kind of watercraft. You stood out on the mouth of the river that opened to the sea, high cliffs on both sides with a small landing nearby. I parked and I hopped off the craft. The water shimmered and was odd blue, two visible moons. One was larger. Underwater, I saw something large moving. It emitted dull lights of many colors. This large manta ray-looking thing that was iridescent and translucent with four brilliant tails breached the surface and fled off into the sky. I followed it on my watercraft into the sky. I was on a craft being pointed to look through the window, saw Earth, its beauty, and I watched how man is destroying it. Woke up crying and depression overcame me. The dream was 30 years ago. It still haunts me. Skull and Bone, one super busy big one where my left side of the brain was drilled like I could feel it, and I was on some sort of table with people. Ooh, scary.
I'm starting a new social website. It's called MyFace.
I have one
so
good
people
one,
can go to
but I can tweet it
myface.com
as a longer
and then
story.
put in their
It
face,
involves
and that's
dream
it.
and the
It's all good,
phenomena
man.
while awake.
That's how we identify each other.
Matt, I never dream about UFOs and paranormal. Well, you're boring, Matt. Son of a gun. Get into the game. Get us some aliens.
What is that you use, Jessica?
That I could crawl through different dimensions. That was really
Jessica
weird.
says the way she
back
finds
to front,
ghosts is
front,
she-
back, black
she's
and
got
white,
this thing
real
she uses
slow.
to create
Was
static
quite relieved
electricity
when I woke
she
up.
walks around. If there's something nearby,
In search
it
of
tends to jump
UFO,
off
bro,
right
I
towards
saw
it.
an
Is that a little bit like the
glowing
Tesla Club?
saucer, and I
Maybe
began
so,
floating
is it?
upwards
I mean,
toward
Jessica, what do you
it,
think?
and
I'm
hatched
surprised.
open like a
Good
month
to me,
ago.
so.
It was an
Yeah, you
awesome
used to do
dream.
that all the time
You've
with
got
my brothers
aliens,
there.
my
They put
friend.
wool socks on and
Davey,
I'd drag
the
my
one
feet
where I
across the
realized
floor
that I
and
was
then I'd
lucid
zap
dreaming
them.
and decided that I would take the opportunity to visit the Royal Navy Forest
With
Moor
stun gun?
site, even in a lucid dream
You guys
state.
don't play
I
around.
was blocked from
Right
getting
in
too
the ear.
close. Jim, I've had many dreams about Bigfoot, but I can't pinpoint
Tesla
If you
Club
which
do it
is
at
one
that.
was the
nighttime, when it's
weirdest.
dark, you can see actually
Eric, with a
light
K,
for the
we are his
electrostatic
fourth
electricity in your
favorite show,
finger and zap
people.
them right in
He
your
says,
ear.
meeting Dave's beard at
You could end up
UFO Con in San
warping out one day
Francisco
at some other
and
time.
watching the beard
You're
literally
gonna be gone out of
telepathically
existence.
control my mind
You're gonna
into
pop up
buying him a
somewhere.
few drinks. That is very true, that part.
Damn,
That's why we're number
MySpace still got
4. Katie
150
gets the
million people
final
on it.
word.
I didn't know that.
I don't remember dreaming
Well,
any
I
of those
count
kinds
still
of
on there. I don't
things.
think you
My
can even
dreams
get
are
in there,
mostly
so-
I know
post-apocalyptic.
the same here. You know,
Weirdness.
I don't even know what the hell email it was that I signed up for,
Weirdness.
let alone
Big
password.
thank you
Jeez,
to
man.
everyone
Yeah, I get stuff
participating
from them
in
all
the
the time.
Thought of the
People wanna be
Dave.
friends
We will
and
do
shit.
it
I got
all
16
I had like
again
6,000
because
people on
that's
there.
kind of like what we do around here on Facebook and on Twitter and hashtag Spaced Out
Walked
Radio.
away.
Thank you to Captain
Walked
Shirk
away
for the SOR
for Facebook.
Newswire and to Butch
We all love
Witkowski,
Facebook is
who
lame.
came in
You know,
from
they're going through a
4cop.com,
picture.
where he joins
They
us at
singled
near
out
the end of
something
each
I
month
posted
with
10 years
Strange
ago.
Days. Butch will
And
be
they're
back
like, this
at the
picture,
end of March.
it doesn't go against their community standards, but some people may not like it. What kind of crap
We
is
got
that?
Mr. Ron Bumblefoot
You know what I
Thal
mean?
rocking
so
in the
what are you
background
saying?
with Little Brothers
All right, it's not
watching.
against your bullshit
Bumblefoot
community
is the
standards,
official
number
music
one.
of Spaced
Because
Out
community
Radio,
standards happen to
rocking
be
us in and out of every
contemporary
single
community
show.
standards.
Get
What
your
that
horns
community
up
is
for the
looking to
guitar
tolerate,
god
not what a
himself.
corporation
Special thanks
names
to everybody
for itself.
listening in
What
at
they
home,
have,
at
so
work,
they'll
in your
understand what
cars,
community standards
wherever
means,
you
number
may
one.
be.
And number
Thank you
two,
to everybody in our
how are they
chat
going to 10
rooms
years ago
tonight
saying
on
it's a
YouTube,
picture,
LGAB,
it may
Revolution
offend some
Radio,
people, but it's not against our
Facebook,
community standards,
Spreaker,
so we're going to
the
put a
Space
cloud
Travelers
over it so
Club,
people can't
and all the
see it.
Starkers
So
and
what they're just
Starkettes
censoring,
hanging
editing,
out
controlling,
at hashtag
it's
Spaced
power
Out
control.
Radio on
This
Twitter.
is going to do Facebook in, because without people, they're nothing. And that they should realize that there's other forums that are out there.
Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us. Because together, my friends, say it with me.
10 years ago? Is that what you're trying to get
we
caught
own
on?
the night. Mr. Bumblefoot. We need a favor.
I got better than
you
whooping
take
stick. I got
us
news for
home.
you. They come for me, man. They're gonna get whooped, New York style.
Yes, the blue train has docked for the night. But tomorrow, my friends, we shall ride again.
Facebook. Because
seats
Facebook
are always
owns
available.
Everybody. They got Instagram
Your tickets
and
never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too.
No matter whatever one you go to, they're first. But see, you go to across the web, they say it's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, Tumblr, YouTube, Pinterest, and Reddit. Okay, now you go down to this one, it's Facebook, LinkedIn, Pinterest, Instagram, Tumblr. Twitter's not even in that list until much further
coffee,
down.
We've been making great
and then if you go to the Google one, it's
years.
Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn,
but what makes us different isn't just how long we've been around. It's how far we're willing to go in pursuit of the perfect
I'll tell you something about Twitter.
We select only the finest
They think that it was all cool that they got rid of Trump. What they did was they just killed their own Twitter because he was the reason why people went on there to look at that crap anyway. And before Trump came along, Twitter was hurting. And people were thinking, Twitter who? Twitter what? You know, because they're on these other social medias, but now they're popular again. But I see the popularity starting to go down.
But what makes us different isn't just how long we've been around.
Okay, now
it's how far we're willing to go in pursuit of the perfect cup.
Site most visited,
we select only the finest beans and use over 4 generations of family roasting experience to give you the richest, most delicious coffee around.
YouTube.
Yeah, but those are picture sites, though. They're not really opinion sites, you know. I mean, like, there's a difference between
TikTok is fifth.
I mean, Instagram's not.
Well, some of the generation, like, I think a lot more teenagers and emotionally ruined people go on TikTok. And then you got people for opinion who go on Twitter. Instagram is more like Karen. Facebook with everybody, but then that sort of now with all these community standards and they're going against whatever they
live from the Emerald City in Seattle, Washington, at the UFO, Bigfoot, and Paranormal Hotspot Pacific Northwest, coming directly to you, listening in around the world. This, my friends, is Spaced Out Sunday. I am your host, Michael W. Hall, Paranormal Lawyer, occupying the captain's chair tonight for SOR headquarters. We welcome you all to tonight's show, including all of our listeners on the digital side at Revolution
Beyond being
Radio.
thrown out, there's a money
Don't
thing
forget,
going
you can always find
the European Union and all that. They're suing Twitter and Google. They want money for their advertising. What they've done to people is selling people's private information. There's a whole thing going on.
Yeah, they
our website is spacedoutradio.com.
Even though the
where we
liberals
have
love
a
them,
plethora of features for you,
they're going to have to
including rocking out to some bumblefoot, shopping at our Spaced Out Radio store, and catching up on the SOR Newswire, and so much more.
Under the Constitution, all
tonight's show is brought to you by Chive
abide by it or stop saying it.
Help make the world 10% happier
Free speech
by donating to Chive Charities
These people
today.
saying since they're private,
You can find
they don't
them
have to
on
abide by
our
the Constitution.
website.
That's exactly what they told me.
Well, welcome everyone. This
That's
is
what Facebook told me when I wrote to them.
2021 already.
They think that they're protected
We
because
are
they're private.
heading right into an incredible show
would be
tonight
if you were an
with
employee.
Wallace Wagner Jr. Wallace is an expert on the Bible and UFOs. How about that? Prophecies, paranormal,
and they're finding it out.
All sorts of interesting,
challenging. Even the government's department 4 times, and they're like, "Look, y'all on the verge of being split up."
And we're going to be talking about that tonight.
Well, Joe,
Spaced Out Sunday, but before we do that, as
I mean,
always,
don't we
have
all
our good
sink
friend
into Twitter? Don't we all provide content to keep them going and to keep their
We're going to
advertisers
be
going?
talking a little bit about what the heck is going on out there with UFO
So,
and
you know,
UAP
trust me, 'cause
reports
down
that
here,
might have
with the
been
exception
happening
of
this
station,
last week
with the exception of the
while
station,
we were
everybody
all
else that they're working
slumbering
for.
here
We have
and
dress codes. We expect
going
you to
about
dress a
our
certain way,
days,
look a certain way. And if you're wearing tattoos, we want them covered
So,
up.
Peter,
No
are you
earrings
there?
or piercings while you're at work. No cell phones in your hand,
Wonderful.
stuff like that. I mean, that's stuff you should be able to tell your employees because it hurts you.
Well, thank you very much for being here again tonight. And Wallace, are you there, buddy?
They have no right to say anything.
Looking forward to it as
Not
well.
their place.
Okay, great.
Interjecting
Well,
our
listen,
conversation.
Wallace, you and I get to kick back now at this
And
point.
just because somebody
And
reported
we're
them, that's
going
not a good reason either,
to
because half
just
the
kind
people
of
report
allow
them
Peter
all.
to take over the reins for Spaced Out Sunday and tell us what's going on out there, Peter, as far as
does the corporation have the right to follow you, the employee, on social media to see what you're saying?
No matter how much experience I get in this job, I feel like a neophyte.
And that's where the social media loses the argument that it's not public. See, if they can't have it both ways. So they want to use your stuff so they can fire you, hire you, do whatever. Well, that's true because it's public. Well, if that's true, then they can't stifle free speech because it's public.
So they've what I'm saying. I'm saying a private company. You work for my private company. You're my employee. So then I can look into your life on because they ask you what your Facebook is. They want to see what you're up to. You know what I mean? And kind of monitor what you do while you're not at work.
But the first one I'd like to begin with.
They can't make your page public. So you only have to worry about that if you're someone like me who's public. All my pages are public. So all you got to do is type in Joe.
No doubt, apparently UFOs to contend with.
So
if I go convert it over private, just before the program.
Look, so you don't think that there's a conflict between like the employee and the people you work for, as opposed to your private life?
No, because words have action. Words have responsibility. And if you're going to go out there and try to change the world, then that's a response. Because it would be no different than if you
but then you're waiting for the train wreck. I mean, so you're kind of going out and saying, I'm going to monitor what you do, and if you act out the way I think you're acting out, I'm going to punish you for that. Otherwise, okay, go do what you do, but if you get complaints for what you do and something happens, then the company will judge you. But this is like a prejudgment.
All you got to do is make a private page. There's no reason to have your page public unless you're in public spotlight.
And the object was moving from east to west, and as they watched it, it made an abrupt turn.
Don't try to shut us up.
And is now going south.
Well, yes, because I'm going to take
They tried to take video, she writes, and photographs with their cell phones, but the images were not very.
She's going out to get some fresh air.
She don't know what that means down here in the United States. That's all.
Very good report in light of others that have come in as well.
I'm just saying we have a specific
for today.
That's all.
My goodness, this was
what's the one rip? They got
anyway,
that actually
we're gonna get out of here
in midair.
Guys and girls, actually,
and it was moving slowly enough that they had to talk. They were able to see the moonlights for 5 minutes.
No. We'll talk about it when we get up there. But anyway, But anyway, guys and girls, thanks for everyone for tuning in to United Public Radio.
I have no idea.
We had Michael English with us tonight, Michelle DeRoche, Curly Codman, Del the Crazy Man, Del Sexy Man Joe. We had Uncle Ben with us. The whole works. Ben Benito, actually. Benito Childs, in case y'all don't know. Yes. Okay, y'all got to get it together. Anyway, people, you can find all of our shows listed on the website at upntalkradio.com. Everybody's faces are there. Everybody's shows are there. You can find out times, listens, and what's coming up next.
And for those people who might be
anyway, on that note, we're going to get out of here. Again, thanks for tuning in.
Texas, they were very close to Brian.
Bye-bye, guys. Have a good show.
Hasta luego.
Bye.
Only sexy listeners only. I'm sorry.
All right.
First report.
You know, Peter, it just occurred to me that not only are you receiving reports like this from people
it's how far we're willing to go in pursuit of the perfect cup. We select the finest beans and use
you're also apprising people over the air on our shows and others
grocery store
that people in their neck of the woods have seen something strange, which could prompt other sighting reports, I would imagine.
At Community Coffee,
Absolutely.
we make
And
ours
that's
with a
one
commitment.
of the great
Because
mysteries,
community isn't
in my
just our
opinion,
name,
Michael,
it's our
about
mission. Find us at your
ufology and
grocery
UFO
store or at
reports is how
communitycoffee.com
a
to learn
dramatic
more.
sighting, the likes of which I just described.
The following views and opinions do not necessarily represent those of the Shadow Talk Radio Network, its management, staff, or any affiliates.
Sightings, and yet, I traditionally receive only one report about a.
Have you been wondering what gift to get that special person in your life? Then you need to visit Mountain View Candleworks, your one-stop headquarters for candles, fountains, specialty foods, and much more. Just visit www.mountainviewcandleworks.com.
It's got to be strange.
We make your candles with mountain care.
Other cars on that same road. My goodness.
Did you hear that? Do you believe? You will. Don't miss ShadowCon March 27, 2009, in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Hosted by the Kentucky Shadow Chasers. Meet Shannon Sylvia, Keith Age, Brian Hartnois, and many others as we explore the world of the supernatural and the paranormal. It's an event you'll never forget, including an investigation into the Mothman at Point Pleasant, West Virginia. It's coming March 27th, 2009. ShadowCon, hosted by the Kentucky Shadow Chasers. You will believe.
UFO studies, ancient mysteries, paranormal studies, cryptozoological sciences, demonology, extraterrestrial archaeology, temporal sciences, conspiratorial studies. These courses and more can be found at the Institute of Metaphysics. From the mysteries, knowledge. instituteofmetaphysics.com.
In Virginia. You're safe, Wallace.
Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to Shadows in the Dark, and let me apologize for the technical difficulties there, but we are now up and rolling, thanks to old Hip there, as well as Joel getting everything kind of figured out for us, so let me just give them a little bit of a very well-deserved thank you for getting us on the air, and hopefully we'll have the problem figured out by the time Thursday comes around. So we're really kind of just, I got a few things I want to get out of the way, and we're going to get right into the show, because our guest tonight is one of our dear friends of the show, Robert Schneck, the historian of the strange. So it's going to be an exciting show. We're talking about some weird and crazy stuff, about Ouija boards and giant frogs and frogs riding bicycles, a little bit of this and that, so it's going to be a lot of fun. But the main thing that I really want to put out there is if you haven't signed up for our newsletter, or you are already signed up for our newsletter, we added a new feature to it, and that is a show reminder. So now you can sign up, and 3 hours before any show, you will get a reminder in your email box telling you that this show is going to broadcast live in approximately 3 hours. Now, if we do have a rebroadcast, you will not receive a reminder for that. This is just for the live show. So I know some of y'all emailed me and was talking about how much you kind of missed some of that, and so we decided, why not put it in place? You guys know we try to do what we can when you ask for it, so that is one thing right there. Well, I tell you what, let's go ahead and get right into the show, because like I said, we're still going to do 2 hours, but we're kind of starting 30 minutes late. It's kind of like our old Thursday show, right? So like I said, tonight's guest is Robert Damon Schneck. He's been a guest many times on the show. We always love having him on. He always has some fascinating stories. He is known as the historian of the strange, so let's welcome him to the show. Robert, how are you doing today?
Very good, Jeremiah. Thank you. And congratulations on joining the Shadow Talk Radio Network.
Well, even in spite of tonight, it looks like it's still going to be a great thing.
Oh, yeah, the sound is amazing.
It definitely is. So we are happy to be here, and of course, we kind of wanted to open up our first month here with a lot of our regular guests, and of course, you are one of those. And not only a regular guest, but you're also kind of a back-end kind of person too. Well, Robert, so what have you been up to lately? Well, you know what? Let's start off with this, because I know we're on this new network, and we've got some new listeners as well as a lot of our regular listeners, and so I felt it would be only proper that you kind of introduce yourself, so those who are new to the show can meet Robert Damon Schneck.
Okay, well, I specialize in historical oddities. That is to say, strange stories that have either been forgotten or have been told and retold so many times that the original's been lost. And what the story that ends up getting repeated has very little to do with it. So I spend a lot of my time at the library, online, in newspaper archives, trying to get down and dig out what actually happened. Sometimes it's nothing more than discovering that the people who were mentioned in a well-known story never actually existed. That's happened more than once. Or it's turned out that a story that has been told and retold actually began life as a work of fiction, and then ended up being repeated as a true story, After that, it became part of the literature of strange but true phenomena. So it can take you to some odd places, to some unexpected places, and I just love to do research. So for me, this really consists of digging stuff up and then running to everyone and showing them all the neat stuff I found.
Now, so are you a history buff or more of a, a weirdness buff, I guess?
Oh, boy, I don't know. I'd probably say a weirdness buff, but I mean, for every weird book I got a history book, too. So I guess they go together.
Yeah.
I mean, to my mind, one of the great things about the paranormal or just the very strange is that it illuminates history from an unexpected angle. You'll be reading, for example, a ghost story, and you'll discover some odd little aspect of 19th century life that you never suspected. Things like that happen all the time. True crime does that too, where you study a story, you read all about it, and you discover what real life actually was back 100, 200, 300 years ago. In fact, if you read some of the very old poltergeist stories, some of the very old poltergeist accounts, you will hear people who approached it the same way a modern ghost hunter would approach it. They weren't stupid, and they weren't all crazy, superstitious people either. They could be very level-headed and took a very logical approach to investigating paranormal phenomena.
Now, and that's something, a lot of people may not know about you. You are a true crime buff as well.
Yes, I am.
You really love the true crime.
I love true crime, and I'm never happier than when I can find true crime and the strange paranormal connecting. In fact, I've got a pile of true crime books by the front door that have nothing in them but bookmarks about where the story veered into the paranormal.
Oh, wow.
Someday I'll put it together into a book, but I'm not sure when or where.
well, maybe a little later. Maybe you can give us a few examples later on, because I'd like to hear some of that. But I know one of your biggest things that you've been researching here lately is Ouija boards, and you've definitely shared some of this with us on a little bit on some other shows, and just in our own conversations. And this is some fascinating stuff. So now, what is it specifically that you were looking at Ouija boards?
Well, the last book I wrote had a chapter on Ouija boards, and it got such a big response that I began talking about Ouija boards more, because I began to appreciate just how interested people were in them, and I was surprised to discover how many people have a Ouija board story. Either it happened to them, or it happened to a friend of theirs, or it happened to their sister at a slumber party. They have had some very strange experience with the Ouija board. For example, I visited the forum, the Shadows in the Dark forum, and I found a classic Ouija board story there, where a girl tells of a Ouija board that was doing something unpleasant, so they tried to destroy it. They burned it, and they threw it in a fire pit, rather, and it flew out and hit the guy who tried burning it on the head and left a scar on there. He tried burning it again. I think they buried it. I don't know what all they did to it. And then it showed up on his night table the next day as though he had done nothing. It's an interesting story, and besides just being a bizarre account, those kinds of tales of things being destroyed like that. Those tales used to be told about grimoires, that is to say, books of magical spells. So if you had a book of magic spells and you tried to destroy it, it would always come back. So apparently, somewhere along the line, that got attached to the Ouija board. It'd be interesting to find out when exactly that happened.
It's funny you say kind of like magic spells and Ouija boards. I don't know what happened to it, but I had a book on witchcraft that was given to me, and that was kind of the story. They had tried to burn it, said it wouldn't burn.
Not just pure white.
And I don't know whatever I've done with it. Maybe if I ever find it, maybe I'll try to burn it and see if
it's worth a try.
That's right.
Maybe you can do it on pay-per-view.
That's right, yeah. I have a live burning of a witchcraft book on Shadows in the Dark.
Well, apart from that, so as I was saying, I was really surprised to discover this widespread interest in Ouija boards. You think something that's been around forever, everybody knows about it. there is one in literally millions of households in the United States. I don't know for a fact, but I would be willing to guess that it is the only what you would call occult device in millions of households. And it's sitting there between Chutes and Ladders and Monopoly most of the time. So on top of everything else, it's very common, so it's everywhere. People have had experiences with it. People that might have never tried dowsing, people that might have never fooled with a crystal ball. At some point in their life, they might very well have experimented with the Ouija board, so they have had experiences with it. Now, one of the things that got me so interested in it was the literature of the Ouija board
makes a difference
is often written
in
from
the credibility, I think, of people when they make a clear and convincing
someone
report
is trying to make a point either that
Ouija
boards are good and helpful and a way to develop yourself spiritually, or, and this is more common, that Ouija boards are dangerous and they endanger you, they endanger your soul. So a lot of them are written from a religious perspective, and they will always tell lots of anecdotes about such and such experimented with the Ouija board and lost their mind. Such and such experimented with the Ouija board and committed suicide, committed murder, ended up in a mental hospital. There are so many stories like this that it got me curious about how many of them might be true. So I just really, in the last few months, started spending some serious time trying to dig in and find out how many of these stories did actually happen. Now, the Ouija board was patented in 1891. And I have found a case of alleged Ouija madness from 1892, and another one that might actually be from 1891. I have to verify that, though. But this one story from 1892 is just bizarre. It involved a man and his wife. The woman became a medium, and they became convinced that they had to murder their son, and they more or less tore up their house and were carrying out some kind of bizarre ritual when they were taken away to a mental hospital. So that goes back all the way to 1892. Now, along the way, there have been some notable murders, crimes, a lot of cases of marriages breaking up, all due to people consulting the Ouija board. And don't get the idea that these things have all happened in the distant past. There is a story about someone committing murder because of something a Ouija board told them as recently as last year, in 2008. So these things are still going on, and I suspect in the future there's going to be a big upsurge of interest in the Ouija board soon.
Yeah, I mean, and it really, in what we deal with, the paranormal, the strange, the weird, you definitely hear stories of Ouija boards all the time. On a lot of shows, and you get a lot of paranormal research groups out there that definitely, they say, they refuse to use them. Then you got some that definitely welcome them into their, in their investigations. Now, what kind of, have you used them, experimented with them, played around with one?
I own a few Ouija boards because I like looking at them, but I have never been able to get that planchette to move. It just won't do it. You have to be able to relax to a certain extent with these things, and I'm just not a relaxed person. I sit there, I start to drum my fingers, my mind wanders, and that planchette just will not move. I've tried it with other people. You could tie it to a trailer hitch. I couldn't move it.
No, it's been a long time since I've messed with one. I have to say it's I don't know when. And now we got it to move. I can't remember the questions or anything we asked, but it moved for us, and it was kind of spooky.
Well, I did experiment with a group of ghost hunters once down in during ghost hunt in Virginia, where we set up that announcement one of these days, maybe shortly. It's sort of a Ouija board. It certainly works on the same principle as a Ouija board, where we took a bunch of those sticky memos and wrote letters on them and put them in a circle on a table and put a shot glass in the middle, and we all put a finger on it. And we tried to spell things out. And I have to say that when you've got a group of people sitting there with a finger on that shot glass, and you're not moving it, it does move. How exactly it moves is almost certainly due to muscle movement that we're not consciously aware of, but it is a very odd sensation. And no, we never spelled anything out.
Right. Then again,
we got some nonsense, and I suppose if we had really battened down the hatches and worked on it for a while, we might have gotten something, because people rarely get results right off the bat.
Right. Yeah. Now, what's kind of your take on the Ouija board? I mean, do you believe it's maybe the subconscious moving it around, or do you think it could possibly be something else?
Well, I think the majority of cases, it is the subconscious moving it around. However, that doesn't mean that there's nothing paranormal happening. I'll give you an example. When I wrote this book called The Story called Bridge to Body Island for my first book, that has a story of 3 college students, and they worked together. And they created this bizarre story that ended up terrifying them. Now, I think it's possible that there might have been some telepathy going on in that case, because one of them, the 2 of them that were able to get the planchette to move would sit and work with it. And the third one would ask questions. He would write down questions, and they would give answers that sometimes made a kind of a sense. For example, he would ask them a question that could be answered by a number, and they might not give the correct number, but they would give a number for that question. He would ask them a question that might be answered by a name. Again, it might not be the right.
The other individual looked at the object with his binoculars.
There is a possibility that there's some kind of telepathy going on. Certainly some of the elaborate stories that have come out of Ouija boards, people using Ouija boards, could be an example of some telepathy going on some level. It's possible. Now, of course, the real question is, are you talking to the dead? Are you talking to spirits? Are you talking to angels, demons, discarnate beings, any of those things? And that, to my mind, is a little trickier. There has not been a lot of good evidence for that. However, I don't discount it. I think it's possible. Like I said, though, I'm more inclined to think that it does come from the people who are using the Ouija board. Even if something paranormal happens, I think it's more likely to come from them than from some outside source. But again, I'm open to suggestion. It could very well happen. I know there's certainly a lot of people that claim to have had, for example, encounters with Ouija boards that where a planchette moved by itself. Those stories are very common. Stories about planchettes that spin around without anyone touching them. Stories about planchettes that fly up off the Ouija board, fly across the room.
Out in the middle of nowhere.
Also, someone once told me a story about how they were using a planchette. This was a classic, strange and disturbing Ouija board story that they were at a slumber party. A bunch of girls were at a slumber party, and they were using the planchette. And while they were using it, I think they asked for a sign, and there was a terrific booming sound that terrified them. Now that sort of thing is pretty common, but what was so disturbing to this one girl that I knew was that a mutual friend of theirs had committed suicide right at that time. And they thought that maybe that was the sound of him shooting himself or something like that.
Oh my goodness! Well, listen.
As a matter of fact,
we're
she
right
later
on track
began to
right
have
now, Peter,
episodes
because
of automatic writing where she was not aware of it, and she would write notes
how to
to
get a
herself.
hold of you.
Now, she believed that what was happening was paranormal. I don't think we need a paranormal explanation for that. I think there are plenty of perfectly reasonable psychological explanations.
A few dollars, for all of your efforts over there.
All right, I've got, and you probably see it there, we got a question in the chat room from Bambi. Wanting to know if you have any articles coming to Fate anytime soon.
Not Fate, but I will have something about Ouija board madness in the Fortean Times soon. And I just had their cover story on Gene Dixon, which will be available online at the Gene Dixon Museum website soon. Or maybe it is now, I don't even know. But the Gene Dixon Museum website has to put that up. So you'll be able to read that online. And again, the 40 Times will carry that article about about an outbreak of Ouija board madness that occurred in El Cerrito, California, in 1920. Actually, the more research I did, I discovered it actually started in 1919, but the part that interested me was 1920.
Oh, wow. Well, let's look at some of the other specific stories of Ouija boards that you dug up. Out of all the ones, and I know you are a thorough researcher, and I just can't imagine how many stories you did dig up. Which one?
Keep in mind, I just started,
right?
And I'm up to 1919. I began in 1891 because that's the year that the Ouija board itself was patented. Now, that doesn't mean that was the first of those sorts of devices.
We've got
they have a history that goes back to the beginning of spiritualism. In fact, the Ouija board is a combination of two tools used by spiritualism.
Well, we're going to be taking our break here. Wallace and Peter at the top of the bottom of the hour here, and we'll be back in 6 more minutes with more
the table would rap.
Spaced out Sunday after this, folks, and we'll talk with Peter next week. Thank you, Peter.
Tilt when the spirit was responding. Now, what they would try to do, for example, is they would try to rap out the letters of the alphabet. So if they wanted to rap out a B, they would rap twice. If they wanted to rap out a C, they would rap 3 times. Now, this was a very slow procedure and a very boring one. So what they came up with first was something called the letter board, which was exactly what it sounded like. A board with letters printed on it, and what the medium would do is she would move her finger across the board, and when she touched the letter that the spirit wanted, the spirit would rap or tilt the table, signal that was the letter they wanted, and somebody would keep track of it. Now, this combined with a later invention called the planchette, which means a little plank or a little table. And what that originally was a little heart-shaped wooden coaster that had 2 legs on casters or on felt, and the third leg was a pencil. So what the medium would do, or the sitters would do, is they would put a hand on this planchette, put it on a large piece of drawing paper, and eventually the planchette would either start to write words or draw pictures or somehow communicate. So what somebody did, because no one really knows who did this, but somebody combined the planchette with the letterboard. So what they ended up doing was they took the pencil off the planchette and just made it a pointer with a little porthole on it. And there's actually some argument over whether you use the pointer end of the planchette or use the porthole to choose a letter. Right. The purists say the porthole. And as you move the planchette around the board, you choose your letters. That's actually where the Ouija board came from, through combining these two spiritualist tools as a way of speeding up spirit communication. So, again, the story does start a few years before 1891. Now, I have been digging through newspaper archives, and like I said, I'm up to 1919 or 1920. And as the years go by, the stories, you get more and more and stranger stories. For example, in 1919, this man claimed that women in Chicago were killing themselves because the Ouija board had told them that the boys that they liked didn't love them. But it wasn't all grim. Ouija boards have become a part of popular entertainment. When you read the social columns from those periods, Ouija boards featured at all the parties. Everyone had a Ouija board for a little while, and the women were always asking them who their husband was going to be. That was a very popular question to ask the Ouija board.
Did any reports of that, actually kind of happening?
Yes, there are. In fact, there are reports of people that met and married because of Ouija boards. But there are also cases of divorce caused by Ouija boards and cases of murder.
Right. Now, in terms of marriage, I think, for me, if you played around once, it told me I was going to marry somebody named Jill, that, I think I'd have a tendency to look for somebody named Jill.
Yeah, very possibly.
Yeah.
But that's what happens when you use the divine machine, when you use divining devices, or you go to fortune tellers, or you do any of those things. It's going to change your perspective a little bit. You're going to go out of it thinking to yourself, well, I'm going to keep an eye out for such and such.
Right. Yeah. Well, what about some of the murders? That was kind of one of the ones I thought was very interesting. Just people that murder because of the Ouija board.
Well, there are a couple of cases. The earliest one I've found so far, apart from that case from 1892, where they apparently were planning to murder their son, the first murder that I found that was actually carried out was a woman named May Murdoch, and she was in, let me think, I think she was in California. To be specific, she was in Biggs, California, and this was in 1923. And she consulted the Ouija board, and the Ouija board told her that her husband and her son were planning to murder her and to dissolve her body in lime. So May got a gun and she shot her husband dead. And she didn't get her son, though. And this was the first Ouija board murder that I found, but this one was kind of underreported. The next murder that really got a lot of people's attention was in Springerville, Arizona in 1933, and this one was not underreported. It got a lot of attention. It involved a woman named Dorothea Turley, who lived with her husband on a ranch in Springerville, Arizona. They lived in kind of a remote area, and she was from New York. She was had been educated in Europe, and she was a former beauty queen, very beautiful woman. And she married her husband was an ex-naval officer, and he wanted to retire to Arizona, partially for her health. She had tuberculosis or something. And while she was there, she began to get very involved with the Ouija board. She also began to get very involved with a local cowboy. So she had things that kept her busy. And she also had a 15-year-old daughter named Maddie. Now, Dorothea was using the Ouija board, and she told Maddie that the spirits were telling Maddie that she should shoot her father, Mr. Turley, and that she wouldn't get into any trouble for doing it. So Maddie got a shotgun, and she shot her father dead. And when the police got her, she claimed that she had been aiming for a skunk but missed and hit her father. But after a very short interrogation, she was told, she told the story, that the spirits had told her that she should do this and she wouldn't get into any trouble for doing it.
Wallace Wagner
well, when the
Jr.
police heard that, they brought in Dorothea because not only was the spirits wanted Dorothea to be free to marry this handsome cowboy that was a friend of hers, but there was also a question of insurance money. So there were reasons for Mr. Turley to die that apparently went beyond whatever strange reason the spirits might have had. But there were trials. Dorothea was sent to prison for about 6 years and then finally released on for some reason which I can't quite figure out yet. But Maddie spent a few years in a reform school, and she was eventually released. And she always insisted that she had followed what the board said, and it had been very clear in its instructions. The funny thing is, she might still be alive. She was a very young girl then. She was a very young girl. It'd be interesting to track her down and see if she is still alive.
Now that would make for a great show.
It would.
Yeah, man. I tell you, some of this stuff is just kind of. I mean, it kind of sends chills down your spine. I mean, just to think of people doing this because a board told you.
There was one case from Kansas City, Missouri that really was disturbing. I mean, the story of Dorothea Turley, to my mind, is a real movie of the week story. It was a love triangle. There was insurance money involved. She probably figured if her daughter shot her husband, she would get a year or two in the reform school, and that would be it, and she'd have the money and her boyfriend. But the story about what happened to another couple in Kansas City, Missouri in 1935 was a lot less pleasant. And it fits into what happened in a bunch of marriages where people would consult the Ouija board. The Ouija board would tell them, for example, that their husband or wife was cheating on them, or something like that. And that actually ended in divorce more than once, if the papers can be trusted. But there was a woman named Nellie Hurd, and she was married to her husband was Herbert, and Nellie's Ouija board told her that Herbert was having an affair with a neighboring lady, and not only that, but he gave the woman a large sum of money. Now, for the next few weeks, Mrs. Hurd tied her husband to the bed and tortured him. She burned him and did all kinds of terrible things to him. And finally, she threatened to shoot him, put the gun down by the bed. He grabbed it and shot her. So he finally got himself freed, and he was brought. The charges against him were dismissed because it was considered justifiable. But that was a case of torture and murder brought on by nothing other than the Ouija board, apparently.
You know, that is an interesting bit of timing on your behalf.
Crazy.
As far as your,
yes, it is.
I mean, it just amazes me. Well, what other stories have you dug up?
Well, there's one that happened as recently as the year 2000, and it happened in Nico, Oklahoma. A woman named Carol Sue Elbaker, she was using the Ouija board with, I think, her grandchildren.
That they had a $22 million program.
After she finished, she stabbed her son-in-law to death. Then she tried to kill her daughter, two granddaughters, and herself by driving into a tree or something like that. And she was never put on trial, though. She was taken right to the mental hospital, and I think she's still there. Now, keep in mind, we're talking about the year 2000.
Right, yeah.
So, again, we don't have to go real far back into the records to start finding these very strange stories. And at the same time, keep in mind, the Ouija board is a game that is sold to children.
Right, yeah.
It's marketed to children.
Right.
You go to the Hasbro website, and you punch in Ouija boards, and they now sell the most darling pink Ouija board.
I was about to say I seen a pink one in a catalog the other day.
Yeah, it's a pink Ouija board, and the
for some reason,
kind of spooky imagery that used to be on the borders of it have been replaced by these kind of pretty images, goddesses and moonbeams and things like that. And obviously they are marketing this towards prepubescent girls or pubescent girls, and they're marketing towards the slumber party trade. Now, I personally have my reservations about this. Even though I don't think Ouija boards are the devil's plaything or anything like that, I still have my doubts about letting your 8-year-old daughter try to talk to the dead.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know why it makes me a little uncomfortable, but maybe if I had children, I'd feel differently.
Well, I've got 4, so I can kind of speak on that. Exactly. And no, I wouldn't allow my children to play with the Ouija board. You know, I mean, I can't say if it's evil, if it doesn't matter, or whatever. You know, I mean, you hear all the stories, and I mean, you know, you can kind of go back and forth on it, but point blank, no, I would not let any of my 4 boys, oldest being 13, play with the Ouija board. Even being a paranormal nut myself.
Right.
You know, I mean, I talk to them about, you know, the paranormal and things like that, but there's just...
You talk to them about it on the radio.
Right, yeah, exactly. But something about sitting them down and saying, hey, well, Daddy's going to work on the plumbing today, just play with your Ouija board, just doesn't sound right.
That one was old as good sex and violence on television.
That's right, you know. Throw them in front of the video game, with, you know, or they can kill and shoot people, but don't give them a Ouija board, for goodness sakes.
Well, you know, when you think about it, what are you doing? You can call it a game, and you can look at it as a game. As a matter of fact, I think anybody who approaches the Ouija board with the idea that they're not going to take the results seriously is fine.
Right.
That's perfectly all right. You don't take the results seriously. What happens sometimes, though, is that people will use the Ouija board for fun, and then they'll get is so very close to what Commander Fravor startles them. How could the Ouija board know that? Or they'll get a prediction that couldn't possibly come true but does. Again, how could the Ouija board know that? And that's when they start to sink into this serious approach to the Ouija board. Now, I think sometimes maybe the Ouija board somehow does get an occasional right answer. Maybe it comes from the person's subconscious mind. Maybe it's telepathy. Maybe it's precognition. Who knows? But it's when they start to take the Ouija board seriously that there's a problem.
Fascinating to me to think that
until you do that, though, I think there's nothing wrong with fooling with the Ouija board.
Well, and I can kind of remember the first time I ever messed with one, and it did start off just fun, just playing around with it. But then all of a sudden it moves, and you didn't move. And it does freak you out a little bit.
Did you do it by yourself, or were you doing it with a friend?
And doing it with a friend. There was two of us. And of course, you both look at each other and swear up and down. Well, I didn't move it. Well, I didn't move it. Well, who the heck moved it? And then you get a little freaked out after that.
Well, imagine the impression that would make when the thing moves by itself.
Yeah, now that would,
But even that can have an explanation that is paranormal, but not unheard of, which is that something called group psi could be going on.
Right.
That is to say, the people involved could, because they expect this kind of thing to happen, be doing it themselves through some unknown mechanism that the mind is capable of doing, which is usually just called mind over matter. So, even then, if you can accept the possibility of that, it's still no reason to panic.
Right.
However, to my feeling, when the planchette starts to spin, it's time to put the Ouija board away and go to the mall.
What a job that is.
Yeah, I agree. And, just out of fun, maybe that's something we should do sometime. Just, put a Ouija board down and get everybody to think about it. See if we can get it to move.
I agree, yeah. Group PK, I love it. And we can do that with random number generators, too. But one of the things that we tried during this ghost hunt when we were fooling with the circle of letters and the shot glass was, just out of curiosity, we wanted to see what would happen while we were experimenting with this Ouija board type thing, what would happen if the ghost hunters used all of their devices just to check the area while we were doing it, to see if anything happened, see if the EMF did anything odd or the temperature moved or anything like that. Well, we didn't get anything with that, but we did try a traditional seance. A little later, a basic spiritualist seance. We had a medium there, and we didn't get anything, but we did have a photographer with us who was trying to photograph what we were doing, and the moment that we got started in the seance, seriously into the seance, his camera died. He's been using this camera for 25 years. It has never died before. It has never died since, and he found that very disturbing.
Now,
because
have you ever had that?
He is a professional. He knows how to set up. He knows what he's doing, and his camera died. So it made a big impression on him.
Yeah.
That's the only.
I've kind of been there with stuff dies, and you put fresh batteries in, and there's no reason for it. And just craps out on you.
Growing up.
So, like I said, we didn't have any luck with that. We even tried a dumb supper, which is a very old, popular way for girls to find out who their husbands were going to be, where they, a few minutes before midnight, they would go through the motions of making a dinner, and they would do it all backwards and in silence, and they would set the table for themselves and someone else. And at midnight, the door was supposed to open, and a phantom of the man they were going to marry was supposed to come into the room and sit down at the table. Well, we tried that too.
Yeah, I know it is, because
no phantoms, no coffins. If a coffin comes in, that means that the girl will die unmarried.
I often wonder about that, because I have a feeling
dumb suppers are a very old tradition. They go back to England, at least a few hundred years, probably more. And they used to be very popular in parts of the South and in the Ozarks. And they're still done.
And that, that's something that I know you're big on, and we've talked about many times on the show, is being more creative in, ghost hunts or paranormal investigations and things like, the Dumb Supper and dressing up in era clothing, sitting down, like if you're at a bar and supposedly the bar's haunted, sit down and having a drink. And you don't see stuff like that. And I know we've talked about a lot because I agree with you, and I think it would be, I think it would be neat to see more groups doing that. I mean, that's where you really get into the, experimentation with it.
I think it has other advantages too, because it keeps the group from becoming passive.
Yeah.
It keeps them from simply saying, I'm going to sit here in this graveyard all night looking at my EMF detector.
Right, which is very exciting.
In that regard. How these groups last as long as they do is beyond me.
The Men in Black stories, typically three of those guys show up or whatever, but not just Men in Black, but
make use of your creativity. When you pull out a book that says, such and such a thing was supposed to raise ghosts, why don't we give it a try, just to break up the monotony?
Right, and you really think about it, a lot of these places that ghost hunting groups go are usually social places. But they spend their time sitting in a corner with a digital recorder and an EMF detector yelling out questions.
And the interesting thing about that also is that a lot of the ghost experiences that people report will happen during a more social atmosphere. In the place that we were visiting, for example, we were sitting at the bar. We were eating. We were sitting at the bar. And this bar, supposedly, the ghost of a child had either floated or walked across this bar and disappeared into a wall. Well, the manager of the restaurant, the manager of the tavern was there, and there were several witnesses who apparently saw this. Now, this was not in the middle of the night. This was not during a ghost hunt. This was during the bar being open and busy. And that also goes to, I always go back to the Philip experiment. Sitting in a circle, trying to summon the spirit of Philip did not work. They tried that for a year. Setting up an atmosphere that was congenial, fun, and playful, that created results. That created on-demand paranormal phenomena that could be studied and experimented with. And in my mind, that's what a lot of groups seem to want.
Right, and I have to say from my own personal experience, especially in regards to EVPs, I've got more results with EVPs by just say, there's three of us in a room just talking amongst each other than asking the questions and waiting for responses. But it's been we're social with each other, and then it seems something comes in and like they want to take part in the conversation or throw in a comment or something.
Are the EVPs that result from that, are they intelligent? Do they fit into the conversation?
The majority of them have. It seems like it's a comment on the conversation, like an acknowledgement of something that was said, or just a brief little comment. I mean, I've never had any EVP that was a full sentence or a paragraph. It's usually a few words. But it seemed to always fit in the conversation.
And odd as that might sound, now imagine when you're doing when you're going over your results. But
here's
so
my aversion.
To sit and listen to a conversation.
I had a weird aversion to
silence.
Well, it depends on if I'm wanting to go to sleep or not.
Well, yeah. I also personally, I think more than one case of EVP has been the ghost hunter's stomach growling.
Either how it started or
and they just don't realize that shows up. That will show up on the tape.
It does, and it sounds kind of spooky too.
It does. I mean, I've heard some stomachs growl. They sounded like they were asking to be fed.
Yeah, and even a burp will a burp. When you hear it back, when you hear it played back on a recorder, it sounds a little scary. It's got a completely different sound to it.
This is the sort of thing they don't teach you in ghost hunting school.
No, not at all. I know we got a little bit off topic there, the Ouija boards, but.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Ghost hunts, Ouija boards. Like I said, we did try to do some of the traditional ways of contacting ghosts. during this ghost hunt just to see if we would get results. And apart from that camera failure, we didn't have much luck.
Right, but I fully agree with it that many groups need to get out there and be more creative. I mean, you see, it's become kind of cut and dry, and I've even I'm not just saying this, but because this is what I see on television, but I've experienced for myself on ghost hunts with people outside of the group I used to have. We went to a conference and they'd done some ghost hunts, and we were trying to show the folks there, how to do this and that, and they, no lie, honestly told us, well, that's not how they do it. That's not how ghost hunters do it. That's not how Paranormal State does it, and they would not listen. It's become cut and dry.
And that's a shame, because this is an opportunity to be creative.
Right.
There should be no standard way to ghost hunt, because we're not talking about chemistry here. We're not talking about physics. We're not building an airplane. We're talking about something that's a lot less, this is not something with strict rules. And the fact of the matter is, a lot of people have associated creativity with paranormal phenomena. So if you're being creative, I think you're more likely to get results. And I assume that people are ghost hunting because they want results.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
That should be I assume that that's their reasoning. So if you want results, go out of your way to get them.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, it is kind of sad to see that. And there was one of the problems I had with my own group is really to get them into the being a little creative, doing things different. And some groups have that frame of mind. They want to go there and be professional, and I think they end up deluding themselves because they want to keep that.
They are deluding themselves, because the idea that your results are going to be taken more seriously because you're grim is simply wrong. No one is going to take any ghost hunting group's results seriously, no matter what they get. It's not going to happen. The thing to do is to have some fun, see what you get, and who knows, you do this for a while, maybe you'll end up learning something. As we've said off the air more than once, there's very little information exchanged. There's a lot of technical information exchanged. What did you use? What kind of camera filter did you use? Did you use digital or audio tape? There, all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, what have we learned?
Right.
What has 10 years of ghost hunting taught us?
Exactly. And again, at the end of the day, what happens to that EVP? It gets put on a hard drive for 10 years. And
that's right.
It goes nowhere. You might post it up on your website and get a few people to comment on it, but still, that's about it.
Usually the comment consists of, sounds to me like she's saying watermelon.
Right, yeah. Yeah. Or I don't hear nothing at all. You're crazy, but yeah, I mean that's it. And I'm going to be going to another conference where they're going to be doing ghost hunting, so I'm hoping this one goes a little better. And it's not, we get in there and try to teach some people some stuff, and they throw that back at us. Well, that's not how so-and-so does it.
Well, I would really like to know why having a TV show gives you the authority to lay down the law of how ghost hunting works. If you want, go back a few years. Harry Price was ghost hunting back in the 1930s, and he didn't insist that this was the way you do it. He had certain standards. He felt that it should be done a certain way, but those were never set in stone. And then Hans Holzer used to work with psychics, and other people did it different ways. Some people took a religious approach, some people take an eclectic approach. Just because TAPS does it a certain way doesn't mean that's the right way to do it.
Right, yeah.
I hate to point this out, because TAPS has been doing this for a couple of years on television. They've apparently gotten some interesting results. Have the scientists come flocking to them to study their results and determine what it was that was actually happening? No, they haven't.
Yeah.
They're considered entertainment, and that's nothing more.
Right.
The idea that you have to be respectable, that you're going to be respectable by following these rigid protocols, it's not going to happen.
Well,
ever.
And I think it also plays into that, the other conversation we've had, of really not getting anywhere with it. It's the same stuff. It's a recycling of theories and names, that we continue to see, and there's not really this, this movement, a forward movement.
Well, recycling is always a problem in paranormal. One of the world's most famous UFO magazines, Lagonia, is closing after its that I was printing back in 1970. Why should I keep doing this? That doesn't mean that people still aren't having an experience. That doesn't mean that people still aren't seeing flying saucers, UFOs, having encounters with aliens. But it never seems to grow, which can be very frustrating to somebody who insists that this is a real science, must be approached as a science, because it doesn't seem to act the way scientific subjects normally do.
Yeah.
And can you imagine any science where you haven't learned anything new in 50 years?
To hour number 2 of Space.
I know, it's kind of hard to believe.
I'm your host, the paranormal lawyer, Michael W. Hall.
It is.
Thanks for joining me.
And this pursuit of respectability is simply a waste of time. It is not going to happen. These are not respectable subjects. Give up. If that's what you're after, it's not going to happen. You don't have to wear a tie.
But I like a tie.
Well, you can wear a tie, but it's a funny thing too, because
don't forget, you can always check out our archives for free
the credentials that demand respect, the PhDs and people who do all kinds of things. When they get involved in the paranormal, very often their work gets very slipshod, shoddy, and they get kind of crazy after a while. I don't know what happens. Something about the paranormal makes people nuts.
Yeah. Well, one thing to be said though, is that it has become more mainstream, which is, I think, definitely a good, kind of at least a little bit of that, forward movement to get, more people interested in it, which, I mean, that can be, it can go both ways. That can be a bad thing and a good thing, but still more people kind of, more acceptable as well. Where
one good thing about that to come from that is that people that have had these experiences should be able to talk about them without being afraid of being called lunatic.
It's just kind of
and that really is a good thing, because
I'll tell you what happened.
Experiences,
this is what I remember,
and it can be frightening. It can be very isolating.
When I was about
you had such and such an experience, are you losing your mind?
I remember going into our local five and dime
and
store.
It's reassuring to know that sane, successful people have sometimes had very strange experiences.
It wasn't Woolworths, but it was like
definitely.
that, on Main Street.
I tell you, it's all just fascinating stuff, and being a fan of the paranormal, I want to see forward movement.
Five and dime.
Well, I do too, and I'm happy to do it. I mean, the Phillips experiment was great. The Phillips experiment also happened in 1972.
Where you'd go into the door, open the door.
Yeah.
So I am sure that a good many listeners weren't born in 1972.
I wasn't.
Right. So, like I said, forward movement is wonderful, and as soon as we have some, let me know.
Well, Robert, we're getting close to a break here, about 4 or 5 minutes or so. So let's let everybody know you've your book and where it's available.
Okay, my book is The President's Vampire, Strange but True Tales of the United States of America. It's available from Barnes & Noble, Amazon.com, and AnomalousBooks.com. And also I've got another book for children called Are You Psychic?, which offers some very simple psychical experiments that kids can fool around with. They're not talking to the dead or anything like that. It's just things that they can do, experiment with. Also available, that's from Sterling, also at Barnes & Noble.
All right, and I want to throw in there, I should slap you around a little bit, but The President's Vampire is available at Shadows in the Dark's website.
Oh my God.
The little gray guys doing things, but they seem to be
Barnes and who? Emma what?
Yeah,
I've never heard of that. I've never heard of
I should add that the ones that are available from the Shadows in the Dark bookstore are signed.
That's right. So signed copies in our web store. All you got to do is go to www.shadowsinthedarkradio.com. Click on the link that says store. And I believe yours are listed under Weird and Strange.
Probably. And it's possible to blush over the radio. I'm doing it.
I have to admit, I kind of set you up for it. I have to take some of the blame for that.
The praying mantis beings do seem to
but yeah,
I'll remember it.
As well as other good books at Shadows in the Dark's web store.
I don't know what that is, but that's fascinating.
I'm sorry, that was wrong. But
you don't happen to have any experiences.
But it is what comes around.
But it is a great book, and if anybody out there hasn't had the chance to read it, you definitely should. If you like history and you like the weird and strange, you get them both right in one book. It's a great read. Of course, you can't beat a signed copy as well. And I think we had a few in the chat room that are giving testimonials for it there, so definitely listen to them.
Interested in this
great. I'm sorry, that was so funny. Well, we're going to get ready to go to a break here. I think we got a few more minutes, unless we'll see if Hip wants to go ahead and cue it up for us.
Methodist and then Southern Baptist.
Let's just double check as we kind of. I don't want to get into anything else before we do.
All right. The Earth is 6,000 years old.
Wait a second.
And that we're made in God's image, and UFOs, if they're
not sure what that was.
The devil,
EVP.
They're a delusion,
yeah.
And on and on. And you're taught that. And you're taught that the Bible...
UFO studies, ancient mysteries, paranormal studies, cryptozoological sciences, demonology, extraterrestrial archaeology, temporal sciences, conspiratorial studies. These courses and more can be found at the Institute of Metaphysics. From the mysteries, knowledge. Institute of Metaphysics.com.
But I have done a lot of study, and
have you been wondering what gift to get that special person in your life? Then you need to visit Mountain View Candleworks, your one-stop headquarters for candles, fountains, specialty foods, and much more. Just visit www.mountainviewcandleworks.com. We make your candles with mountain care.
It's all
Did you hear that? Do you believe? You will. Don't miss ShadowCon, coming March 27, 2009, in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, hosted by the Kentucky Shadow Chasers. Meet Shannon Sylvia, Keith Age, Brian Harnois, and many others as we explore the world of the supernatural and the paranormal. It's an event you'll never forget, including an investigation into the Mothman at Point Pleasant, West Virginia. It's coming March 27th, 2009. ShadowCon, hosted by the Kentucky Shadow Chasers. You will believe.
Literally is amenable to the idea of crafts being talked about in the Bible. That's what I'm saying.
Raise an eyebrow.
Spit my life, boy, know what to do. Years of college and I haven't got a clue.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because literally, I have a feeling this is one of my missions that I think on the planet here is that being a faith-based guy, believing in God is a supreme and believing God is probably much bigger than we even comprehend.
I have said that phrase
yeah, exactly. You and I are on the same page here. I think one of our major problems is going to be getting the faith-based community over the hump that's coming down the road with disclosures. What's your feeling on that?
Well, that's the secondary reason I don't want to go. I'm in this town called the Light. And I wanted to cast a wide net before we knew it. And if I knew it, I could afford one seat down and someone fall on rocky ground. That's okay. If I just open a few eyes, then you get some people to realize that everything you're talking all kind of pulpit, for the most part, is an agenda. And they have fragments of truth, pieces of truth. They're making the whole truth. You really got to be steady on your toes to realize that they and they're not being taught an agenda. They do so that that's not doing out. So I
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
All right, we are talking tonight with Robert Schneck, the historian of the strange. And Robert, one more time, where is that book available at, The President's Vampire?
You know, if you ever do come across,
I just had to say it. I'm sorry. All right, enough of that. All right,
a faith-based conference.
All right, you wanted to talk about something else tonight that I thought was just well, quite honestly, I never heard of it before, and it had to deal with frogs. And no, we're not going to talk about how beautiful a tree frog is. These are just some strange things. So I'll let you just take it from there.
Well,
it's going to be
like a domino I was poking around on the internet, and I came across the story of Nang Wee. Now, Nang Wee is a little black spotted frog in Pattaya, Thailand, that is, and things like that. And she poses Nang Wee on this little toy motorcycle, and she seems perfectly happy sitting there. So she's gone from just sitting in the field eating bugs to world fame because she's been photographed and her picture appears all over the internet. She's very cute, and it got me thinking about an older story of something that happened in New Jersey in 1897, and that involved a giant frog that was seen riding a bicycle through Haddonfield, New Jersey, and being chased by people and being attacked by a dog and having rocks thrown at it, and someone even tried to shoot it. And it was an opportunity to talk about the Haddonfield frog, which is in my files as one of those very strange stories that really does need to be told. Now, there are plenty of, well, not plenty, I take that back. There aren't a lot of stories about monster frogs. You start to dig through the archives, you'll find stories about very big frogs that people claim to have found, 5-pound frogs and 10-pound frogs. But
I went to school,
you can't really do much with it. Someone claimed they found a giant frog, and that's more or less where the story ends. But when you go to Loveland, Ohio, for example, there have been reports of giant frogs walking on their hind legs from about 1955 to the year 2000. There are a whole bunch of these reports of something that they call the Loveland frog. Supposedly it was seen by two policemen, supposedly shot at by one of the policemen. There have been other explanations for it, that it was actually a lizard that someone had lost. Back in 1955, a man saw 3 of these frog beings standing under a bridge, and one of them was holding a bar of metal that was shooting off sparks. So we're talking about strange stuff here. But these bipedal frogs don't really compare to bicycle riding frogs.
Yeah.
So this story, as I said, I found it in this newspaper from 1898, and I just was intrigued because the illustration showed a giant frog riding a bicycle through the town. And I started digging and digging. It turned out that this was actually a man in a pneumatic frog costume who had, so it was inflated with air, and he was a member of a bicycling club. And what he had done was they had given him a 5-minute head start, and he had bicycled 11 miles in 38 minutes or something like that, and it was a race. They were all trying to catch him. So he almost started a panic in this town, almost got shot by somebody, and that was actually what did happen. It was a bit of a disappointment. I mean, you just can't do the giant bicycle riding frog. But for once, I had an explanation for the end of it, and. Now, I thought maybe it might have been a newspaper hoax, because newspaper hoaxes were so common at the time that it's a pretty good idea. You should always assume that it's a newspaper hoax. But I dug into it. I contacted the local historical society. The people that are named in the article were real. They lived in Haddonfield at the time, so this story apparently did happen. It's an odd little story, but I like it because it's been so forgotten.
Right. Yeah, now,
and besides, it's giant frogs.
Well, yeah, you can't go wrong with a giant frog, in my opinion. And now, when you say giant frog, and I'm going to start using toad, even though it's different, because apparently my southern twang really shows when I say frog.
How would you prefer my New Jersey accent?
Well, obviously they're picking up it in the chat room. Of course, Bambi is poking fun at me saying frog.
I was curious about that too. Apparently, frogs and toads, that differentiation is not something scientists make. That's something people make, but the scientists usually don't.
Well, good. I'll stick with toad then.
Okay. So, we're talking toads.
Well, now how when you say giant frog, I mean, and I've seen what actually is called a giant toad, very big toad. I mean, what kind of size did it say? What was giant?
Well, according to the story, now there are people who claim to have researched this story, to have spoken to the witnesses, and they say that the whole thing has been blown completely out of proportion, shot at it. Now, again, it is a controversial story. Some people claim it never happened. They claim that, again, it was just completely blown out of proportion. But it's become kind of the mascot of Loveland, Ohio. Like we were saying about, the chat room was saying about Point Pleasant, West Virginia, there are a lot of these little towns that have got their monster. And that's Loveland. That's Loveland, Ohio's monster. Although Loveland's not quite the little town it used to be. It's become a bedroom. I think it's become a bedroom suburb of Cincinnati. But it's a much different place than it was when these sightings took place.
My goodness.
And when you dig into the old newspapers, you find odd things. For example, there was a frog float that was put into the Loveland parade after the sighting. And there was a big snow sculpture contest, and somebody sculpted a gigantic snow frog for Loveland. So, but for some, the Loveland frog did not catch on quite as much as, let's say, Champ caught on in Lake Champlain for Burlington, Vermont, or the Mothman took off for Point Pleasant.
Right. And well, why not? I mean, my gosh, shoot, I would love to see a 4-foot frog.
Wasn't he the
I would too. You'd think I would certainly do it. But again, a lot of little towns have these stories. For example, Churubusco, which I don't remember if that's Illinois. I think it's Illinois or Indiana. They have a giant turtle. This turtle, it's always described as the size of a kitchen table,
but it was quite
giant snapping turtle. And I think its name is Churubusco Charlie or something like that. Don't quote me on that. But it's become, again, the town's unofficial mascot.
Of doing these things already.
That's why. And I honestly, I didn't expect a 4-foot frog. I was thinking maybe a 4-foot.
No one ever expects a 4-foot frog.
Yeah, that kind of took me off guard there. I was expecting a foot and a half, maybe.
No, although I must admit, any frog running around on its back legs would be worth talking about.
That is true too. That is true. So,
and of course, frogs are always a part of the paranormal. I mean, they come out of stones, they rain out of the sky.
Right. Yeah.
Witches loved frogs and toads. Not to mention the fact that toads are capable of producing hallucinogenic poisons and things like that. So there's always a relationship between the paranormal and frogs and toads. Besides that, they look like caricatures of strange little people.
True. I mean, the little dancing frog with the top hat, comes to mind.
The little dancing frog, which was a takeoff of the frog in the stone, the living frog in the stone, which is one of the basic stories in Fortean phenomena.
A nephew that just got recruited.
Now, what when I think about some of the stories that you've told on the show and has shared with me off the air, I always thought, how in the world do you ever sit down and think, you know what, I think I'm going to look up giant frogs today?
Well, I'll tell you how it goes. This is, well, first of all, I read a lot. And I almost never come across a story and think to myself, that's the next thing I'm going to research. That just doesn't happen. For some reason, I'll start thinking about it a week later, and I'll say to myself, that seems to have stuck into my head. I better go back to it. And if I'm lucky enough to find it, then I can start to, I'll start to dig.
There could be,
and well, of course, with frogs, it's natural. Anything with frogs, again, you just have to do. But other stories, for example, the God Machine, that machine that was built by Minister John Murray Spear that he supposedly brought to life in 19th century Massachusetts. That was a story I just skimmed over, and again, it stuck in my mind, and I had to go back to it. And then when I find something good, I stick it in the filing cabinet. There are stories in my book that I had found 17 years earlier, and just was attracted to them and put them aside, but they always stuck in my mind. I don't know how other people work. I just know how I work. And
I think you've
for me, it's got to set off that bell. It has to stick in my skin for some reason. And when it does, though, I never let go of it.
Well, then we could see where giant frogs and frogs riding bicycles would.
Oh, yeah. And, of course, there are examples, for example, of people who used to do taxidermy around the turn of the century. And there was a real style at one point to do scenes of ordinary life using stuffed frogs. So there was this Hungarian taxidermist who spent 10 years doing this, where he would have scenes like people sitting at a bar, and they were all stuffed frogs. People playing poker, all frogs. Even a man being thrown out of a bar. He's actually being kicked out of the bar, and his frog flying through the air. But it wasn't just him. There was a whole. I'm sure there are some frog bicyclists in there somewhere.
Isn't that a
that's great. Have you ever seen a sheephead?
Someone says
just talking about kind of taxidermy. You ever seen a sheephead?
Well, I've only seen. I saw the photographs you sent me.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
And they were disturbing.
Yeah, is that not something else?
Yeah, you better describe those though, Jeremiah, because you were there.
Okay, for anyone who hasn't seen a sheephead fish, it's a saltwater fish. I don't know where it's native to. I mean, these ones I've caught and stuff been around South Carolina and whatnot, East Coast. But these are fish. They're kind of a grayish and black stripe, and they have human-looking teeth, little human-looking teeth. They're just it's just the weirdest thing to ever see when you pull a fish up, and it almost literally smiles at you with human teeth. And
Well, the funny thing is, when you go through the old newspaper archives, you will occasionally come across these reports of people catching a fish that has, they say it has human fish, now human teeth. Now I look at it and say, oh, that's sheep's head.
Exactly. And, I mean, the first time I'd ever seen one, it was stuffed up, up on some bait shop or something. And, I thought, well, that's kind of a cool little joke. Because, it had human teeth. And then, sure enough, a few years later, I found out that was an actual fish.
You thought it was a fish wearing dentures.
Exactly.
Yeah, fish shouldn't have to floss.
Right, yeah. And and what it is just, everybody wondering, why. What they do is they go up and nibble on crustaceans, little crabs. I forgot, fiddler crabs is one of their biggest things that they eat, and they just go up and they nibble on them. Just the strangest looking thing. So yeah, if you ever get a chance to fish for sheephead, do not pass that opportunity up, because you won't want to smile at you. And they don't smile, but when they kind of open their mouth and they have human teeth, you might as well say they are. It's crazy. It is crazy. What have you, in your research, especially like with frogs or toads, may I say, so I don't sound so redneckish. Have you found any other, your typical run-of-the-mill animal that was seen doing something out of the ordinary, like, riding a bicycle?
Oh, yeah, there are lots of stories like that. I mean, if you just want to go into snakes alone, snakes are a whole area. In fact, a guy named Chad Armet wrote a book this year called Boss Snakes, where he collected practically every newspaper clipping about strange snakes that has been published in the United States in the past 200 years. And this book is really worth reading. I mean, he's got stories of so many stories of giant snakes. A man sits on a log because he's tired, and suddenly he'll find himself moving, and it turns out he's sitting on the back of a giant snake.
Wow.
There are stories of snakes with crowns on their heads, snakes that rear up 6 or 8 feet tall, and of course the famous snakes, the hoop snakes, that bite their own tail and then roll down the hill. But the snake lore is a book to itself. Snakes. One thing I came across was a story about a giant goose that actually I mailed it to Lawrence Coleman, and he ran it in his online column as the Thunder Goose.
Right, I remember that one.
Right, because it was this gigantic goose that was brought down outside of Chicago, and it just shouldn't have been that large.
The idea
but there it was in the paper with the men holding the goose up, and if the story was accurate, the thing was a giant.
But
it was like man size, wasn't it? I mean, wasn't it about their size or so?
It was a big goose. It was a big goose. But again, you dig around in these old newspapers, these particularly the local papers. Those are the best ones, because you'll find stories that you just can't believe. For example, I have this one story from Pennsylvania of this woman who lived by herself out in the woods, and she became a recluse.
Good point.
And
it would take a lot of water.
Had to leave the house for some reason. When she came back, she discovered that she had accidentally left a door or window open, and that her child that she had supposedly
underwater
been
at one point,
in this
and
house
that's where the ark
had escaped. And men went searching for it, and what they found, this is what the newspaper reported, what they found was
around the planet, the same,
a human-faced dog
of water
with that they didn't know what to do with, and the woman had apparently been keeping in secret in her attic, but it was essentially a dog body with a human head or a human face on it. In fact, the face was described as a very beautiful face, and that this strange hybrid creature was taken to a local orphan asylum. Now, I haven't dug into it yet, but I am curious to see what I find, because to see if there is a local orphan asylum, to see what if anything, there might be about this in the records.
Did you say orphan asylum?
Supposedly it was taken to an orphan asylum, yeah.
Like an orphanage?
An orphanage, yeah.
I wonder if it was ever adopted.
Be interesting if it was. Maybe P.T. Barnum adopted it.
Very well could be.
Yeah.
Made a good living as a sideshow.
That's right.
It's just, I don't know. So, you hear some of these stories, and they're very, you like you say, you really have to, wonder if is it a hoax, is it true? I mean, my gosh, I mean, some of them.
I can totally believe
you'll find
that
stories about. I have
true.
one story. I think Linda wrote it up about a blonde bear that was seen walking around. Stories about horse-headed Sasquatches. One of the strange stories is the Gettysburg gorilla, where a gorilla appeared around Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, for a couple of months in the 1920s and started a bit of a panic. Now, of course, we'll look at that and we'll say, oh, that must have been a Bigfoot. But apparently they were seeing a gorilla. And the usual explanation was always trotted out that the circus train must have crashed and that some of the wild beasts escaped. That story has been used so many times, including with those giant snakes, that circus trains must have been crashing left and right.
That's why I had someone tell me the other day about seeing a black deer.
Oh, that's interesting.
And I mean, they were saying that it is. It's rare, but they have been reported. I can imagine seeing a black deer. I know they had the bobcat that was caught in Florida not too long ago. It was a black bobcat, which was known to exist, but very, very rare. And they actually captured one and had it in the zoo for a while. And then I think they were supposed to release it back in the wild. But a black bobcat, I just couldn't imagine seeing a black deer though.
Well, I would guess that just as an animal can be albino or leucistic,
right?
They can also be melanistic,
right?
But it's probably a lot less impressive at first sight because it's just not so striking. But I've never seen one like that, and I'd certainly be interested in seeing it.
Yeah, and that was the case with the bobcat. I was talking about it was melanistic, or it was interesting. They really went into it, but still a black deer, very, very strange.
Well, when you dig around in these things, you'll also find the stories about meat-eating carnivorous trees and giant birds, and giant turtles, and giant insects, and it never ends. You just have to keep digging, and that's not even touching on the things that people see in the sky. And there are people, ghost stories. It's an amazing collection of stories sitting there in newspaper archives. Unfortunately now, a lot of them are available online for somebody who just wants to sit in their room and look for cool stories.
All right. Now, out of all the animal weird and strange stories that you've done, what's your favorite? I've never asked you that.
Well, I don't really know offhand that I have a favorite, although I do like anything with frogs. It's kind of strange because you've got things, for example, that are technically called monster stories, sea monster stories and things like that, but they seem to involve real animals. Mm-hmm. And I do like the Gettysburg gorilla, though, because it hasn't gotten a lot of attention, and I think it deserves it because it was reported, very widely reported, for quite a while, and it's worth writing up. Again, I think Chad Arment put those together in a book on historical Bigfoot. And he's actually, I think he's just trawled through these archives and assembled them into this without adding anything to it. It's just, here's the story. Here's what they said. Make of it what you will.
Mm-hmm.
But some of these stories of snakes, for example, they could have been taken right out of medieval books. They talk about snakes that are accompanied by nests of children. And big giant snake stories haven't stopped. There's an area in Pennsylvania where there's this one mountain that has supposedly the scene of regular giant snake sightings.
Yeah. Now, one of the other things we want to get into tonight, change the subject here a little bit. we've got an event coming up you're going to be a part of, and we wanted to kind of talk about it a little bit. So we're going to do a little shameless promoting, I guess, for a few minutes here. Because this is a huge event that we're putting together, and we're really excited about it. And we want to let everybody know about it. And of course, this is our 24-hour broadcast. This is our second one to be that we're going to be putting on. This one is just going to be it's going to make the last one look like a little tea party because of who we've got involved so far, where it's going to be. I think it's going to be some great stuff, and of course you're one of the major planners on this, which is great. We've got some great people involved that have been putting all of this together. So I'll let you kind of tell a little bit about it. So, I mean, you know all about it just as much as I do, and you're the guest tonight. So
all right. Well, I don't know how Jeremiah did it, but it was a combination of luck and work, and he somehow got people at Ripley's, believe it or not, interested, and we're going to be doing this show from the Ripley's Castle in St. Augustine, Florida, which is a 19th century hotel that has been converted into the Ripley's headquarters and is full of shrunken heads and monstrosities and oddities and peculiar things. And for 24 hours, we are going to be sitting in a Victorian parlor, interviewing some of your favorite guests, and interviewing new people, and there will be events, and there'll be lots of giveaways. So anyone who likes Shadows in the Dark has got to listen to at least a good chunk of the 24-hour broadcast. And if you possibly can, come down to St. Augustine and visit us, because it will be open to the public.
And yeah, that's going to be the great part. I know they have talked about, they have a ghost train that they run, and they're going to run it even during their closed hours, early in the morning, later on at the night. They're going to extend their hours so people can come in and out, and there will be access to where we're broadcasting from, for the whole 24-hour period. I mean, this is going to be amazing. We're so excited about it. Ripley's is excited about it, and I mean, it sounds like we're going to have so much going on, and so far some of the guests we've got lined up, of course, is yourself. So we've got Robert coming, Charlie Carlson, who will actually be a guest on the show this Thursday. Alaf Phillips are let's run back up a little bit. Charlie Carlson is Florida's Master of the Weird.
Author of Weird Florida. Available in the Shadows in the Dark store.
That's right. Yes, a signed copy of Weird Florida, as well as Strange Florida too. Actually, we have a lot of Charlie's work in the store, which is www.shadowsinthedarkradio.com. Click on the link that says store. We also. Alaf Phillips, our resident conspiracy researcher, will be there as well. He's flying in from California to do this. Let's see, we've also got the Professor Slim King will be there. Dr. Gary Frick will be there. Who else we got? Don't let me forget any.
Well, we've got some great people lined up that we're going to be interviewing. But it would be so wonderful if some of our listeners are able to come down there and we could actually get to meet them.
Well, that's the great thing. This is a good opportunity for those who can make the trip. And I really know times right now are tough for a lot of people, and we hope that they can make it down there. But yeah, I mean, the opportunity to meet a lot of the regular guests right here on the show that have become friends of the show and help out. This is that opportunity. Really get to sit down and meet them. We're going to be interviewing people from Ripley's as well. I mean, there's going to be so much going on there. We're going to
not to mention we'll have the opportunity to watch all of us more or less decompose in public.
Yeah, I think that's probably the for me the greatest thing of doing that is the fact that at around hours 12, even maybe 16, we get a little giddy, a little crazy. and I'll start slurring.
Basically, the overall theme then of your book and
I'm looking forward to the slurring.
And that stuff is
and yeah, it gets interesting as we kind of get near the end of the show, and it's a lot of fun. And I mean, we had such a blast. And I tell you what was really amazing last time. We did this past April, was the number of people that stayed up for the majority of this show. It was amazing. I mean, we had people in the chat room for like 16 hours.
It was. We had people staying in when the show was down.
Yeah.
And they just kept chatting.
Yeah, that's right. We had technical difficulties. I know we were down for like an hour when I think we ended up figuring out that the database had locked up and whatnot, and they hung around, and it was very cool. But,
that's part of the reason why we would really love to meet the people who are listening to Shadows in the Dark, because they are been such loyal fans, and this is going to be fun for them, fun for us, and not to mention the fact that this Ripley is quite a place to see.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place. It looks like a castle.
And it's haunted.
And it's haunted, that's right. They had a ghost hunt in there just about a month ago. And, also we're giving away a bunch of stuff. Just like we did on the last one, where I think we gave away almost $2,500 worth of merchandise.
It's going to be bigger.
Exactly. We plan on giving away twice as much, if not more. I mean, we're talking books, CDs, DVDs, T-shirts, side books.
Yes, the T-shirts.
That there were 36,000.
Will finally be available.
That's right. So we're going to have those. We're going to be giving them away. I mean, we're really looking forward to this event. We've put a lot of planning in it as well. I think, we've been planning this since, was it October?
Something like that, yeah.
We've been putting this all together and finally, got the location situated. And I mean, this is going to be the one of the best broadcasts we'll ever have. I mean, 24 hours of nothing but the weird, the strange, the paranormal, conspiracies.
And just things that are unusual. And
right.
Keep in mind, Jeremiah is the one who brought you the throat singers.
That's right. Throat singers, man. Wasn't that fun? I should do some throats. I couldn't do it.
By hour 16, you will.
Yes, you know what? I might just have to throw out, just throw down some throat singing as we get on into that broadcast. But we'll start at midnight. This is April the 18th.
That's right. It's witching hour to witching hour.
Exactly. So all day, April the 18th. So that is Saturday from midnight to midnight. There'll be some hours we don't have any guests on. We'll just kind of mess around. We've got a few things that we're working on. We're going to have some live events as well. Some of our guests will be live on location. We'll be doing some things with those who show up. Man, we're gonna have so much going on there, Robert. I mean,
it should be quite a carnival of the strange.
It very much should be. I mean, this is going to be amazing, which is great because it leads into what we've got a event that we're planning for October, the Unexplained Expo.
That's right. We're going to be doing yet another 24-hour event. We definitely like to push our endurance.
Yes, we do.
Where we will be having lectures and vendors and music. It should be quite an experience.
Nothing says dedication like 24 hours straight, right?
That's right. And like I said, what could be more fun than watching us decompose in public?
Yes. And I from most everybody that I've talked to that's going to be there live on location, they're saying they're going to stay up for the 24 hours. That's what I want to see. I think I was the only one, except for I had one person that stayed up with me almost the entire time, but all in all, I was the only one who made it the whole 24 hours.
And we're also going to try to have a webcam. So for people that can't attend, you can see it. You can see it on your computer, and we'll be having stuff there that's visual as well as radio. And this apparently we are going to be doing this out of what looks like a Victorian room, so it's even going to be atmospheric.
Right.
What were they attempting?
Yeah, it's a great setting. That's what I really like about this.
And by hour 18, we might be wearing Viking helmets, so stay tuned.
Yeah. Very true. We should have like a silly hat hour or something. Because
tinfoil hat.
Well, the great thing is because of the way it's set up. From my understanding, I think there are even some windows there. Basically, will be a Ripley's display for 24 hours.
That's right.
That's the way they look at it. So.
And I think that we were more or less ordained to be one of those from birth.
Yeah, it seems like it. Yeah, I think I
was fated to be a Ripley's display.
That's right. People are going to walk by and they're going to scratch their head and say, "Okay, are those real or are those wax figures?" I'm not really sure. I can't tell.
And with any luck, they'll throw a peanut.
Go see the monkeys behind the cage.
That's right.
That's
actually believe that Jesus
but it is going to be fun. So we just want to let everybody know that is coming up. It's just around the corner. I mean, April will be here before you know it. We've got a lot planned for it. We've got a lot of great guests, a lot of great giveaways. 24 hours straight of the strange and weird, the interesting, just some great radio is what we're going to try to bring to you.
That really is it. We're going to try to do good radio, that you've come to expect from Shadows in the Dark, as well as some different things, and then just an entertaining event that everyone can enjoy.
Exactly, and we hope, like I said, we hope everybody, at least, if you can't make it, at least tune in for it. Spread the word. Help us spread the word about it. That's going to be one of the key things to get the word out there, let everybody know that we're doing this. The last one was a great success, and we're looking forward to this one as well. So April 18th.
Yeah, and St. Augustine has a reasonably priced area. It's off season. And there are lots of things to do, more than just stare at us.
All right, exactly. And, I think we definitely should let everyone know. I mean, most of us that are coming out of town into St. Augustine plan on being there a couple days before, and I'm sure we'll be hanging around Ripley's, for those couple of days. So come down and meet us beforehand. We'd love to. I mean, once we kind of get into the 24-hour broadcast, it is, for some, especially myself, because I'll be the main man behind the mic, it's harder to get up and really meet people. And have that meet and greet. It was one thing that I really, felt that I was shorted on, and those who came out were shorted on the last one. So, but we've got some things that we're going to do to, kind of have some co-hosts and guest hosts, kind of off and on. But for the most part, I'll be behind the mic. But I want to encourage you. I mean, come down, day before, so I know we'll be around there.
He had 6 fingers and 6 toes.
I certainly will. I'm not going to go to Ripley's without looking at the place.
Heck yeah, exactly.
Not to mention they have an old castle there too.
Exactly.
I think it's the oldest fort in the United States is in St. Augustine. Mm-hmm. Not to mention, I'd like to walk on a beach. I live in Brooklyn, New York. I would like to walk on a beach.
Well, there we go. So, all right, everyone. It's April 18th, all day. That's a Saturday. We'll definitely keep you up to date on it. Of course, anybody wants to come down, you're more than welcome to come down. It's open to the public. And if you want to sign up for our newsletter, www.shadowsinthedarkradio.com, just click on the button over there to the left, says newsletters, reminders. You can stay up to date as we keep doing this. The forum as well, it's free to sign up for the forum. We keep everything up to date in there on this event and other events that we plan. Well, Robert, I think we did enough shameless promoting there.
Okay.
So let's.
I could plug my book some more.
You could go ahead. Let everybody know.
Yes, it was almost.
Well, we do have a couple new people in the chat room. So for those who just tuned in, we are talking with Robert Schneck tonight. He is the historian of the strange. And Robert, go ahead. Let us know what your book is and where it is available.
Okay, it is The President's Vampires: Strange but True Tales of the United States of America. Available in such places as Barnes & Noble, AnomalousBooks.com, Amazon, and the Shadows in the Dark bookstore. Jeremiah, how do you get to the Shadows in the Dark store?
Well, let me tell you first, I checked Barnes & Noble and I checked Amazon, and they were out of stock. It's amazing. But, no, I just kidding. But if you do want to purchase it from our store, it is a signed copy at www.shadowsinthedarkradio.com. Just click on the link that says store, and you will find it under Weird and Strange under the book section. So check it out. And we've got a lot of other great stuff there. Now, Robert, I know also you wanted to talk about paranormal writing. I guess writing about the paranormal, and I guess you had maybe some tips or some ways to go about it. Or
well, it's funny because somebody asked me about it, and for the first time in my life, I had to start thinking about what's actually involved in writing about the paranormal. And again, this kind of caught me off guard because it's like asking somebody, how do you breathe? It's what you do, So, first of all, there aren't a lot of venues that are around for the paranormal right now. The old venues, magazines, for example. There's 40 and Times. There's Mysteries Magazine. That's pretty much it in the United States that are really available. UFO, there's a UFO magazines here and there. But most of it goes on online. And again, this question of how do you start, where do you go with it, what do you end up writing about? Again, I was asked, so I'm just going to volunteer some information to people who might be interested in doing some research about the paranormal. And a lot of this is just basic nonfiction magazine writing, which is that, first of all, you need a story, not a subject. So no one wants to read about ghosts. You don't go to an editor and say, I'm going to write an article about ghosts. You go to them with a good story. You always have to have a good story, no matter what your subject matter is. One of the big questions people have is, how do I do research? And again, it occurred to me that if you don't know how to do research, it's not like that's some inborn knowledge. You've got to learn it. And there are, of course, Google has made a big difference with that. But there's also a problem with Google in that you have so much that it's difficult to pick it apart.
I love that story.
Choose what you're going to end up using, what's reliable, what's solid information, and what isn't. And for that, I suggest people use the libraries. It's old-fashioned, but start with Google, and from Google move on to libraries and historical societies, which are the most underused resource in this country. There are historical societies everywhere, and they'll do an enormous amount of research for you, and you'll often discover stories that you never even heard of before. I suggest everyone who's got a local historical society should contact them. Just ask them, what are the good local stories? Do we have any ghost stories around here? Do we have any stories about monsters or some bizarre crimes and things like that? You might be amazed at what you find out.
Confirming.
Yeah, and I mean, now would you kind of, you talk about, reaching out to your, historical society, locally, would you, so is that, the suggestion is kind of start locally, maybe, research some of the, local stories and try to put together a little book.
I think that, I wish more people did that. So many people there are so many books out there, ghosts of this, and stories of that. But for people to do really their own places, those are terrific books. I've got a pile of them in my bookcase, and those are some of my favorite sources. That is, go to your local historical society. Ask older people in the neighborhood, what were the good stories? Jeremiah, you told me when you were a kid you had a phantom ambulance.
What are we going to do next?
Right.
So,
that's a terrific story. When did it start? Where did it come from? How long was the story told?
Right, yeah, we had the Phantom Ambulance, and we had the Beast with Red Eyes.
Of course, we've all heard
now,
of
Beast with Red Eyes are a very widely spread story. It would be really interesting to find out what did it used to be. How long has the story been told? If you ask some of the old-timers, did they have a different version of it? Did they even hear about it? I'd be willing to guess that Phantom Ambulance might have started out as a Phantom Stagecoach. You don't know until you start digging. And that's, again, one of the great things about local historical societies, and just talking to older people and asking them so the stories don't vanish.
Some factions don't want them to be known.
So, I mean, there's some, and even somebody kind of bringing up in the chat room, personal experiences.
Personal experiences are great too. In fact, sometimes personal experiences are eventually transformed into local legends. They have to start somewhere, and very often they start as a personal experience.
Right, and And, you know, I wouldn't say everybody's had them. I mean, I've had personal experiences with the paranormal. I don't think you really have you? I think we discussed that one time.
I've been in the room where I think paranormal things were happening, but they didn't happen to me as such. I was doing an investigation. I was helping somebody who claimed that ghosts were attacking him when he slept. And I set up the usual Radio Shack ghost hunting outfit. And when he said that the ghosts were attacking him, I got a very strange reading on the thermometer. So the temperature went up 4 degrees in 10 minutes and stayed that way for about an hour, and then went back down to normal room temperature. And I had no explanation for it. It was very strange. I was at this place for 3 days, and that thermometer never changed more than 1 degree per hour.
We are going to take
all the other time I was there. It was when he said the ghosts were attacking him that something happened.
So we'll be right back
so
after this.
So possibly I was in the room when something paranormal happened. Also, I've done a little parapsychology, and we once did some experiments with animal bones, where we asked some people who consider themselves intuitive or psychic to try to identify extremely small shards of animal bone, also photographs of the shards, and the shards in padded envelopes. So we had one person who took part in this experiment who not only identified the first two perfectly, she drew pictures of the animals showing where the bone came from in the animal, and apparently she got the third very close. Since I was the one actually conducting the experiment, I wasn't allowed to know what any of the bones were, so I couldn't give them any clues. So, again, I think I was in the room when something paranormal might have happened. I can't say for sure.
Now, what about field research?
Well, there was this time the camera broke. The camera stopped all of a sudden. During the ghost hunt. However, there was also one other odd incident where someone was using a thermometer that was bounced. Jeremiah, you know what the thing is called. I don't. It looks almost like a price gun that they use in the store, and they bounce a laser off something to get a certain temperature.
Yeah, it's surface temperature. I don't know what the technical name is of it.
I don't know either.
A thermal thermometer or something like that. I don't know.
Anyway, it was a very fancy gadget, and we were walking through this old battlefield at 3 in the morning, and I tell you, you don't really want to walk through an old battlefield at 3 in the morning. It's not good for the nerves, especially when you're with a psychic who's claiming that the ghosts are all around us. And we came to this one spot where the ghost hunter was using this thermometer, and we detected a spot that was unnaturally cold. And this one spot registered as 19 degrees. And it was immediately after it registered, it began to climb, but it never got to the ambient temperature. Now, we were over a cave, so it's possible that some strange atmospheric effect might have been happening. Maybe some kind of cold air was coming up, but I can't imagine that it would be as cold as 19 degrees. We were down in those caves. I was down in that cave at 4 in the morning with a psychic sitting with all the lights off trying to get EVP, which is another experience that I don't care to repeat. But it was never that cold. Caves are a very stable temperature. I don't know what happened, but when we came back to that site a few hours later, same thing, a much lower temperature on this one spot. So it's possible, again, that something paranormal was happening, although I can't imagine what.
Now, in terms of writing about the paranormal, there's so much out there. Are there definitely some new angles we can get, to get people to write on, to look into?
First of all, there are a couple of things that really everyone could do, which is find your local stories and research them. Dig into them. Find out if people ever existed. Find out when they actually existed, what their real names were, because the names invariably get messed up. Find out when they actually lived, if they actually existed, where their house actually was. Find out if they have relatives and descendants in the area who might know the story. And that's a great way to get started on verifying a story. First, find out if the people involved existed. And then the other things can flow from that. You look for the story that hasn't been recorded. I was talking to Joe Citro the other day, and I can't tell his stories because he's going to be telling them. But they were so good and so spooky, and no one has ever written them down before that I'm bursting to tell somebody, but I can't do it. But he did that by lecturing and inviting anyone who was in the audience who had a strange story to tell, please contact him. So to meet him after the lecture, and he would love to hear the story. And that's one of the ways he collects stories. So that's another method for doing it.
Yeah, that's
and another thing that's really worth doing is to get the well-known story, the story that's been floating around for years and it's been repeated endlessly on the internet, and find out if it's accurate. It's probably not. It's probably wildly distorted. And it's not just things on websites that anybody can put up. It's things that have been published in books, because often one book is nothing more than something that's been lifted from another book, and no one ever bothered to check whether it actually happened. So by the end of the day, you can end up with 5 books that tell you the same story, and you can say, well, look, I've discovered 5 sources for this story, but you've actually only found 1. So there is a lot of work to do. This is the angle I take. I don't know whether people have actually had paranormal experiences. I don't know, I wasn't there. But I can at least find out whether they were there, whether they were real, whether such and such a thing could have happened because they were where they said they were going to be, where the story supposedly happened. And very often it'll lead to other stories, and you can discover a whole new aspect of your local history that you probably don't know about. Strangely enough, I grew up in a town that had no ghost stories, no monster stories, no UFO stories, nothing. The town only existed about 30 years by the time I was born. So I think that's part of the reason why I've got a hunger for it, because I didn't get any of it when I was a kid. We had the story of Bloody Mary, and that was about it.
Yeah. Now, when researching, this probably may be the last question before we end up having to close everything out. But when researching, say, older story, say, pre 1800s, so let's say late 1800s, how can you really kind of verify the stories to try to figure out what is what was accurate, what was not? I guess does it really get into this whole paper trail, chasing down the paper trail?
People are often surprised at the paper trail that does exist for the 18th century.
Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we
that will show where houses stood, where the haunted house might have actually been.
Shopping in our Spaced Out Radio store.
Wills are in all the old historical societies. So you can find out, for example, was this person married to such and such? Did they actually live in this area at the time? Or was it something different? You can find out, for example, that the people who were involved actually lived in the next town over. And that it didn't happen in this area, but for some reason the story got transferred. For example, there's the very famous story about that railroad crossing in Texas, supposedly haunted by the ghosts of children that were killed in a bus accident. Well, that accident did happen, but it didn't happen there. It happened in another city, I think, but somehow it ended up in, I believe, San Antonio. And it happened, it ended up in this railroad crossing. So these stories have odd ways of migrating and fixing in areas where you really wouldn't expect it.
Organized religion, you think they're going to survive.
I think just weird stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's just sitting here thinking about just there are so many weird stories out there, from ghosts to animals and
I would also suggest you could just start asking people, because people don't volunteer these stories. If you ask them if they've ever had such and such an experience, they'll probably tell you something that you weren't expecting. My own mother saw something bizarre come out of the ocean down in Jamaica. She saw the head and shoulders of something covered with green weed emerge from the ocean. And she ran off in absolute terror. Now, this is the only weird experience she's ever had, but it wasn't the kind of thing it's not a story that normally gets told.
If we could just open their eyes.
A lot of people are embarrassed, particularly older people for some reason.
Yeah, and they are. You're right. I mean, it's and you had older people. That's the generation they grew up in. They just didn't share that kind of stuff.
No, they didn't share that kind of stuff, and they are a little more reticent to share it. But it's always worth asking, because again, it's a shame for these stories to get lost.
Yes. Well, Robert, I tell you, we've only got a few more minutes left here, about 4, maybe a little over 3 or so. And I want to say, thanks so much for joining us tonight and hanging in.
My pleasure.
Yeah, and hanging in there while we had the technical difficulties. I'm glad we got on the air, and it looks like, great turnout in the chat and everybody really enjoying the show. One more time, the book is The President's Vampire, is one of them. That's the one we have available in our store. And if you're in the chat room, you can, the link to the show is right there on the left-hand side. Or if you're listening to the podcast or archive of the show, just go to www.shadowsinthedarkradio.com, click on the link that says store, and The President's Vampire is under the book section of Weird and Strange. And you also, your other book?
Are You Psychic? From Sterling Publications. Should be available for another planet.
All right, and of course, everybody's asking, what's your website? Robert, what's your website? Of course, you don't have one.
Robert doesn't have a website for some reason.
Yes, I don't know. I kind of recall someone saying, hey, Robert, you need a website.
But, yeah, well, we'll get to it. We're in the process. We're putting together a website.
That's right. Well, we've got a 24-hour broadcast.
In the meantime, though, anybody that does want to get in touch with me, you can reach me at presidentsvampire@earthlink.net, and I'd love to hear from you. Particularly if you have a story.
Right, yeah. If you got a great story, then that definitely send it over. Well, again, Robert, it was. It's always fun to have you on the show. We always have a good time. I know we get to pick on each other a little bit.
That's right.
And it's always great. So thank you so much, and
my pleasure.
Again, thanks for waiting through those difficulties.
Admiral Byrd.
Well, everybody, I really appreciate everybody tuning in and being so patient. Let me definitely say thanks to Hip and Joel for jumping right in there and getting things taken care of, and especially to Hip for hanging in there and hosting the show for us. I mean, that's just wonderful. That's the kind of thing we're looking for. I mean, this is what this network's all about. Everybody helping each other, and we are so thankful that they jumped right in there and done that. Now, of course, this Thursday we've got Charlie Carlson coming up. He is the Florida's Master of the Weird, so we're going to talk about some weird and strange stuff on Florida. Charlie is always a lot of fun. We always love having him on the show too. So we're going to continue this talk about the strange and weird. So don't miss that. That is at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, then Sunday we have Alav Phillips on. He is our resident conspiracy researcher. Again, he's always he's great to have on. He's fun, and we get to talk about that kind of stuff where you just don't really want to talk about. I mean, that behind the scenes kind of stuff. So we got a lot of great shows coming up this month, and even more. Just visit our website if you want to see even more upcoming shows. www.shadowsinthedarkradio.com. Again, I want to thank everybody for tuning in, and this has been Shadows in the Dark on the Shadow Talk Radio Network, where the darkness is illuminated. Well, good night, everyone, and we'll let Hip either cut us off or cue a commercial or whatever he's going to do. So, good night, everyone, and thanks for listening.
Pick them up or refuel them or whatever. And all of a sudden, these guys totally disappeared, right? No one could find them.
for like
Are you ready?
or something.
Activate.
And finally he gets called
Sequence
back
start
to
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition.
And they would not say one word. What happened? Yeah. Oh my word. And of course everybody rumbling that there is a whole civilization where military horsemen that lives under the ground. You're swabbingly or whatever it is, you know. Matter of fact, I think Admiral Bird
Well, good
mentioned that
evening, everyone, and welcome to Shadows in the Dark. I am your host, Jeremiah Greer, and what a wonderful day it has been. I tell you what, I'm feeling really good. I'm really excited because we are only just around 2 weeks away from the big bad 24-hour anniversry bash. I tell you, I'm looking forward to this, and I see we have a few new people hanging out in the chat room. And of course, we have our Dark Plains friends as well at darkplainsradio.com. Hello, Misty over there hanging out. So we're going to have a fun show tonight. We're going to be welcoming Rochelle Sparrow, who is a medium trance channel, to our show. She's going to be with us through the first hour, and during the second hour, I will do some news and we'll get into some other fun stuff, I am sure. You know, we still have Ghost Train tickets to give away. So we might even get to that. I don't know. We'll just have to see. Sometimes we just shoot from the hip here on Shadows in the Dark, and seems to do all right for us. But again, welcome to the show, everyone. It's going to be a lot of fun tonight. And I tell you what, one of the things that I was asked here recently in regards to the 24-hour anniversary bash was to post some pictures of the character and wax hand that we had made, and we'll be giving away during this on April the 18th. If you want to see that picture, just go to shadows24.com. That is the number 24. So shadows24.com, and on the left-hand side, you'll see something that says giveaways and complete list. If you click on complete list, you'll see the complete list of items that we are giving away. That is around $10,000 worth of stuff. There's a picture down there about halfway down or so. Just click on that to see a larger image of that, and that is the character of myself and the wax hand, which the wax hand was molded from my hand. Not that this is special, but we thought it would be a lot of fun. We had those made in Gatlinburg this past weekend. The wax hand was made at the Ripley's Museum in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. The character was made just in a local artist shop there. So, but we thought it'd be fun to give those away, and I hope someone does enjoy those. But if you want to see those pictures, just go to shadows24.com. Like I said, we're going to be, we shuffle things around a little bit when we have a guest on only for the first hour, so we can get them on quickly, and that way they have a lot more time to talk instead of taking up the first 10-15 minutes of news and whatnot, and we hold that off until the second hour. So if you're new to the show, that is kind of how we work things. Most of the time, most guests are on for 2 hours, and we do our news and whatnot first, but this time around, it's not going to be the case. So let's go ahead and take a quick little break. And I'm going to get our guest on the line, and we'll continue. And this is going to be a fun show. We're going to have a good time. And back in a moment with our guest, Rochelle Sparrow.
You are listening to Shadows in the Dark, broadcasting live at shadowsinthedarkradio.com and Dark Plains Radio at darkplainsradio.com. The show can also be heard as a rebroadcast at ParaX at para-x.com and available as a podcast at Black Vault Radio at blackvaultradio.com and Planet Paranormal at planetparanormal.com.
Well done, and way ahead of its time, I think, when that came out, because we've been talking about that for decades now, since that thing was aired, being some kind of a reality.
Back so many years ago, I remember reading an article also that these entities went somewhere out to the Middle East because they found how do you say, a flying carpet, perhaps, stuck in a timeless. And even Hillary went out there, Hillary Clinton.
Oh my.
It's around the corner and going to be heard worldwide. What am I talking about? It's the Shadows in the Dark's 24-hour anniversary bash presented by Haunted Attraction Magazine. Join us as we spend 24 hours broadcasting to you live from the Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum in St. Augustine, Florida. Getting excited? Well, that's not all. If you want the full effect of this amazing event, you'll need to make your way down to St. Augustine because there will be live entertainment and you'll have the chance to meet big names in the paranormal community. You'll see the Professor Slim King perform, get to take part in drum circles, have your future told, or aura photographed. We will also be giving away a skunk ape expedition and cast. Of course, don't miss the first ever 3 a.m. Ripley's Ghost Train adventure where you can ride along with the master of the weird Charlie Carlson and historian of the strange Robert Damon Schneck. All this is taking place on April 17th at the stroke of midnight and lasting all day on the 18th. And best of all, it's free. You can find more information at shadows24.com. That's the number 24. Event is sponsored by Darkside Inc. and Boudreaux's Bayou Barbecue, website needs, and Days Inn Historic St. Augustine.
Very weird if indeed we get, like I said, the first domino to drop, and all of a sudden the other things fall into place and everything starts coming out of the woodwork at once. Wouldn't that be awesome? It would be really awesome, and I agree with you that there is going to be a lot of folks that will be looking for an anchor somewhere to land on with their theology, and not even just theology, but their day-to-day living. How can you go to work every day, do your normal things, if you now understand that all of these things that you were wondering about are now true? That's going to be a major paradigm shift for a lot of folks.
Yes, sir. It will be.
Rochelle Sparrow is an internationally known psychic, trance, and channel whose work has had life-changing effects on many of the people she has come in contact with. She is author of the controversial book JFK is Still Alive, and Rochelle's frequently appeared on television and radio, and now hosts her own show, the Rochelle Sparrow Connection. Rochelle, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you so much, Jeremiah. I so appreciate it. Thank you, everybody out there listening tonight. I'm so excited to be here.
We are happy to have you here. And now, a little bit briefly off your bio there. Is there some more you can tell us about yourself that wasn't on the bio?
Well, I am a psychic trance channel, and it's been a lifelong process. And I was born with an ability to be able to read energy. Everything has an energy attached to it. There's file cabinet energy, there's dog energy, there's people